So, it has certainly been a hot minute since we actually did one of these videos. In fact, at this point, I think it's been like 2 years, something like that. It was like spring of 2022, the last time we did one of these. It's it's kind of crazy how much we haven't talked about since then, even though I've been doing videos and I've been doing all sorts of stuff. But to make up for that, for this whole end of the year sort of thing, I felt like, you know what? Why not just sit down right now, right here, and talk about all that? Because really, like I said, it's been that long, but also it might be easier just this way. You know what I mean? Like, we don't necessarily have to do it constantly every single season. It might just be easier just for every year for me to sit down and talk about the things that I enjoyed in the year. And then past that, we just wait till the end of next year. Very simple, right? Works well. So, with that out of the way, I guess let's start on our whole list. We got 27 entries. Very few are even returning. Most of these are just brand new things. There's a lot. There's a lot to talk about. This is going to be a long video because these were already an hour long anyways, normally. So, we're going to be here for a while. Hope you all enjoy. How the fuck have we not talked about the second half of Medaka Box yet? Like, look, I know it's been like 2 years since I did this whole thing, right? It makes sense, right? It's been a while, all that sort of shit. But if we're being real here, I don't know how it's been this long and I never actually spoke about it. Because, I mean, if you've seen my other videos, you know how long it's been on my shelf. If I move the mic down here, you might be able to see it better. There's a few volumes here, the rest of them are up there. Literally, the whole series is on my shelf, albeit, it's not translated. It hasn't been, but the whole series is here. And then, meanwhile, in terms of my top tens and stuff like that, it's not in my all-time top 10, but it's still in the manga one, right? It's a little confusing in my own brain that it's been that long since we've done one of these videos that I've even talked about it. But I guess that changes today, and oof, okay. So, here's what I'm gonna say. I was really good with remembering a whole lot of names in this series, right? I could remember characters and names and all that sort of shit. I struggled sometimes, right? But that's just because of the puns in there and everything, Sometimes I don't really get them because they're kind of language based and everything. Sometimes, and then there's sometimes not. That's the whole thing. I will say this, because it's been a while, I don't remember every character and every arc name and all that sort of shit. So, for the most part, I am going to summarize stuff because I do remember every arc, right? Every arc that we need to talk about, I remember because we have the stuff involving the new students coming in and, deciding who will be the class president now, right? This competition for who's going to be the class president, or I guess not really class president, but school president sort of thing, like the president of the student council, all that. We have the arc after that involving Medaka's essentially arranged marriage and how she wants to remove that whole sort of idea and everything. And then the final arc with Shiranui and everything, which I know the student council president arc might be considered technically two arcs at the same time because there's a lot to go into in that regard. And obviously, I'll delve into that. But I think for the sake of this whole thing and keeping it brief and all that, I'm going to essentially just shorten it down to these three arcs. I'm going to mention what I liked, maybe anything I disliked, whatever it may be, that sort of thing, right? We're going to talk about these arc by arc. That's simple, right? And, of course, to get into it, let's talk about the one I was mentioning before, the student council president arc stuff, whatever it may be called, because I, again, don't remember. Me editing it can obviously put that in there, but for now, I don't really remember. So, this arc, I was a little nervous, I remember, when I started this one, because I kind of assumed that this arc would be good, but it wouldn't be better than the previous one with Kumagawa and all that, because, like, the stuff with the minuses, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, like I said, been a bit, but the stuff with the minuses and everything felt kind of really strong in terms of having this balance of fights and these interesting characters who have kind of been fucked over by what they have and all this sort of stuff, and just some of the plot elements in there and everything. I liked it a lot, right? I think its finale was strong, but I don't necessarily think it was anything absolutely insane, right? And that's what I really want to get into, is the moments where the ending of an arc are absolutely insane, because I got some words for this one, right? But we'll get there in a minute. We'll get there in a minute. But we get to this arc, right? And I assumed that this was the cooldown, right? Because the obvious thing would be after the arc with Kumagawa, we would have to cool down, right? Like, this is the introduction of our first villain and everything, and all this sort of shit happening. And it's set up for Ajimu. And, it kind of makes this feeling of like, oh yeah, this is set up for like stuff to come that's going to be huge, right? But also at the same time, it's its own huge thing. And the arc in between that is, of course, just going to be a lot more slow. Not really, though. When this arc starts, we're introduced to multiple different characters who might be, joining in, because as we know, as soon as it starts and also the previous arc ends, Ajimu has a plan. It's kind of this, she wants to create a turnaround for what's happening, right? It's meta in the sense of Ajimu knows that Medaka behaves like a shonen protagonist, like a shonen jump sort of protagonist, right? She knows that. She knows, okay, the obvious thing is Medaka is going to win, right? She's like, well, no matter what I do, Medaka will win. That's the boring result. And as a result, because it's the most obvious thing, the option at the end of the line for her at that point is, if this plan doesn't work out for her, she is just going to actually end her own life, right? And that's another thing we'll get into, because I do love what Medaka does there in terms of that moment, but we'll get to that as well. So that's her plan, right? But then the unlikely scenario that she would like is the idea that this sort of thing can be turned around, right? No matter how good Medaka is, a result where she doesn't win or something like that, or she doesn't power through this, that's what she's like kind of hoping for in a sense, and what she wants. But she's bound to lose this, right? She's bound to lose this bet that she is essentially making, right? And it's strange to even say that she's expecting this like turnaround and everything because of how this arc ends, but again, stuff we have to get into way later. Like I said, there's the first half and there's the second half to this arc, and I feel like for now, let's just focus on the first, right? So, because of her whole plan, we're introduced to multiple different characters, and all of them are pretty enjoyable. I like the connections they have, the characters who help build them, and all this sort of stuff, and like kind of the trials they go through are also really enjoyable. It was something interesting where, like I said, I thought this arc would be just a more chill, relaxed sort of feeling, right? We're building up for more greater stuff later on. But no, this arc itself is actually really enjoyable. And little did I know that this arc itself was also one of the big things in the series. Like, I would actually argue that the next one, as much as it does have very important beats to it, it's the cooldown one, right? Because the arcs that it's smushed in between like a sandwich are massive in terms of what they mean for the plot and characters and everything. But we're introduced to these characters, we go through trials, it's very enjoyable, and the entire time, and this is something I like, right? Because I have a lot of characters I enjoy in this series. There's like Naze, there's Zenkichi, there's Medaka herself, of course, there's Kumagawa. There's a lot of characters, right? There's something I have to praise the series for. It's just its characters and how well they're all established. They are all enjoyable, and it's actually very easy to have a lot of them as your favorite, right? I ultimately had to decide on who by the end of the series, and I pretty much just chose Medaka because she is consistently one of the greatest to read, right? But I won't lie, Zenkichi's a very close second, right? But in regards to him, this arc is very relevant for him because something they point out is everybody else taking these trials and all this sort of shit and everything, it doesn't matter if they have powers or not, right? That they were born with these abnormalities. it's kind of the thing of this arc goes into the fact that Zenkichi is just a dude, right? He's not some, judo sort of like warrior who was like well known as a delinquent and all this sort of shit and beat the shit out of people, all this. He's not somebody who is abnormal and has all these sort of powers. He's a dude, right? He is just a dude that Medaka met when she was a child because Zenkichi's mother was essentially working in the same building, right, as where Medaka was in Kumagawa and all that. And he was just a regular guy. But these two became friends right then and there. And something interesting that they go into later is the fact that Medaka actually fell in love with him during that time. Like, yeah, they're kids, it's a silly little crush sort of thing. But Medaka got very defensive and kind of blocked out everybody in the building, essentially taking him hostage and just staying there with him, right? Like playing all the time with him and all this sort of shit. But in this moment, we see Zenkichi just being kind of a regular guy, right? Somebody who's good at what he does, but can't really go to this extreme mile or anything like that. And it creates a scenario where Medaka gets pissed at him, like legitimately slams his head into the ground, I'm pretty sure. And there was such a pit in my like heart when I saw that happen because it's like the very clear thing, right, that we know from chapter 1 is Zenkichi likes Medaka, and we don't really have this mutual feeling back. Like, she kind of loves everybody in a sense, but it's a very different meaning of love because love itself has multiple meanings. For her, it's just she cares about everybody, but it doesn't go to that extent, right? And obviously, I mentioned the whole flashback thing, but I'll establish that more later because I think that's relevant, but it does relate to some stuff that actually does happen at the end of the series, right? So, this left a pit in my heart, though, because this is a moment where Zenkichi, after doing all this shit, after struggling with this trial and everything, things still don't work out, and Medaka gets pissed, and then she walks away, and it's this, like, it feels like the two are completely separating as friends and all this sort of shit. And then Ajimu shows up, and she's like, you are my plan, Zenkichi. You're the one I'm looking for, and the one who will, fix this whole sort of issue I'm having, right? She talks about all sorts of different jump protagonists and all this sort of stuff, gets other people involved to help out and everything. There's a scene in here that also really hurts me, and it's when Zenkichi goes to confront Medaka and mentions, he's gonna fight her, essentially, and she kicks the shit out of him, but she's got a smile on her face, and it worried me because some of the stuff she was saying just this felt like I was watching a hero turn into a villain, right? It was like bad, right? Obviously, it builds into something greater by the end of the arc, but it was just like a moment where I remember I read that and it was like, Madaka, no. Like, I was audibly just telling this fictional character essentially to stop because it was just both brutal to watch and also just really saddening considering all the previous points in the story, right? But we get that stuff, and then we essentially have this build up to this election, right, that they're going to be doing of Medaka staying as the council president, or maybe it'll be Zenkichi, or maybe it'll be one of these new like 5 or 6 people that we have, right? And it's the constant contest to see what all of them do, and there's all sorts of things that they outright do, right, that to essentially motivate their campaign and get people to vote for them and all this sort of shit. And by the end of the whole thing, we get the great reveal that despite being a normal ass dude, Zenkichi clutches out that fucking victory. Like, he won. Everybody wanted to vote for this dude. He had a great speech, right? He just managed to really win people over with his words, and that did it. And this is kind of where it's more so revealed that Ajimu knew this was gonna fucking happen, right? It's like she knew how all this was gonna unfold and everything, and what was gonna happen with Medaka, and how she might lose and all this sort of shit. At least from what I remember, this is the general thing, right? should be noted, again, been a decent amount of time since I read this, but it's kind of revealed here that she knew that all this was going to go down, and to her, it's just boring. To her, life itself at that point is boring because this is somebody from like fucking hundreds of years ago, right? This isn't just regular, ordinary student at this school. This is somebody who's literally existed for hundreds of years. So she's bored of it by this point, right? She's just like, yeah, you know what? Let me just make things easier for myself. And Medaka stops her. And I think possibly even slaps her, right? And Medaka pretty much says, the line of life is epic and everything. And it complains that Ajimu shouldn't be doing that stuff. All this sort of shit. Mentions why her plan kind of sucks in the sense of it serves no purpose and doesn't necessarily allow her to enjoy life. She's trying to view it from a very boring perspective instead of just enjoying, the things that life provides and all this sort of shit and everything. And it actually, I think, gets Ajimu to start crying and everything. It's like, it's good, right? You get this turnaround for her character where she actually gets to become a good person. Like, because I don't necessarily think she was entirely horrid or anything, but it's very clear she had malicious intentions. So to see this turnaround, it's great. And then we get the moment that I was so damn happy about. I stood up, right? I stood up and walked around. I had to pace. I had to pace around when I got to this next part because we get to the end of the arc, essentially the end of the current chapter I was talking about and everything. And Medaka, jumps back to the stage where Zenkichi is and essentially congratulates him by kissing the dude on the lips and then proceeding to tell him that she's fallen for him again. And it feels good to see him win that. Like, well, it's so nice, man. I don't know what to say, right? Because this is like, in a sense, this is something you would expect is somebody who is able to overcome what is in front of them despite how normal they may be and everything. That is, of course, something like somebody who has to push through that struggle and still win despite the insane people they're up against, right? Prime example, Medaka, right? It makes sense that that is something that immediately to Medaka's brain is like, this dude is awesome, I want to be with him, right? It makes sense. So it's really cute to see, like, oh yeah, these two are now outright interested in each other. The interesting thing about this, though, is I guess essentially the next arc establishes they're not necessarily seeing each other, right? It's the interesting thing of Medaka is now back to being just a regular student, having fun, all this sort of stuff. She even cuts her hair short and everything and wears a new outfit. I do really like this new outfit, right? Hair being short, I don't know. I do like the long hair she had. But that gets fixed, and we'll get to it, right? But overall, I like the new outfit and everything. With that said, right, she's living a more normal student sort of life now, and Zenkichi is the council president, right? So he's focused on his duties and everything. But these two aren't really necessarily seeing each other. They're interested in each other, and they'd like to, be with each other in a sense, but there's issues that get in the way here and there. Mainly, Zenkichi does struggle with, admitting some things and everything. But then we get to the actual meat of this arc, which is essentially Medaka has an arranged marriage that she has to go through, and she's not really interested in a lot of this. So she essentially goes over and handles the people that she's arranged to get married with, right? People who will essentially inherit the family name. And there's a lot of funny stuff that happens here. One of the most iconic scenes in the series, which is Ajimu literally beating the shit out of everybody for like 7 or 8 pages, is here. One of the skills I believe she uses is like something along the lines of pregnant skill or some shit. So she forces one of the dudes she hits to get pregnant, I guess. Very interesting to read. It's really silly, but that shit's just in there. I mean, hey, write as many silly skills for her as you want, I guess. But a lot of this arc just involves Medaka going through these challenges and fighting these people. And there's not much to actually really say here. You get a lot of really interesting fights between Medaka and them, as well as Zenkichi's group and these people, because also they get involved and they try to go and rescue Medaka in a sense, which is ironic considering what happens, but we'll get to that, right? Naze gets a really good fight here. Uh, I always forget her name. It starts with an E, I believe. But the girl who can make anything rot when she touches it. She gets a fantastic fight here. And in general, I really liked her character, right? I really liked how it was handled in the Kumigawa stuff. And I really liked it here because it built on her even more and showed that, no, despite her minus, she wants to be a normal person. She wants to be viewed as normal as well to other people and all this sort of stuff. And knows that, yeah, she can't win Zenkichi over as much as she would love to, but it's okay. She's accepted that, right? And as long as he can keep moving forward, that's what matters to her. And I do love that, right? I love a character who can accept that sort of thing, but still kind of use that as power, essentially. It's awesome. But then we get to the big scene here of Zenkichi essentially just proposing to Medaka. He just skips literally everything else and just outright proposes to her. And she accepts. And then he's stabbed. And then he is kind of stored away, and now Medaka essentially has to fight to get him back. And we go through a very complex fight at the end here. Like, I don't even know how to properly describe it. It is using a lot of essentially wording with I don't know if it's kanji or katakana or the third one that I always forget the name of, but it's essentially using that sort of stuff and trying to have it be, okay, we can't use this part of that, right? Like, as soon as we use it, this little thing, think of it as essentially if you said the word cow, right? This is like really simplifying it because it's a little bit more complex than this, right? But it's essentially if you said the word cow, right? The ow part of cow can no longer be used in any sort of word, right? It is essentially to how I understand how that shit works, right? But it's like very specific combinations and all that sort of shit. It ultimately ends with something where the person Medaka is fighting has to essentially say they give up, right? Like they surrender. And it's this really great trick. As much as it's a confusing fight for, an English reader like myself, it's this really great trick of just Medaka kind of forcing them into a corner of, okay, either you say that, but you just surrendered as a result, or you say nothing, and you, by proxy, surrender. So it's essentially forcing them into a corner of they have to give up. And with that, the fight ends, the arc ends, everybody goes home, right? Very simple arc. Not an insane amount happens in, like, obviously the stuff that happens in it, very important. But I think it is a lot more chill of an arc, especially when in comparison to what comes next, the stuff with Shiranui. Because all of a sudden, everybody gets back and Shiranui is gone, right? Nobody knows why or anything like that, but she's just outright gone. So they travel over to the location where they know she's at, and it turns out she's never returning. For some reason, she's just cut them all off and everything. And then we are met with a massive demon who loves to say fresh, and essentially is going to use her as his new vessel, because this is like an agreement that they've had in the family and all this sort of shit, right? And he's an interesting villain, right? I don't remember his name either. I know it starts with an I and then there's a K and all that. But he's an interesting villain as well. Because in this series, right, in this world, there's a lot of characters who have absurdly strong abilities. Like Medaka, arguably very strong, right? Kumigawa, very strong. Ajimo literally has every ability ever. But this dude is terrifying because his ability is really simple, but that simplicity is absurdly deadly. All it is any damage he does can't be healed. It doesn't matter what ability you have, it doesn't matter whatever you use, you aren't healing from it. The only way to essentially fix that scenario is beat him. Here's the thing. Immediately upon his introduction, Ajimu sees him and tells Medaka and Kumugawa, because Zenkichi tried to fight him and then essentially fell down, and I don't remember if anybody else tried to fight him, if there were others there, but if they did, they also might have fallen down, right? And Ajimu just pretty much tells Medaka and Kumugawa, okay, so I think actually Kumugawa might also be knocked out. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong. He might also be knocked out. But it's essentially Ajimu going, okay, so I'm going to give you guys 11 or 12 seconds. Grab everybody that was knocked out. Run. Right? It's not even I can handle this, right? But it's going to be a big explosion sort of thing. No. Ajimu, the person with every ability in the series, essentially. The person who can take away shit, right? This person literally tells them to run. She is just stalling for time. And unfortunately for her, that's exactly what she's doing. There is no fight here. It's just stalling for time. They grab everybody, they go. Ajimu tries to fight this person who she's apparently fought before, hundreds of years ago. And immediately, as soon as she tries to activate everything again, like she did in the previous arc, where she just beat the shit out of people using a shit ton of abilities and doing beatdowns for every single page, as soon as she tries to do that, she's cut in half by a rubber band. The dude just takes a rubber band, puts it around his fingers, shoots it like a gun, right? He's just flinging it, cuts right through her. She is in half and dead. He shows up on a jeep holding the end of her hair. It is probably the darkest the series gets, I would almost argue. I think there are definitely things earlier that do feel kind of dark, but that is a moment where this goes from, oh, this is a happy, fun little Shonen Jump series that occasionally gets serious, but overall it's very silly and likes to act like what it is, right? It's making fun of the genre while being it. To, okay, this guy is terrifying. We actually have a terrifying villain now. And the process from this point onward, one of the things is Ajimu's Shiranui person that was there with her actually starts talking and helping out the group and everything, right, now that she's gone. So it's oh, now we have to actually plan on how to defeat this guy. Medaka has to essentially learn a style, which is something we actually learned about in the previous arc. That's why the previous arc is important, because it leads into styles and stuff like that. This new concept in the series where people have a specific way that they essentially do their techniques or whatever it may be, right? Medaka has to learn one, and then everybody else is also just prepping for what's going to happen, because it's the thing of they want Shiranui safe, and with them and everything, but there's also this dude, and there's also other parties involved, and all this sort of shit of just dealing with all these sort of people that want Shiranui for themselves, right? And then there's also this dude who's going to use her as a vessel, and just everybody trying to get her back. There's a lot of great fight stuff here. I, of course, want to keep it short, so I don't want to constantly talk about this, but this arc is fantastic. I would almost say it is the best arc in the series. I do think that the student council stuff is way better, but I do think this is a strong second of yeah, this is still also very entertaining. It's dark, it's tense, it's still goofy, of course. There are a lot of silly moments in there, but it's overall really damn enjoyable and a fantastic finale of the series. I will go over some moments that I do really like. There's the obvious one of Kumugawa pretends that he's essentially erased Zenkichi from the world, right? Oh, he's gone, that's it. And Shiranui's oh, this is just a bluff. He's just doing this to bluff and everything. And it goes on and on until Shiranui just snaps and tells Kumagawa, uh, this might not be a literal translation, but it might be just based on how extreme her face seems. She tells him that she is going to fucking kill him, right? Like, she is pissed, and she activates her big eater stuff, where she can essentially just chomp, right? And there she goes. She devours it, right? Essentially, she almost tries to do that to Kumagawa, and after the whole ordeal, she kind of just starts crying and everything. Kumagawa's all right. Like, he kind of pulled it around on her and pulled the rug out from under. But she starts crying and asks for him to bring Zenkichi back. Zenkichi comes back. They have a nice heartfelt moment. It feels like a proper thing of showing that these two were best friends, as much as Shiranui tried to, deny it. It is a thing of, no, these two were best friends. They had their little eraser moment being dropped, and then Zenkichi makes a, funny joke, and then you get the present where they're just having a real nice moment. It's great. It's great. Then with Medaka, we have her essentially meeting her mother, right? Because something they almost try to establish is Medaka's mother and how she was a very focused on work sort of person, right? She was a nurse and everything, and kind of focused on her job to this extreme where it's like it's hard to tell how she may have loved people or whatever it may be, right? Kind of hard to tell with how much she was focused on all that. But we get a great moment where Medaka gets to talk to her and everything, and it's a really heartfelt scene. It's really beautiful. And then Medaka stands back up and uses the coolest ability, which I already knew about upon starting the series because I saw it on the mobile game Jumpooty. Right? I had already seen it there, and it was something that I really wanted in that game, which was why I was upset at myself for not starting the series earlier, because I would have absolutely pulled for it had I started the series earlier and been into it. But we get End God mode. It's similar to her ability of the End, but now it is this essentially like form. It's very similar to her War God mode, but now it's a more extreme version of it, and it looks sick, right? Like, it's so sad that the anime never got to this point, and the games never really use this form, because this form is so fucking cool to look at. Like, yeah, it's similar to the End. Her hair goes black and everything, but it's super spiky. Like, it's a very noticeable difference, right? Because it should be pointed out, Medaka at this point has short hair. She's cut her hair. So, her hair growing this hard and everything, and turning this jet black and all that, it is awesome to look at. I love the look in her eyes and how the pupils are absurdly small, right? It has this scary look to it. It's beautiful. And the outfit on top of that, A plus, A plus. It actually reminds me a lot of Yu Yu Hakusho, right? And Yusuke's the whole sort of thing, right? Especially, like, I'm pretty sure Medaka even has, her shoes on, but I think during that moment she either has one or both off, and it's kind of funny because that's exactly what happens there as well, right? It's really great. That whole scene, that fight, the twist into the dude already taking over Shiranui's body and just kind of piercing through Medaka. The jokes with one of the people from the previous arc pretending to be Ajimu, or I think that's what it is. I think she pretends to be her, and that's a constant thing they do. Like, even after she dies, straight up, one of the first scenes with this character is pretending to be Ajimu, and then they get punched by everybody who's with them. Um, but all this sort of stuff, and then Zenkichi kind of thinking about everybody and getting that motivation to win, and then Ajimu literally talks to him from presumably beyond, right? And then he manages to calm Shiranui down and rid the demon of that body and everything. And it's great because, again, he gets the win. He's a normal ass dude in this scenario who shouldn't be able to win, but it's thanks to this bond that he's built with Shiranui that he does, and it's beautiful. I love it. That what we learn essentially later of we see more, I think, at this point. It might have been earlier, but I think we see more of the flashback sort of stuff uh, and why Medaka kind of had a change of heart in a sense with the whole feeling sort of thing, because like Zenkichi didn't necessarily want what was like coming packaged with this whole thing of like the family and all that and all this sort of stuff he would have to do and everything. And we kind of see it here again, where Medaka just kind of has to, accept that, and she's really sad, but she has to walk away and just go, right, right. And she is like, you can tell she doesn't want to do that at all. She doesn't want to walk away, but she kind of has to. We get a moment where she gets to fight everybody at the school just as a celebration to essentially say bye to her because she has to go. Like, I mean, she managed to go to the moon and fix what was going on there, and now she comes back and she's like, oh yeah, by the way, I have to do a whole bunch of family stuff. So they got a blast, I guess, and fights everybody at the school with a cool compilation where you get to see every character that you remember, and it's really great. She even gets to end on Kumagawa, which feels fitting considering, that was like the big fight of the series originally. So, of course, we end off on that again. And then we get a time skip. We get to see a lot of characters now, where they're at, a lot of great stuff in that regard. But my personal favorite moment is the very end, where we get to see Medaka again. And she has long hair. And you get this cool compilation spread of Medaka throughout the series, including now, right, with the time skip, and it's like, oh yeah, here's her evolution and all this, and just her in general, right? As a kid, when the series started, after she cut her hair, it's like everything there, right? It's beautiful. And then we get the moment of just her and Zenkichi talking, her mentioning some stuff. Also, very important thing that I absolutely love, like very important detail. She has dogs around her. There's a bunch of dogs that are just cuddling with her and licking her face and everything. And that's huge because the big thing throughout the series is because of her abnormality and all this sort of stuff, because of the end, all this, because of what she was. Animals were fucking terrified of her, right? Even the biggest of dogs, like the biggest of monster sort of dogs and everything, were terrified of her, right? So it's a really cool thing where she's essentially made peace, right? She is at peace with all of these things, and it's just like, even her abnormality isn't an issue anymore, right? And I love that a lot. But we get the best part of this whole thing by the very end of these two are now going to have a fight again, right? Just for old time's sake. Zenkichi and Medaka are going to have a fight again. And I was worried when that whole conversation happened, like a few chapters prior, of Zenkichi saying, that they can't exactly get married due to this scenario, right? And it's the sad reality they both have to accept. I was worried about that. And then this part happened with the fight, where Zenkichi mentions, oh, okay, you know what? If I beat you, we're going to get married. Because it's a thing of, like, by this point, the family stuff is done, right? So it's just like, whatever, Medaka is just doing her own thing. She's, like, essentially, like, the head of the family currently. Somewhat, like, right? She's the current, like, of course, youngest, essentially, but, like, the proper sort of head of it all, right? The one who inherited all that. And we get just this great moment where Zenkichi's accepted that, right? Accepted the fact that it's like all of this is now done. So he's like, okay, we're gonna fight, and if I win, I'm gonna marry you and all that. And then Medaka goes, all right, yeah, I love the idea of a fight. I love fighting and all that. It's good to this is a feeling I missed. All right, I agree. But if I win, I'm gonna marry you. And it's just this funny thing of like, even Zenkichi points it out of like, wait, aren't we just literally asking for the same? You know what? Who cares, right? It's a really great thing of just like, okay, yeah, they are still going to be together. This is essentially the end to the series is confirming that no, these two are going to be together, and they charge at each other, and then we get the final photo of our like main cast, just nice colored, saying their farewells. You even actually get to read what Ajimu's letter to Medaka was, and there's even one from Kumagawa himself. It's great. I like it a lot. I will say this is one of very few series, essentially, where I would almost want a continuation, and not a continuation in this regard, but more so something like I guess the easiest thing I can make a comparison to is like Boruto or some shit, right? Because listen, I haven't necessarily seen too much of Naruto. I've seen like a few episodes. I do have to eventually get to it, of course. But I know some people are very iffy with that, both that series itself and then also, its follow up, right? I've got no idea what it's like personally. But this here with Medaka is something where I'm very interested of like, man, I know Nisio, at least I believe that that's the way to pronounce it. I could be absolutely wrong. I know that this offer obviously has a series that is way more popular than this, right? Like, this is still a popular series, but it pales in comparison to their much larger, light novel sort of series, right? So, I get that this has way less likelihood to ever be picked up again, but it is something I wish of these two in terms of their personality and them as a character, and the fact that Zenkichi is a regular dude and Medaka is this extreme case of a person. This sort of thing makes me want to have a follow up where it's like, let me see what their kid is like, right? Whether it's a boy, girl, it doesn't really matter. I want to see what this kid is like because I feel like this is going to be the most energetic, but like constantly smart and thinking about a plan, stuff like that. Not necessarily charging headfirst immediately, but all this sort of stuff. This interesting mix where it's like this could be a very interesting character to delve into, right? This could be a very cool follow up, right? Doesn't necessarily have to happen. You can always just make a headcanon yourself. I mean, you don't have to essentially make that sort of headcanon canon in your own mind, right? Because it's like then that's the extreme, right? But it is something I like to imagine of just this sort of scenario where it's like, oh yeah, there's a kid and that sort of thing of, oh, this interesting blend of the two, and now they have to go through their own set of trials or whatever it may be that life throws at them, all that sort of shit. I do think the idea of that sort of follow up could be interesting. I wish it could happen, and maybe it will at some point in the future. Maybe it'll be the distant future. Who knows? But I guess we'd have to see. With that said, though, this series is absolutely fantastic. Like, I am very glad to have gone through it, right? I meant to for the longest while, and I think if I did way earlier, I probably only would have seen the anime and I wouldn't have read the manga. Maybe I would have switched later on, right? But I think if I like watched this at the time that I had heard people talking about it, I probably wouldn't have switched to the manga and I would have been like, oh yeah, it's a decent series. It would have been the same thing that my friends have said of just, oh yeah, this is a decent series, but I mean, meanwhile, I get to tell them, no, actually, if you read the manga, it's really damn good, and this is just the beginning. Like, this is just the series trying to establish itself. Everything after that is like the series, right? So, yeah, I will say I am very glad to actually have all of this and everything. Absolutely fantastic series. Do love it a lot. It's definitely a very strong entry in my top 10, right? It's tough to say because I don't know that it's a 9.5, but it's a series that I could always imagine potentially reaching that point. I mean, shit, if there really was a follow up or something, and I read that and I enjoyed it a lot, I would count it toward the series, right? Because it would be the series itself. It's like JoJo, right? JoJo, I count as a whole, right? That's especially why it's so high, but also why it's been kind of lowered. Because, yeah, there's entries in there like Part 8 where I didn't really enjoy it too much, but there's also entries in there that I did enjoy a lot. So as a result, both factors kind of determine the ranking of whether it goes up or down, right? That sort of thing. In a similar sense, if there was a follow up to this, obviously it would play out the same way. I do know that there are two novels that I could read. I just don't know where I would go about doing that, right? I know there's a prequel thing with Medaka. Two of the characters that I think show up towards the end are apparently from this like novel, so that's interesting. And then there's one about Kumagawa, which they always kind of allude to in a sense of like, oh yeah, his previous sort of stuff, good loser Kumagawa, right? You get to actually see it with that novel, from what I understand. Would love to also go through that, but maybe that'll be at some point in the future. Maybe I'll talk about that as well, right? With that said, though, I think that's the second time I've said that. Kind of funny. But this is a fantastic series. Like, I legitimately cannot recommend it enough. It's really damn good. Obviously, it plays into its tropes super hard, but that's kind of the point. It's making fun of that sort of stuff. But it's still really damn good. Like, action is great. Drawings in it are beautiful, right? The illustrations, all this sort of stuff, beautiful. I like it a lot, right? I wish the anime could continue with it, but that's with Gainax, and that would have to go to someone else. And again, I do think Trigger is literally perfect for adapting something like this. They made Kill la Kill, like the year or maybe even a few months after this ended. I forgot what I mentioned in my anime adaptations video, but they made Kill la Kill like shortly after this, and that series also plays into its tropes in a very similar way and also has the same sort of gags. Would have been perfect. And I don't know, again, maybe at some point in the future it still could be. But at the end of the day, the anime for this series was just an advertisement for the manga. And that's literally any anime. But especially for this, when they aren't, constantly giving this series merch or anything like that, probably not happening. That said, though, I do love it a lot. I'll be honest, I had my headphones on in that entire last section, and I totally forgot that they were on. I was kind of just putting them on to test the audio and everything. But then I realized after the fact that, oh yeah, they were on that whole time. So for like 40 minutes there, I just had my headphones on for no reason. But anyways, Vinland, another series that I am very surprised I haven't talked about yet. And it's very good. It's very good. I can see why people have praised this series so damn much, because it's real strong. And something interesting in regards to this is we have a lot to talk about regarding this, because I have not only watched the anime, but I've also read the manga, seeing as it's going to end soon, because I kind of wanted to wait until it was close to ending. And then a few months ago, they announced that, yeah, the series is close to ending. So, with that said, we got a lot to talk about with this, because I have a lot to say, and I do kind of want to keep it short, but I am going to obviously go into, as mentioned at the start of the video, spoiler territory and everything. The scenes I want to talk about, all sorts of stuff. There's a lot to say, right? But we have season 1, we have season 2, we have the third arc in there that I'm kind of just going to bunch up a whole lot of stuff together, and then we're going to talk about essentially what is our finale. We don't have the last chapters just yet, but we're essentially just going to talk about what's out for that sort of thing, right? Seems simple enough. Now, let's start off with the obvious. Essentially the first season of the series. So, to just go into it a little bit, because I feel like everybody's kind of talked about Vinland at this point. Obviously, there might be some who, haven't seen it or read it or whatever it may be. But I feel like for the most part, a lot of people have seen the series. A lot of people have read the series. All this sort of shit. I feel like if you're on this video, you most likely have already seen it, but maybe not, right? However, I'd kind of like to talk about my own perspective with this, right? Because just right off the bat, I knew I was probably going to like this series a lot, right? Because I'm very big on battle sort of stuff, but I don't mean battle sort of stuff as in, a series focused on battle and huge action and all that sort of shit. No. I'm big on stuff that covers stuff like Vikings, war, all that sort of shit, right? Doesn't have to be from a specific time period sort of thing, right? Like, I don't have to only have it be Vikings and all that, right? But anything that is almost war related and kind of goes into that and essentially talks about some heavy topics in that regard is stuff that I always love, right? A later entry in this list of stuff is Godzilla Minus One. I'm a huge Godzilla nerd. My room here is filled with fucking posters, and it's hard to see, but there's a Kiryu figure up there, and then there's like a whole row of figures just right behind me, right? I'm a huge Godzilla nerd, but I did love Minus One because it kind of went into that whole sort of thing. Like it went into the idea of just, living, right? Kind of focusing on living and all that. But something it established as part of that was just like, yeah, war is hell, right? And there's another entry at the very end that I am very excited to talk about that will also go into that sort of thing. But obviously, as a result of that, Vinland was immediately something I knew that I was going to like because this is just right up my alley, right? Again, series that's focused on this sort of stuff, great, right? Big win for me. But I went into it with a very, open mind. I was curious to see what it was going to be like and everything. And the first 4 episodes, generally about what I expected. Like, yeah, there's tragedy in there, there's all this sort of stuff, there's maybe a little bit of silly moments, but barely anything, right, in that regard. It's very serious, straight from the get-go. But the entirety of season 1 is really interesting in the aspect of Thorfinn's character. Now, I'm going to say the names based on how I heard them in the sub. I know there's obviously other ways you could say them and everything, but these are, Vikings and everything. I feel like there's a very specific way they might want you to say it. I could very obviously be wrong, right? I could be wrong here. I would absolutely correct myself from this point onward, but for now, I think I will say the names as I heard them in the sub. So for when I'm talking about Thorfinn, you're literally going to hear me say that, Thorfinn, right? So his character throughout season 1 was interesting because, as you all probably know, he is focused solely on revenge throughout it. And in some ways, it kind of puts him on the back end of the whole story. Like, it's important. It's important for getting him to where he's at later in the series. But just based off of season 1, you have this very angry teenager who is solely focused on revenge and doesn't give too much of a shit about anything else. Like, he meets some of his family members and friends again, well, mainly friends rather, because it's, life and everything. So it's like, well, technically family, but not actual, right? But he meets some of them again and everything, rather just him, and he's still the same, person of just like, oh yeah, I need to kill Ashilad, right? All this, he killed my dad, I gotta kill that guy, absolutely, right? But it interestingly kind of puts him on this back end of this whole thing, like I mentioned, where, yeah, he's focused on revenge, but that makes you more interested in the other characters as well. And by proxy, that actually makes him more interesting, because then you learn more about Ashilad. And like one of Ashilad's best scenes where he talked about how he killed a dude he hated, that being, his own father, right? He killed his own father with his own plan and everything and all this sort of shit because he hated him, especially for, essentially how his mom was treated in a sense, and then also the fact that he was just pretty much ready to kill her, right? Like she had lost it and had thought he was this great, warrior that they were waiting for, and then his dad almost killed her. And as a result, of course, that made him even angrier. But he had this whole plan laid out. And then you get Thorfinn saying, well, I don't give a shit about that. I'm going to kill you. And it's just like, you get Ashlad being real great and being like, are you a dumbass? I gotta ask, because really, you heard me say that whole thing. That whole plan. And you're not even thinking of a plan. You're just focused on, oh, I'm going to kill you. And you're just saying that to my face rather than coming up with something, right? Like, you could very well come up with something. You're probably smart enough to do that. Look at how much stuff you've essentially taken over for us, right? You took down forts, essentially, because you took out the head dude and everything for the sake of one of our duels. You could probably come out with a great plan. But you are sitting your ass there and just saying that outright to me with zero plan. Great. Real great. Right? And I love that sort of scene because it's just like, it really nails it home that this dude knows, essentially Thorfinn could be greater than he is, right, and all this sort of shit, but he's so focused on that revenge, and it's such a poisonous element to his own character that it kind of pushes him back, right? It pushes him back from growing and all that and everything. And I'm not saying growing in like a bad way, like, oh, it pushes him back from growing and therefore he's a bad character and I don't like reading about him at all. No, not something like that. I more so mean in the good way of this actually helps build into Thorfinn and kind of, like I said, helps build him for later, right? It's really damn great in that regard. I do really love as well Torkel, right? He's a very simple character, and that's fine. I think that's always fine. But he is so simple to such a degree that it's absolutely lovable. Like he's definitely my favorite character in the series, right? And he's just great in any scene he gets to be in. Very energetic, very loud, very silly, and also very cool. He gets a lot of very cool scenes. He is just a very enjoyable character. He's great. He's real great. I do love the scenes that he gets to have. But overall, I do want to keep the season 1 talk very simplified because I feel like that's the most well known part of the series. As well as season 2. I'm not going to be doing that with that as well, but I think for season 1 especially, want to keep it simplified. I think the only other thing I want to mention is Ashalad's scene in just like the hall, essentially, where he basically kills the king and everything. That whole last scene, like I'm talking in its entirety, is fantastic. I love that. I love what he says to Thorfinn later, all that. It is great, right? Love that shit so much. And with the fall of Ashalad and the rise of Canute, we have the second season, which I will say, in regards to this, it was very good. I enjoyed it even more than the first season. But I do want to mention, when it did start off, and this is totally fine, I don't think a series always has to be quick, but when it did start off, I did almost feel that it was slightly weaker, right? I did think it was a lot more slow and a lot more simple with what was going on. And obviously, everything that happened built into the second half of the season. But just to start off, I could see some of people's complaints. Now, I know some people mention, well, it's not an action series, it's focused on its story and everything. And by all means, that's the part I love about this series, right? Action, almost always, unless the series is entirely involving around that, is the cherry on top. It is never the main course. It's never that cake that you see in front of you. It's the cherry on top, right? Re:Zero, second favorite series. Guess what? That's just the cherry on top. Everything else, its story, its characters, all that, that's literally the whole thing, right? That cherry is absolutely beautiful, right? And I love it. But it's there. We're just, kind of adding to the whole dish, right? It makes the story kind of elevated further because of the fights going on and everything, right? How they relate in terms of where they're going to go from here, or how they relate to the characters involved, all this sort of shit, right? Same thing with this, right? I think the fights in season 1 were very much focused on that sort of thing with the characters involved, or how they go from here, all that sort of shit. Obviously, it's bound to happen because it's Vikings, and it's very entertaining to watch, but it is still the thing of that is entirely this secondary aspect, right? Still very enjoyable and absolutely needed for a Viking series, but still, just very simple. Should also note, again, a series can have action and have that be one of the big focuses, and I can still really enjoy it. My favorite series is Fist of the North Star. I love it for its plot, I love it for its characters, and also I love it for the fights, which are like, the main thing that essentially happens in it. But all of that together, beautiful, right? However, with this, yes, we have way less action, and I think that is totally fine, right? I am 100% cool with it. But I do think the early parts to this are a little bit slower. And like I said, that's fine, but it is the thing of, it does kind of almost make it slightly lesser, where it's like, oh, well, you're seeing a lot of this farm life, and it's enjoyable in a certain sense, but there was always a thrill to what was happening with the story, like regardless of action and all that, there was always something interesting to season one and what was going on at every waking moment, right? But with this, I feel like some of the early farm stuff is like, yeah, there to show, them doing the farming and all that sort of stuff. But it does almost feel like, well, it's there, but it's not always super intriguing to watch, right? I do think by the point that you see essentially almost Torfin being dragged to hell and talking to Ashalad, which is like by far one of my favorite scenes in that season. I think by that point, it starts really picking up hard, right? Like that scene is amazing, and then everything onward involving the farm and the sudden turnaround with the slaves and everything, and the people there, all that sort of shit. What's like going on? It's great. I really love it. I love the stuff with Canute as well, like Torfin showing up and taking those punches and almost reverting back to himself when he's yelling at the dude to keep punching him and everything. All that sort of stuff is really damn good, right? I do really like this season, what it establishes, and as well as Einar as a character, right? And how this is going to affect him for later towards the stuff we have to talk about at the end, right? But this is really good, right? I think this is definitely an improvement from season one. It's hard to essentially pinpoint a lot of stuff in here because I think it's a lot of you kind of have to experience it to truly kind of get that enjoyment out of it, right? Like, I feel like I can talk about season one and scenes in there or characters in there, and that makes sense, right? But season two, obviously, I can talk about scenes in there and characters in there and all that sort of stuff, and it's great. It is fantastic. But I think also trying to convey just how good it is a little tough when it comes to the scenario of, well, a lot of this does involve the farming sort of stuff, and I don't mean that in terms of the criticisms I had earlier. I mean that in general of, no, a lot of this stuff of them being on the farm and the day-to-day lives of seeing, the fellow slaves and stuff like that, and everything that was going on is kind of this tough to crack and break sort of thing to like explain to you all if you haven't seen the second season, right, and you happen to be watching. But it is something where I can say absolutely it is worth watching, right? Because this second season is where it really picks up. I do think some people might think lesser of it because it doesn't focus on the action sort of stuff, or maybe because the farm life stuff seems more boring. Something one of my friends had a problem with was that some of the best characters were Torkel and Ashalad. And honestly, I don't disagree. They're my top two characters as well. But I do enjoy this a whole lot regardless of that. Whereas for him, he did enjoy it less because it's like those two were out of the picture and then he wasn't sure where they would go from there, as like with how the season ended, right? Because he was curious about the whole Vinland thing, and it's like, well, what do we do about going to this? Because at this point, we're fine right now, right? It's hard to actually explain a few of his criticisms as well, but I did understand where he was coming from with some of that. I personally felt like, no, there's a lot to go from here, but I could see the problems he had. But I think that's the thing as well, is I think some people will also view it in a similar manner, where it's like, well, you might not enjoy it in some regards because of how this is handled, right? However, with that said, I got a whole lot more to say, because now we get to move on to the manga, which is, essentially what I was saying is I was excited to see where we go from here, and now I get to talk about that. And now I'm very excited about this, because like I said, we get to talk about the manga, and I'm going to bunch it up in a very interesting way. We're going to talk about everything just past the anime as the first part of this, essentially. And then the second part is all this. I am pretty much, for this first part, talking about everything that happens prior to this. Because I think this should be a separate section in and of itself, right? I think a lot of this, in terms of just the volumes prior to 13, kind of exist in their own space and everything, because it's like, yeah, you could probably bunch them up together. Like, I feel like, okay, volume 12, maybe I would put onto this, but really, I think because of what this goes into in terms of, Vinland itself, I think it's most important to talk about everything else first, and then we get to the actual most important part of this whole story. So, with that said, let's start with this. This stuff was very enjoyable. I had a whole lot of fun with all of this. Like, I don't know that I would necessarily say it was even stronger than season two. I think it was equal, right? Which is still a good thing. The fact that the quality remained the same is great, right? It had moments that were definitely higher, but also season two had moments that was definitely higher, right? But the fact that the quality is generally consistent, I think is a good thing to say, right? I don't think a series always has to constantly surpass itself. Obviously, in some aspects, it should, but I don't think a series necessarily has to stick to one whole thing that whole time. It can never necessarily, always keep surpassing itself because eventually you're going to fall from that, right? At least I personally feel, right? You'll have moments in there where obviously you want to make it the best series you can, but if you aim too high, you're pretty much just going to fly too close to the sun. Sorry about that, Icarus, but that's how it be, right? So, I think the fact that the quality is consistent throughout, fantastic, right? But let me go more in depth with this, because with this stuff, we're introduced to a whole lot of characters, and something I always love in a story. This is something I gotta give it a lot of credit for. Something I always love in a story is where we have parallels, right? The obvious thing here is that we have Tors, right? Now, he's established at the very start and all this sort of shit. And there's a lot that we see while also being very small in terms of amount, right? In terms of his character and all this stuff that goes on. But we have the general layout for him of here's Torkel, right? And then here's the stuff that happened with Ashlad and how Ashlad made Thorfinn, right? All this sort of stuff. There's a lot here, right? But something I love with this is how much is paralleled with this stuff in such a short amount of time. I mean, technically speaking, it's not really a short amount of time. These volumes come out a big distance from each other because you gotta think about the fact that, well, if it's a chapter every month, and these are filled with roughly, I would say, maybe 10 chapters, something like that per, right? That's a lot. Like, if I'm looking here, this says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 15. All in one. That's a year and 3 months. So a year and a quarter, essentially. That's a lot of time for that sort of thing. So obviously, it's not really as short as I'm making it out to be. But when you're reading it in the short span of time, it definitely does feel like it's pretty damn short. But I do love the parallels that are established with this whole thing. Because the arcs that essentially come up here, we have a parallel to. I mean, you can't even really call it a parallel. It's just we have the establishment of the person who will become Thorfinn's, or not. Well, yeah, Thorfinn. I almost thought I said Torkel, and I was like, no. Thorfinn's wife, Gudrid, I believe. Don't fully know the pronunciation yet because, obviously this part hasn't been animated yet. But still, we have Gudrid, right, who is essentially the person who's going to become Thorfinn's wife. Absolutely great character. Love her dynamic with him, but also just the whole team in general and just her as a character. Very enjoyable, right? We have Hild, who I was very excited about when I essentially got to the point of her introduction because the very clear thing to me that I feel like it could be established early on. Honestly, what I thought season 2 was going to be about with Einar and all that was people being attacked by Vikings, right? Anything can happen in that sort of moment, but the most important thing is that Thorfinn was doing this shit for a while. Like, he was doing this stuff for a while, right? He's in his, 20s by the point that we see him in season 2, I'm pretty sure, right? So, the fact that he's at that age in season 2 but season 1 he's like a teenager or something, right? Kind of establishes that he's he was doing stuff way back when, right? So I assumed with season 2, that's what it was going to be. Is Einar was going to be involved in that whole sort of thing and everything, and that's something they go into is the fact that, well, Thorfinn could have killed his family, and even Einar struggles with that idea and almost gets pissed, but they both ultimately come to terms with it. And then we get to this, with Hild's introduction, and it's exactly what I wanted. We get somebody whose family was killed by Thorfinn, but more importantly, this is a scenario where, like I mentioned, parallels with Ashlad and all that. Thorfinn literally made another version of himself. He's made peace with things. He is, not focused on fighting and all that anymore. And all this, I have no enemies, all that sort of stuff. But in the process of his previous past actions, he's made another version of himself. And I love that essentially the thing he now has to do is stop her from being the way she is before this cycle continues, right? Before this keeps going over and over, as well as just in general. This is kind of an issue, right? She's so focused on revenge that it might create a problem similar to that, right? But I love that a lot. And then we have the dude whose name I don't remember, but I do remember his general appearance and the fact that he used a spear and loved throwing it or just poking or whatever it may be, right? That dude essentially just ends up being Thorfinn's Torkel, right? He is Thorfinn's version of Torkel, much like how, Thor's had Torkel outright, right? So he's real great, right? I do love how interesting this dude is as a character. I kind of wish he had more because, like, he walks away. He says they're friends and everything, right? It's like, oh yeah, we're friends, right? We'll have like death matches essentially, but we're friends, right? And he walks away. But we don't get to see a whole lot of him as of yet. And seeing as we're on the last few chapters of the series, I don't know if we will even see that much more of him at all. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I guess we'll find out, right? But it's fun to get this character and see something that is also just a parallel to Thorfinn's father and all that. I love this stuff a lot for that whole sort of thing. Love that Torkel gets to be relevant again and gets a whole bunch of scenes that are really fun. I also really love how much this is like building towards the idea of just like, going to Vinland and all that. But there's the constant struggle for what they need to do and trying to get around and all this sort of shit and this war that Thorfinn has to participate in, except he disbands everybody and then goes his own way. And then Gudrid reveals that she likes him and all this. Also the fact that Gudrid is essentially a runaway wife, essentially. Well, I mean, I guess more accurate to say fiance, because I don't even remember if they had a proper marriage, but you know what I mean, right? All that stuff in this, like, these essentially collective arcs, because I feel like it is more than one, is great, right? Absolutely love it. And then, of course, because I spent like fucking 40 minutes on the Medaka Box section. I think I should probably not do this as much in terms of these, which is why I do like pointing out a lot of these scenes, but also not saying too much. Of course, not to absolutely fill this up with a whole ton of shit and make this like 12 hours long, right? I'm hoping we don't do that. But to move on from that, we have this. Now, I actually found it very interesting when we got to this point, because yeah, obviously the big thing was the scenario with all these characters and how they wouldn't bring weapons because they want to make peace with the people there and everything. And when they actually got there, I never considered where this plot line was going, right? Because they always mentioned, like, oh, specifically, like, their land and everything. And I was like, okay, there's people there, we know that, but we don't know too much about that. And then we actually get there. And I'm like, oh, you know? this is a really cool step in essentially like the right direction. Because, yeah, in terms of real world events and everything, all this sort of shit, yeah, yeah, this seems like the most logical step to take, right? In terms of all this. And honestly, some of the like future vision stuff you get to see here, that sort of thing, is interesting because it's like, yeah, no, this is stuff that is essentially going to unfortunately unfold, but it's the world's history and it kind of needs to be told in this story, right? Even if it's like, even if this story is fictional, we do gotta add some real elements in there. And I do love it for that, right? I do actually like this a lot. Again, I think the quality is still on the same line, still very good, right? Absolutely. Has moments in there that are fantastic, right? But the current stuff going on is really damn good. I am excited to see how this whole thing sort of ends, right? Like, I love the turnaround for Hild. I love finding out that, oh, Thorfinn's going to have a kid, like a proper kid, and that happens literally the moment prior to Hild's turnaround. And the kid is born, and we don't have a name for it yet, but hopefully by the end, Thorfinn can actually name it and not die, right? Because his fate is unknown right now. He's a bit injured. He might be all right, but he might not be, and we don't know just yet, right? But I do love this whole thing and how the group so like slowly starts to break on both sides essentially because the visions have shown stuff that's not too great for a lot of people there, and it's creates this kind of barrier between Thorfinn's group and them. And then we have Thorfinn's group where it's like, well, some of them aren't too keen on them, right? Like in terms of how they're trying to be friendly and all this, but like there's a language barrier between them, all this sort of stuff. We don't know what to do here and everything. And also, some of their dudes brought swords, right? They still were ready for war. Uh, Honestly, I am kind of thankful that those guys are fucking dead, right? The people that were trying to do that sort of shit are just dead. Good, right? Good. I'm happy. Um, I actually don't even remember fully if the guy who wore a helmet is dead yet. He might be. I just don't remember. But then also seeing this turnaround for Einar and all this, and how he is focused on protecting this village that they've essentially named after, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Arned from season 2, right? That sort of thing. It's like, that's really interesting because we saw elements of a possible turnaround for him in season 2. So it's cool to actually see that come into work with like this stuff, right? The end of the series essentially, where him and Thorfinn actually have completely different views, and now everybody is split between these two decisions and all this. And it's really interesting. I do love this a lot. I love the most recent chapter, at least. I don't know if there's been one since, but Thorfinn saying, I have no enemies. And just the fact that this was apparently like a well known phrase to all of them and everything. It's beautiful. Right? Legitimately, this is a beautiful story being told. I am very excited to see how it ends. So far, it's just really damn good. I don't know that it can fumble this shit within the last few chapters. I hope it doesn't, because I feel like that's been happening a lot with a lot of series, right? From what I've been hearing, right? I haven't necessarily, restarted going through with My Hero, but I've heard people complain about that ending. I know Jujutsu and its ending because I was also reading that, right? That one also felt rushed and everything, and even in recent news, essentially, well, not even news, but because of the volume coming out, I believe Gege mentioned that this was a tough thing for him to write. Like the Jujutsu was tough for him to write, and there's just all sorts of other series where I've just heard, their endings recently were a bit rough. So I am hoping for the best for this series. I mean, so far, so good, right? I think everything so far that we've gotten is very enjoyable. If there's a few chapters left, I feel like we're safe. But I guess we'll see. I don't know that I'll be talking about this when that time comes, just because if there's only a few chapters left, what's there really to say? I mean, I could talk about the ending briefly, but that depends if people want me to. If you want me to, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I feel like that'll be it. We're talking about Vinland. I'm hoping for the best. And really, I will say, it is a very beautiful story, right? I almost said beautiful. It's a very beautiful story, like the Joe, like the Joe. But yeah, I'm very excited. I think this is going to be a real blast to look at in full. I think the idea of all of this being animated beautifully with like a phenomenal soundtrack and everything sounds great as an idea. I only can hope that Mappa absolutely treats everybody there fair, right? Because I think after recent stuff with like Jujutsu and Attack on Titan and all that, from what I've heard, because I mean I don't actively watch Attack on Titan, but based on what I've heard in regards to that and Jujutsu, which I do know, right? It's I guess I can really only hope for the best for all of them. But if everybody there can just be able to work on this masterpiece while also essentially living a healthy life with their family, that's the ideal, right? Obviously. I'm hoping for all the best for this series in all regards. And I'm excited to see where we go. Can you tell when this part of the recording was made? Considering the difference in lighting? Can you also tell the difference by the fact that the shelf managed to get even bigger? So, Nura, this is the third time where I am surprised I haven't talked about something here. But I'm more surprised about this than Vinland, because Vinland, I guess because I put it in an update video where I said I was going to talk about this sort of stuff, it made sense to me, like, oh, wait, I haven't talked about Vinland yet, and then I thought about it, and I would remember that update video, and I'd go, right, I haven't talked about Vinland, I knew that. But this is one I'm surprised about, because, shit, I haven't mentioned this at all. Even though it feels like I have, but I haven't. So, it's about time that we talk about Nura, Rise of the Yokai clan, all that sort of stuff, right? We got a lot to say about this sort of thing, because we have to talk about Season 1, Season 2, maybe some brief mentions of the OVAs, and then the manga. And to just start us off, let me say that Nura was alright to start, because Season 1 of Nura is interesting. Is it inherently super good? I'll be honest, in my personal opinion, no. Right? Which is kind of crazy to me, because animation looks fine, right? I mean, like in Season 1, it's nothing outstanding, but it looks decent enough. And then voice casts, all great, all good performances in there, right? All well done. There's interesting characters here and shit like that. I mean, I'm personally big on yokai sort of stuff and stuff similar to that. For anybody who, might have checked out A Demon's Tale, the story that I wrote and everything, I do tend to occasionally reference that sort of stuff because it's cool to me, right? Yokais and all that are interesting things to me, like folklore, all that. I like it from anywhere, right? But of course, this is included in that anywhere. It's somewhere in the world, and therefore it's included in folklore that I enjoy. So I was already very open to this idea because it's like, oh shit, this whole last story with yokai and everything, and this interesting thing where they are essentially like families, right? It's this samurai slash yakuza sort of system going on where there's a head of all the yokai and they all work under that head. There's people that show up to those sort of meetings and everything and kind of sit down with that head to try and talk with them and everything. It's this interesting thing that goes on, right? So I like that a lot. And then also there's the detail of different families and all this, right? People trying to aim to be the top of the top. And Nura himself, like Rikuo, trying to rise to be a proper head, to, properly lead all these people. It's cool. The problem is season one, or at least the stuff that happens in this part of the plot, is a little bit simple. Like the first half of this is enjoyable, right? It's finding out who this supposed traitor in their group is and all this sort of shit and dealing with that. And it's an interesting plot line as well as learning who this person is, who this traitor is, because you get a whole backstory there and it makes you more interested in this character. And then, you have the scenes that come after that. It's real nice, but a lot of that does feel really simple. Like every episode very early on feels like here's this yokai that they have to deal with. Okay, it's dealt with, on to the next, right? And it's neat in terms of Rikuo's like power system of he only really has his powers at night. So it's an interesting thing of he can't really fight in the day, right? Only when the moon is up and all that, right? It's kind of interesting in that regard. But not a whole lot happens with this sort of thing. And then we get the part two of season one, which is like the second half, of all this stuff going on. And there's this special sword where the more it kills and everything, the more like power it gains. Now, this sword is very plot relevant. And honestly, I enjoyed the second part less, but the fact that they did something with the sword had me very intrigued because it shows that this plot, this entire story of Nura was planned, right? Which typically you do with a story. It just almost felt like stuff was occasionally happening to just ramp up the stakes, right? Rather than actually having something where it's like, oh, this thing that happened way early on is actually connected to this later, right? But I'll get into that momentarily. So, you get the second half of season one, and there's these dudes who are, essentially trying to build up their own family and deal with Nura and all this. And they have this sword, like I said, the more it kills, the more powerful it gets. But this point of the story is not great. Like, this is probably my least favorite arc in the whole thing. It is very stale a lot of the time, and there's not a lot that's super interesting. There's some tense moments, I guess, and maybe towards the end more so. But a lot of this isn't super strong. Now, the nice part is, a lot of this does involve some like training for Nura and kind of getting him ready for this sort of scenario. And I feel like some of that training's done a little bit better with, season two, but we'll get there. We'll get there. But we have some like training for him, like getting ready, and we have his grandpa there who's also partially dealing with the scenario. I mean, he helps out with Yura, whose name is real similar, but is an omyoji, I believe. I might have said that word completely wrong. So it's like Rikuo's grandpa, of course, gets to also help out there and deal with one of the yokai there and everything. But a lot of season one's like second half stuff is really just simple, and it's like I said, the same formula as before. Occasionally fight this dude, beat him. There's your episode, all that. You get your final villain fight sort of thing by the end. That's really it, right? All you really know is that there's this sword, and there's somebody in this villains group that's kind of just like involved and also not involved. Like they're doing shit, but you don't entirely know what, right? And that's relevant to season two because now we get to go to season two. Now, I debated heavily on if I wanted to drop this or not. I won't lie, right? Because this was like a 5.5 for me so far. It had interesting characters, it had interesting designs, it had a general interesting story going on, but the problem is the interest in that story was the ideas on paper. When they were executed in season one, I didn't really enjoy it too much, right? There were moments that I did, like I mentioned the stuff with the first half of season one with the later half of that, right? Like the stuff that happens with that villain there, and then hearing about his backstory and all this sort of shit. That's interesting, right? I liked that a lot. That actually got me entertained, and I sat there and I was on the edge of my seat. Like, I want to learn more about all this and everything, and I want to see more like this, right? Because I think another problem is, and I don't always mind this, right? You can have characters that are very black and white in terms of where they align. We have to talk about Dorohedoro later. And I mean, I mentioned it in the previous time I talked about stuff where I talked about Dorohedoro, but that's a good example of it, right? Where you can do the black and white sort of thing of here's your protagonist, here's your antagonist, here's everything else in between that, right? All this sort of shit. And, have it still be very entertaining. My problem with this was that season one presented very black and white characters in terms of here's the good guys, here's the evil guys. This could be interesting, except it's not. It's not portrayed in an interesting way, and that is my big problem. So, I was worried to continue, right? I wasn't super huge on the plot at all, and characters felt very simple in terms of motives and stuff like that, other than that one villain and Rikuo and all that, all right, and all these sort of characters we learn about. But other than those, right, the very few handful, everybody else was whatever, right? So then season two happens. And I'm sitting there, and I'm debating on dropping it, like I said, because this was a 5.5, and I'm like, okay, if this season can't be good within the first few episodes, that's probably it for me. Now, what did help me was the fact that I saw a review online with somebody mentioning that season one wasn't great, but season two picked up hard. That got me to keep going. I think if I didn't see that, I probably would have dropped the series before I even reached season two, and I'm glad I didn't, because holy shit, season two. You get your first episode, it starts with essentially a flashback of something we've never seen before. But it had me so intrigued because I was sitting there like, wait, who the fuck's this guy? So there's this dude who now just got stabbed. He looks like Nura, maybe that's his father. And then there's this woman. I've seen her before. Well, not really a woman. She's a girl in this scene. Technically hard to say, but we'll get into that, right? But then she stabbed him and she's smiling. And I've seen this character before because I found out about the series because of Jump Hootie and everything. A lot of these Jump series I inevitably found out about because of games like that, right? This is partially why I started my whole Jump challenge. So I'd seen this character before, but that's not the outfit I remember seeing and all that. And all this sort of shit was just happening within the first episode. And then we also get essentially what is a flashback to Nura properly meeting his friends and everything, and, actually becoming their friend by saving them and all that. I mean, they don't know it's him, right? But he manages to save them and all this. And this is a scene that was implied with season one, right? There were details that were in there that was implied with this. But this is the first time we actually get to see it. And I was entertained. Legitimately, music, animation, everything of this was great. And that's how I knew this might be good. Then you get the next few episodes after, and holy shit. I don't even just want to talk about the next few episodes. I mean, here's what I will say. Backstory. We get the backstory of Nura's grandpa, who is the original Nura, like the actual Nura Hion, all that. Nurari Hion. Sorry. It is a hard name to say, I will say, right? It is, every time I tried to type it out, I kept fucking up. And I'm usually good with names like these. Like, I can usually memorize where everything is in terms of that sort of stuff. So I'm like, oh yeah, got it. And then I type it all down and perfect. This is a tough one. I could, say every other name perfectly when I went through this. And don't test me on that. Again, it's been a bit since I actually both read it and also watched it. I mean, I read it more recently, but it's also been a decent few months since then. It's been I think since August at this point, August or July. So it's been a while in that regard. I don't remember all names there. Every other name, though, I could probably say with no problem. Nura, though, I always say as Nura because, regardless of, who, I mean, I guess I do usually imply, oh, Rikuo if I'm talking about the grandson and all that, our main character. But when it comes to just actually saying that whole thing, no, I am not even going to try, right? But we get proper, real Grandpa Nura backstory, and this backstory is phenomenal. I love it. It's real entertaining. I love that he's portrayed as, I'm almost going to word it as a Bardock character, right? He is not inherently good. All of these dudes in his group are not inherently good. However, I guess Bardock might be a bad comparison because Bardock is outright, not a good person, right? But these dudes, if they felt like it, would possibly disturb humans and all this and be scary and do all this sort of shit. But they are the lesser evils to stuff that is, way higher and everything. And of course, the backstory changes that. Like, the big point of the backstory is Grandpa Nura meets a human woman, saves her from a kitsune named Hagoromo, right? Who I will get to because she is probably my favorite character in this whole ass series, right? But saves the human woman from her, and then also in a very cool fight, by the way, and then also teams up with somebody in Yura's family, like essentially her ancestor, right? And then marries her, has a kid, boom, right? Now there's an interesting curse in regards to that sort of thing, but we'll get there, right? Just like everything else. So, his backstory is neat, right? I do like it a lot. It got me very intrigued to learn more. It got me to enjoy him a whole lot. He's probably another very high character for me. Like, he's probably number 2 to me for my favorite characters in the series, and then Hagoromo is number 1. Speaking of her, though, I might as well just mention it. So, Season 2, very entertaining because essentially it is the resurrection of Hagoromo, because at the time that she was killed, she had a child in her womb, right? And it was going to be birthed soon. Then Grandpa Nura killed her, so that didn't happen. She placed a curse on him that essentially any child of his own child will not be full. Like, I think essentially the curse is something very specific in terms of just like, oh yeah, any child that your child has will not be a full-blooded yokai sort of thing, right? They specifically have to be with a human. Nothing else, right? Like that's the big thing about it, is like, because essentially Hagoromo has, much like the general folklore with kitsunes, she resurrects into a new body, every so often, all that sort of shit, right? Now, there was a yokai made to essentially mimic the appearance of Grandpa Nura's son's wife, right? We'll call him Father Nura, I guess is the simple way to put it. So Father Nura and his wife. Wife dies because of illness, I'm pretty sure, is what the OVAs mention. And then there's a yokai essentially made to also mimic her appearance, or at least have her resurrected that way. I don't fully remember the explanation in that regard. But, boom, yokai made, except she's a child and everything. Older than Nura, like Rikuo, but still, right? Okay, cool. Hagoromo resurrects into her, but also, obviously kills Father Nura, but also his wife's memories are still technically in there. So, technically speaking, this somewhat brand new yokai now has 2 different people in there, right? And this is a detail that will get more confusing when I get to the literal end of the series, but we'll get there when we get there. So, and also this is partially why I love the character, because she's so complex, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff where she gets like just cool scenes and all that, and just generally really interesting, right? So 2 people now occupying that body, and to this is tough to explain. This is real tough. So now Hagoromo is in this new body, and wears complete black and everything. I think as symbolism for just pure darkness and all that. And now she has a child again, the same child as before in her womb. So she's going to give birth, and we're just building up to that moment. We're meeting all these people on her team who do seem really scary. Like, something to point out. Season 1, right? These dudes show up, do their stuff, whatever, right? They get taken care of, no problem. Yura's entire clan tries to fight Hagoromo's team, and almost all of them fucking die or just lose outright. Like, it is bad, right? These people are getting killed. some innocent people, I think, might even also be getting killed in all this. Yeah, they are, because she literally eats people's livers. I made an image outright that was the Mario like stomping through the front door and then saying, "Give me your liver," and I replaced it with her. She also does that, right? Both past and present in this moment. So, ton of people are fucking dying, and it kind of makes you sit there and go, "Oh shit, this is a little scary," right? Because like, it is just tense. Anytime there's a Hagoromo scene, it is just tense because music is eerie, and most of her henchmen are the people like getting the work done. She barely does shit. Occasionally, she takes out a tail and goes slap, and that's it, right? She just ends it there. But like, she is doing fucking nothing, despite being the head, and just all of her lackeys are handling it. And when the lackeys are handling a situation where all these dudes are, struggling and all that, that's scary. Because now you have to imagine what the top dog is capable of doing, right? So, this is like a legitimately really good season, and we get to see Rikuo, train and develop his ability, right? His fear, right? Which is one of my favorite aspects of the series. Fear. It's something that they do go over with season one, but this is where they heavily lean into it and like talk about it more. And you even get to see some more of it later in the manga. Unfortunately, it's not adapted in the anime, but you still get to see it regardless, right? But this is where we establish fear and all that sort of stuff. And there's a lot of interesting powers in this regard. But Rikuo's is interesting because he both has his grandpa's stuff of you can no longer detect me and all this sort of shit, but then also he has a unique ability which is just equip. He equips somebody in his army and gets to essentially obtain an ability and appearance that matches similar to them. It's really fucking cool. And oh lord, I cannot wait till we get to talk about the manga, especially the finale. Those who know are also probably going to be decently excited for me to talk about that because that is a cool ass scene. But we'll get there. So, this stuff is really damn great. And then we get the actual proper battle here between Rikuo and Hagoromo. I do want to note his grandpa tries to confront her again at one point, and it's so fucking funny because he shows up and uses his fear to make her imagine he's young again, and she just starts shitting her pants immediately. Like she hears his voice, sees him, and goes, "Oh fuck!" Right? Like just sits there and goes, "Oh shit, okay. I guess we're doing this now. I need to immediately be ready to kill this guy." And then takes down the appearance, and she goes, "Oh okay, never mind. We're good. He's an elderly man now with a very odd head shape. Does your grandson have that head shape?" Um, but like we get that scene, and you can tell his age and everything has affected him because he like I was worried that he was gonna die there. Right? It is real close. The dude almost fucking dies there, and it was real scary because I'm like, as of I think the end of season one and like proper stuff with season two, Nura is the head of the family. So, uh, this is scary. This is legitimately scary. Like, I think the end of season two is where they really go into that more so. But, like, I was just sitting there, like, this kind of feels like passing the torch. If he dies here, it would make sense. He doesn't, which is still fine. It was just like, it was scary for me for a moment. But we get the proper fight between the two armies. Very entertaining fight. Had me pacing around a lot. Pausing the episode, pacing around, and just being like, holy shit. But especially towards the end, because this is where we get the reveal that, yeah, technically, Hagoromo right now is occupying a body that is not her own, right? Like I mentioned, and everything. This isn't entirely, Nura's mother, because that's not the woman who gave birth to him, right? Again, the curse is on there, so she can't give birth to Nura. But it's also it's weird because she also refers to Nura's father as father because I guess she was a child and she was living there as well in a sense, right? All this sort of stuff, but also still his wife. It's a very confusing but complex and all this sort of shit plotline. I'm saying complex like that's not part of confusing. I think I meant entertain. It's a very entertaining plotline, even if confusing and complex, which is still the same thing, but you know what I mean, right? So, still, really good, right? I thoroughly enjoyed this. Oh, and also Hagoromo's son is born. Uh, I think it's Nue, like similar to, like the thing in Jujutsu and also, but like, you know, that sort of thing, right? So he's born, and the first thing he does is kill his mother. He literally sends her to hell. That's it. They try to fight him, they get fucked over. Oh, and also the sword, it was being prepared for him. Like, that's something Hagoromo realizes was, oh, these motherfuckers that are still alive, that weren't trying to protect me just now and all that sort of shit, they weren't working for me. They were working for him, right? They were working for my son. So, realizes that, tries to do something about it, immediately banished to hell. And that's pretty much season 2. Like, Hagoromo dies, or rather, I guess, Father Nura's wife, child, Hagoromo, dead. Right, but both dead, essentially. And it's a sad moment, legitimately, even though this is like a villain, right, and everything, that somebody who you naturally do kind of want to hate. There is some sad stuff there, because technically speaking, two people, which I guess count as one, shouldn't have been involved in this. And then for Hagoromo, you do feel some pity in regards to literally got killed by her son that she just gave birth to. So, damn. But season 2, massive improvement, right? The fight here, especially, like the way it's animated, all this sort of shit, super entertaining. Love the soundtrack, all of it. It's so damn good. I love this part a lot. And then we have the OVAs, which are very simple. They just go over the stuff regarding Father Nura's wife, and then also how Grandpa Nura started the family, which both are interesting. They're very simple, but interesting. I like both of them a lot. Actually, something to note is in regards to Father Nura. We actually get to see the original Yuki Onna, who essentially tried to, similar to the current one, tried to, squeeze her way into the family. Didn't really work out, especially because he was a bit pissed after finding out his wife was dead, right? And all that sort of shit. He wasn't too happy. But that shit just doesn't end up working out. But this is also where we get to see the introduction of the current one, and how, she's also going to try to squeeze into there and everything, but also enjoying her life there, and even sends a letter to her mother. It's sweet. It's nice. Nothing too much here, just very simple OVAs that add on to these characters. And now we get to talk about the manga. Now, this section is probably already a half an hour long, based on what I'm seeing on my recording stuff. So, I will try to keep the manga stuff generally kind of short, and summarize essentially a lot of it, while also just talking about the points that I liked and everything. The manga keeps going on this, rise into being a super damn good series, because season 2 was a massive improvement. Like, something I need to establish is that if season 2 had the same quality that season 1 had, this would be like a top 10 series right off the bat, right? I gave season 1 like a 5.5. Season 2 was like close to a 9.5. Really close. Probably just a 9, but close to a 9.5, right? I had a lot of fun watching this. And it's unfortunate because then the average score kind of becomes an 8, maybe 8.5, something like that. Now, luckily, the manga exists, and that actually pushed it up into my top 10, specifically in terms of manga, right? Because as much as I feel like the manga improved even more with what was going on and had interesting plot lines and all that, I don't think it's better than some of the stuff in my top 10. Like, one of the obvious examples to look at is something that's still not in the all-time top 10, but is in the manga one. Medaka Box. right here that we already talked about earlier. I love Medaka Box a whole lot, and I also love this series a whole lot. I don't think the series beats that though. It's really tough to say, right? Because as much as I enjoy a lot of the stuff that goes on here, especially in the manga, like I mentioned how tense the anime got with season 2. I need to preface that the manga has a whole ass section where Rikuo is pretty much outed as a yokai, right? Like I was worried, right? He got outed as a yokai and all of his like family and all this sort of shit. I thought we were about to have a Devilman scenario. I didn't think that would get published and Jump, right? But I sat there thinking to myself, this is the same thing that happened in Devilman, both in the like in the Netflix series and in the manga, right? Both scenarios. In fact, a lot of Devilman scenarios have this sort of thing go on. Oh boy, Rico, you better be able to handle this. I am real scared for everybody, right? Because a big part of that is his friends trying to help him out and make people believe. And I'm like, this is the same thing that happened there. I'm a little worried. Which, albeit is more so something from the Netflix series than it is with the actual original Devilman manga. It kind of happens in the manga. Barely, but you know. So I was worried about that here, because that made it tense. People now fucking like hated Rikuo, right? Both yokai side and human side. And then, as they established, it's a game, right? It's essentially yokai, like on the bad side, go after Rikuo, and also humans. Rikuo goes after those yokai. The humans go after both. But at the end of the day, there's a cycle here. Rikuo is always being targeted, and he's only targeting one of those groups. There is never a chance to be like, quick, fight each other or some shit like that. He can't do that. He has to protect humans and stuff like that. Like everybody who is just full-blooded human, right? So it's the tough thing of now he has to deal with all this shit. And even his mother gets targeted at one point, which I was worried about because I'm like, that's entirely a character who could die. But then, no, some of the other yokai show up to help out there. And like ones who specifically were super loyal to his father and, you know, don't want to essentially like dishonor him and all this sort of shit and, you know, make a fool of themselves. So they're just like, nah, I'm protecting this woman with my life, right? Which I really love. This part of the manga is really fucking tense. And then we have the stuff in the finale as well. Like, I know I'm skipping over some of the stuff. I'm skipping over the train that goes into like the coin lockers, and you have to find the dead yokai baby before you end up dead, and it also takes your appearance and all this sort of shit, right? It's a creepy fucking moment. I was also worried there. And it's also a really short arc in terms of that. But, you know, there is a lot of really neat yokai sort of scenarios with this, which I enjoy a lot. But, like, that specific moment, that tense moment of, like, all this shit happening, right? Followed by, like, the finale and all these battles that happen there in the finale, with, like, as well as Nura's grandpa getting into the fight, right? You know, actually getting in, having help from his old allies and everything, all this sort of shit. And then fucking I was already spoiled because I had looked up pictures of her and immediately saw it on Google as a like colored manga page. But Nura and Hagoromo teaming up, that was fucking awesome, right? And the part that I wasn't expecting is that he equips her. He fucking equips her, and he gets the rawest design ever. Like, it looks similar to his grandpa, how his grandpa had the fur pelt, but like this is like even more extreme, and you see like the face of the kitsune and everything. It's fucking awesome, right? If Jampuri went on long enough, I mean, I know I'm like saying like, oh, if only the gacha game went on long enough, but if that game went on long enough, I guarantee this would be like a super fucking limited unit. Like, this would be something that you have like a 0.01% chance of pulling, right? This would have been really fucking entertaining to see. Of course, those types of games are a little bit hard to fund, seeing as, you know, jump game. There's a lot of properties to pay in terms of Shueisha, and then you also put Yu-Gi-Oh in there, and now you have to pay Konami as well, right? You have to pay both Shueisha and Konami. Kind of fucked, right? But if that game still went on, I guarantee this would be like a super limited unit, right? But that moment is so fucking cool, and you get so many beautiful panels. That's something else I gotta mention with the manga. Panel, right? I mean, I also forgot to mention with the anime, I do like that season 2 and onward made characters like less just black and white and more so morally gray sometimes and all that sort of shit. I like that a lot. Even the manga does it at one point. I forgot his name, and this might also be a season 2 thing as well, but I think it more so happens with the manga. The dude who is essentially a Dullahan, like he has a whole bunch of strings and everything. Uh, he has a moment where he's still acting for the family's sake, but he focuses on killing, and it's like a really interesting moment where you can see his like downfall and then the rise back up to where he is, right? I like it a lot, right? But with the manga and how it's done in terms of its art and everything, like even moments like that moment I was mentioning, all this sort of stuff, especially the final panels, like the stuff with Hagoromo and Nura teaming up, and then the equip, and then the attack they do, and all this sort of shit. All of it looks insane. Like, I fucking love it, right? I am a huge sucker for very heavy ink sort of like drawings and stuff like that. Like, stuff that's very similar to a lot of old Japanese paintings you'll see that are done in ink and that sort of stuff, right? I'm very huge on that. For example, I finished Okami around the time of New Year's, actually, like this specific New Year's, and towards, the 31st, essentially in between that. It's weird to say in between that. I kind of count it as in between because it was the night of, but it was already New Year's by then, right? So, but I finished Okami by then, right? And something I love with that is it uses that a whole lot, right? It obviously colors it in a whole lot, but it uses a very old sort of ink drawing style to it that I love, right? And here especially, you get to see that a lot, and it's so fucking cool because especially for fears and stuff like that, and emphasizing power, just seeing this like streak of black ink go by as like a character is attacking is beautiful. Or like I said, when he's like standing there after equipping her, it looks insane. I also forgot to mention, love that she sacrifices herself to help him out and everything like prior to the equip, right? So it's like kind of a tense moment there because it's like, oh shit, like Hagoromo actually jumped in the way of this. Also, she's gonna die, right? And then it's also the thing of way earlier you get her talking to her son, just trying to have a proper chat. Like it's something she even mentions when she's dealing with the yokai trying to approach her when she resurrects, is she just wants to have a chat with her son. And as soon as the chat's over, she's like, okay, just wanted to try. And then immediate boom, right? Like just send tail out, right? Um, I love that a lot. But all this shit, like just how it's drawn and everything, like especially towards the finale, beautiful, right? I love this. Like anytime, honestly, Rikuo equips somebody, it looks great, right? It's really well done. It looks awesome. And here especially, it is absurdly good, right? Like I cannot get enough of it. I don't remember where I set my picture to it, but I believe I set my picture to that specific equip with Hagoromo somewhere on some platform. I don't remember. I think by this point I probably changed it because it's been a while, but I do remember I set it to that for a while there, right? This stuff I love, right? Again, I don't know that it's stronger than Medaka Box because Medaka Box had a whole plethora of like characters and stuff like that that I absolutely loved, right? Like all of them were awesome in their own ways, right? They had their own great scenes and stuff like that. Whereas I think here, a lot of characters do get to be really cool, but I think some are better than others because a lot of them get screen time and all that sort of shit. And you could say the same about Medaka Box, but I think it's a lot more balanced there. Whereas with Nura, characters have their own individual scenes, but they're very few, right? It happens once every arc, and that's about it for the most part. Some get more, but others sometimes just get a scene for an arc, and then they won't get much after that. They'll show up for a fight, but you won't see it too much, right? That's about it for like the characters there. Whereas Medaka Box, a lot more. Simple enough, right? The only other thing I want to mention with the manga is the bonus chapters, because for those who don't know, usually most of the time when a final volume of a series is released, you get bonus chapters, chapters that explore more, probably because they didn't have enough time to just add on more stuff, which I get. Listen, as somebody who does writing myself, I've gotten used to that feeling where I've sat there and said to myself, I want to write way more than what I wrote now, right? Like, I sit there, I'm like, I want to write more in terms of, like, just later down the line and all this sort of shit. But also, literally, like, this chapter or this chapter that I'm looking at, I wish I added this section in there, right? Which is something I'm debating on doing. Like, I'm debating on eventually just having really short moments. They don't matter too much, right? Just really short moments that I would like to have in there as a fun scene to just explore characters more, to just paste and be like, yeah, look at this fun scene between these characters. That's about it, right? I just wanted to write this real bad. And that's it, right? This kind of does that, except when it comes to the final volume chapters, they're both not important, but also if you actually have the opportunity to read them, yeah, they're pretty important. Like the big one I want to pinpoint in this whole plethora of bonus chapters, because there's like 5 or 6, is, I've used that word twice now, that's interesting. The big one I want to talk about is obviously based on my favorite character, Hagoromo's, because by the end of the series, Nura's in bad shape. Like, he needs to be healed. Luckily, where Hagoromo was resurrected is a place where he can heal. So, she brings him over there. And this is where something really interesting happens. Because she goes over the details of what's going on to him while he's unconscious. And I actually like this scene a lot. It almost got me. It really almost got me. Because she talks about her scenario and how she ain't even Hagoromo anymore. It's like, it's something she establishes of, no, I'm not Hagoromo anymore. I'm not, your father's wife, or even that child that you knew and all this. I'm a completely different person now, and yet I share the conscious and memories of all of them. Like, every single one of them, I remember what's happened, and yet I'm none of them. Hagoromo has passed on. The father Nura's wife has passed on. That child who was also still Father Nura's wife, but then also just a brand new child, all of them have passed on. This is a completely separate person. And by the time Rikuo wakes up, she's not there anymore. She's gone. Completely. And you get a really great shot of Rikuo's father, the father Nura, and his wife just walking together. And I love that. Like, that is a really good way to just be like, yeah, she was going to die, but like, here's a nice way to send her off. It's so unfortunate that it's a bonus chapter, but you can easily read it now. Like, it's available, right? All this sort of shit. Like, if you have the volume, you can just read it, and you can also read it by other means, but you didn't hear me say that, right? I'm just saying that there's a possibility you could, but it's great. I love that moment a whole lot. It really adds on to her character a bunch, and it's partially why it pushed her to my favorite. Because, I look at Grandpa Nura and I'm like, well, he's awesome. I also love his character, and the fact that he got to do stuff in the finale is awesome. But then I see this scene with Hagoromo, and I'm like, no, she's my favorite. She's my favorite in this series. I enjoy her a lot. Fantastic character. Also voiced by a very good VA. But fantastic character. And yeah, overall, that's my thoughts on Nura, right? It's crazy that I haven't talked about it yet, but damn good series, right? I am glad I started it. I'm glad I stuck through with it, because, again, had I dropped it at season 1, I wouldn't have known like anything about what was coming. And had I heard about what was coming, right, like from if I spoke to somebody who had actually seen it, I'd be pretty pissed at myself. I'd be like, damn, why the fuck did I not continue reading? So I do recommend reading it. And also, I mean, if you're trying to stick through season one and having a tough time, you could drop it. But I will note there's a chance that season two is absurdly good. I know I just spoiled the entire plot there, essentially. But that's okay. Alright, I feel like I can keep this one pretty short because honestly, I have stuff to say, but I don't have too much because it's One Piece. I've talked about One Piece occasionally on the channel before. I've mainly referenced it, but I've talked about it before. And my next Get Into is literally about it. So, we can keep this short. But, the One Piece live action, shit, it's crazy to think I also haven't talked about this yet. It's decent. I enjoyed it. Right, I think this... At first, I was a bit opposed to this idea. But honestly, after seeing it, it's nice, right? Like, it's kind of shocking for an adaptation because I know anime adaptations are very 50-50. Some are good, some are bad, right? That's just what happens with these. It's less, common with video game adaptations where most of the time those do tend to suck. I mean, like, they've gotten better now, right? I think they've definitely gotten better now. But then again, I'm also a little iffy on those. Like, I could be like, oh, the Mario movie. Fun overall in terms of references and music and all this sort of stuff. Is it good plot wise? I don't know. Right? That's a tough one to say. And even the original Sonic movie, that's something where it's like, well, it is fun overall. However, I have some complaints in regards to it, which I do think they improved with the next two, right? But when it comes to this, right? I mean, just anime adaptations, usually those are more common to be sometimes good, right? This one's good. I enjoyed it. I do find that some of the arcs in here are better than the original, and some of them aren't, right? Like the start of it, right? Everything with Zoro and all that, which honestly, I don't even remember if that part has a proper arc name in the series. It probably does, and I just don't remember it at all. But that sort of stuff, right? It's decent here, right? Like it's adapted essentially properly, but I can't necessarily say that it's like more, you know, impressive than the original and all this sort of stuff and what it does because it's just like the very simple beginning to the series. But then you have the stuff with Buggy. That's the part where I'm 50-50 on a little bit because on the one hand, I like the interesting circus sort of scenario for him. It fits, right? Especially with what we see with Buggy later on in One Piece. It fits to see this sort of scenario with him where it's like, oh yeah, he set up a whole ass circus and he's doing all this sort of shit and being silly and all that. Except he's also being intimidating, right? It's interesting. But then I'd like to go to the other side of that, right? The other side of the 50. I think his presence almost feels I almost want to say similar to some like portrayal of like the Joker or some shit, right? He feels like he is insane and just doing all this shit for kicks. He's ruining shit for people for kicks and all this sort of stuff, but like not in the same silly way that original Buggy is. And I don't mind an adaptation being unique with a character, right? By all means, do that, right? But this feels so different from Buggy that it's a little odd, right? I personally wasn't necessarily huge on that aspect. I felt it could have been a little bit sillier because Buggy inherently is just that, right? There's not really many moments, at least like past this point, where you legitimately take Buggy as a threat. Majority of the time, he is treated as the joke, gag character who gets to come in and occasionally help out or occasionally just do shit and all that. And he keeps managing to rise higher and higher in the like food chain, essentially, right? It's impressive in some regards, but it's also a fun joke. But With this, he just feels very intense, and I'm not sure how I feel in regards to that, right? But then we have the stuff with Usopp, right? That stuff, great, right? Legitimately, the improvement to the stuff with Usopp and Captain Kuro and Kaya and all this is fantastic. I love it, right? That stuff is good. Like, I was already fine with that arc. I felt it was a little bit longer than it needed to be, just because it's like, at least pacing wise, in terms of the anime, overstays its welcome a little bit, right? But when it comes to the live action adaptation, it feels creepy. It feels like, oh, there's actually something going on with Kuro. And they took out Django, which I don't necessarily think they had to, but for the sake of making it kind of scary, that's a good decision. That's a really good decision. So I don't entirely mind that change, right? It's good. It actually makes this arc, like I said, more entertaining, and I thoroughly enjoyed this. So this part, really great. I'd now like to talk about the next two arcs. Oh, okay. So I have some complaints. I mean, it's obvious. I feel like most people are with this sort of thing, and I hope they honestly improve with some of this. But I'd like to talk about Baratier and Arlong Park. These arcs are kind of disappointing here. I was a little disappointed with these. Baratier is short, incredibly short. Don Krieg is done in off camera, who is supposed to be the main antagonist of this arc, right? He is supposed to create a lot of problematic scenarios for, our heroes and that sort of stuff. And he gets done in by Mihawk. Which, yeah, he technically does in the series as well, but that's off camera. Like their first encounter. After that, he shows up, as well as Mihawk, who did get to be here, and he got, like, still a great scene that he has. But you lose out on Don Krieg, and now a majority of Baratier is gone. Gin is gone, all this sort of shit. It's like, there's nothing left. So, to replace them, they put in Arlong. Now, that's not the worst. Except for one issue. Putting in Arlong means, nobody's necessarily going to lose on the villain side here, because it's Arlong, the guy whose arc is next. So you immediately know right off the bat that, oh, okay, so Arlong's going to show up, beat the shit out of them, disappear, and then I guess they'll fight him later. And that's when they'll win. Honestly, similar to the actual One Piece formula, right? But I'm not huge on that change, because now it's just Arlong shows up and okay, well, they're going to lose. Because it's fucking Arlong. If Don Krieg showed up here, obviously they would win, but there's not a villain to properly overcome in this arc. It's just Arlong showing up, beating the shit out of people, and then leaving. Just fucking off after that, right? So, that part, not necessarily huge on, right? I think Baratier could have been longer. I think it should have had Don Krieg in there. But then we have Arlong Park. I think some line deliveries in here were rough. A few scenes were adapted a little roughly. And to top it all off, some of the characters are just straight up not there. Like Hachi, the dude that Zoro fights that is going to be relevant later. Hachi doesn't show up at all, which is crazy, because this is like actually the relevant one out of Arlong's crew, and nowhere to be seen. I don't even remember. I forgot his name, but I think it starts with a K. I don't even fully remember, because it's been a while since I watched this, if that dude is there on Arlong's team. I'm pretty sure he is, because I'm pretty sure it's him, Chu, and then Arlong, right? All in there. But I think Hachi's not there, which is kind of crazy, because you would think they'd put in Zoro's fight, but I guess not. So, he's entirely gone. Sanji technically gets his fight in there. Usopp gets his, which I'm glad about. And then you have Luffy's. But then you have another decision that I wasn't necessarily huge on, and it's kind of hard to change at this point. And that's the Garp reveal. The reveal that Garp is Luffy's grandpa. This is supposed to be huge later, because you get the buildup of seeing Garp and what he's capable of doing and all this sort of shit, as well as, the stuff with Dragon, which he reveals, and you learn about Dragon in the next arc to be adapted. All this stuff is now out of order because of this Garp reveal. On top of the fact that this Garp reveal doesn't feel insane. Like, again, Garp is this big marine that you learn about that's a vice admiral, and yet he's fucking terrifying with what he can do and all this sort of shit. And then he just, like, shows up here in Arlong Park and mentions he's Luffy's grandpa instead of way later. And I get it. They're not sure if they'll get to Water 7 and all that. It's kind of tough to say because that's, like, seasons ahead, right? Like, even the next season, it's probably not getting to Alabasta. It's probably handling everything before Alabasta, and then a third season would handle Alabasta, right? So it's fair to say that, yeah, you wouldn't necessarily want to just wait till later because later might not happen. But, like, that's a change that's not really great. I would rather just have it be open-ended in that regard for people who might be new to the series than having them deal with this reveal now and it's not that interesting because this is just some random marine they know about and not the dude who picks up cannonballs and throws them and then takes a giant one on a chain and swings it, right? Or, the fact that he destroys practically a whole island with a punch. Feels a little lackluster when we just get to see him as is, but overall, that's really what I want to say with that stuff, because there's not much I have to say about the adaptation. It's good, right? By all means, it adapts the series and gets new people interested, and that's what it really should do. So it does a good job in that regard. I also like that every title card is unique. Like, they can't really do the wanted posters as eye catchers because there's no eye catchers, but to compensate, essentially, they technically do them. They do them in the sense of they introduce a character, show the wanted poster. I like that. But also, title cards always show whatever is related to the character that the episode involves. So you get, like, the proper one with, like, the skull and the straw hat and everything on the first episode. But for example, the last episode, you get stuff like Arlong's symbol, which is really cool. I like that. I think it's the last episode that shows that anyways. The last episode might be something different. Might be the second last. Who knows? But, good adaptation. Hoping for improvements with the second season to come. I don't even remember if they announced when it was coming. But we'll be back here when that happens, and I'll possibly have more to say. Maybe I will even say that it's improved a whole lot. But overall, pretty good. Ashita no Joe. Oh boy. This is another one I've yet to talk about and I'm kind of surprised about that I haven't yet. And to be honest, I love this series a lot. It's not in my absolute top 10, despite also reading it, and therefore it would technically be in the manga one. But even though it's not in there, I do want to say this. I'm actually going to avoid spoilers for this one, for the most part. Because really, I think this is a very interesting story to experience for yourself. A very interesting series to watch. And overall, it's just absurdly entertaining, right? It's kind of rare sometimes for me to sit down and watch something that might be a little bit older in terms of, a series compared to stuff more recent, like, I don't know, Medaka Box, ReZeros, stuff like that. Hell, even technically JoJo, right? I haven't done it a whole lot, but I feel like that's a little rare, because I feel like a lot of very early stories would usually like to keep things simple, right? Not saying that they all are going to, and not saying that they have to, but it's usually kind of the thing of you expect that, okay, this story will be real simple, and that'll inspire a whole lot of people to create even more complex things, and the, like, spiral will keep going from there to the point that we reach very interesting stories with a whole bunch of shit going on, right? Again, not saying these are not like interesting. I'm just saying they might keep it simple while being interesting and entertaining, right? Usually, I was under that impression because I had just assumed, well, if something originates here, that's how it's going to be. So I partially assumed the same for Ashita no Joe, or Tomorrow's Joe. But here's the thing. I know this series inspired a lot. It gets referenced in a lot. Like, people always assume that the cross counter in Dragon Ball is like specifically a Dragon Ball reference, and everything that does it references Dragon Ball. Hate to break it to you, it's this. Dragon Ball was inspired with its cross counter by this, which is like the iconic thing from this. And not only did it inspire stuff like that, but also just in general, the story is very interesting. There were literal events and stuff like that. To call them events is a little weird, but again, we're going to avoid certain things. But there were events held in regards to this series and all that sort of shit, right? There's a lot that this series has done. So I had assumed that obviously this was some high quality stuff. Like, yeah, it'll be simple, but decently high quality. I was wrong. I was very wrong. I'm willing to admit I was wrong. But this series is good. And it ain't even simple. Like, obviously, it's simple in regards to it's about boxing, right? The big thing with it is just boxing and reaching this certain, sort of point with what's going on. But this series is so damn interesting because it's such an interesting, I almost want to say like character study into these characters in the story of just how they act, right? This thirst almost to keep going and everything and just get higher and higher in their status. Maybe not even status, that doesn't even sound correct. Just the idea of boxing to them being life, right? Being this just absolute way to live, and it's always just fight after fight after fight. Anything that's entertaining, anybody who looks like a good challenge, going after that, right? And sometimes the consequences that leads to, both, socially with other people and stuff like that, but also just on their actual health, their mentality, all this sort of stuff. And even studying that with other characters in the story. It's really fucking good in that regard. One of the craziest things is that, so here's the thing. I both watched the anime, both, the original and two, as well as reading up on two, like on the parts that were changed, right? Like I outright read the chapters there. So I'm familiar with that whole ass thing, right? Now, in terms of the anime, the original, the first, like, good 20 episodes, or 30 episodes, this is the only thing I'm really going to spoil outright, is those episodes. A majority of that time, Joe, our main character, Yabuki Joe, is in jail. Or, like, juvie, essentially, because he can't really be in proper jail. He's not old enough. But he's essentially in juvie. And despite it being a boxing manga, he's in there for a majority of the time. Now, they do, like, go over that and go into the whole boxing sort of thing, like, kind of set it up there and everything. But it's really interesting that it kind of handles it in that way. Something similar that I read, that I've, technically still been reading, because thank God it's been translated again. I know some people get upset because it's machine translated, but I hate to break it to you, machine translated stuff has been around for a while. That's what Google Translate is. At this point, I'm entirely against AI art, and honestly, sometimes writing and stuff like that, because it doesn't feel like people are putting in the work for that sort of stuff, and you're also taking from other works and stuff like that. But sometimes when it comes to this, like translations, it's weird that people just throw the word AI around, because now it feels like a buzzword that's being thrown, even though it's like, no, this is technically what you would use it for. This is why it's useful, is translating stuff. and like a few other minor uses, but like this is one of the things is you just translate the words and then sometimes you edit them so they look better. I know I'm rambling about something that's completely unrelated, but it's related in regards to Rokuden Ashi Blues, or Good for Nothing Blues, a series I've talked about before, both in its own video and also on these types of videos. That series had some similar shit of just like constantly not being about boxing, but it was technically a boxing manga, right? And the same thing goes here. Like this came first, obviously, but same thing goes here. Of a good majority of this first part doesn't even involve Joe in an actual ring. It's just this stuff in prison and him meeting Rikishi, who is arguably the best character in the series. God, I love this dude. It's absurdly good, and there is so much good shit that happens here. I also want to bring up Ashita no Joe 2. First of all, music in both the original anime and 2, fantastic. They do play 2's music a lot. Like, there's like musical stings and stuff like that. It almost reminds me of the American DBZ music, and how a lot of that just gets played throughout the episode. Not bad by any means. I mean, sometimes it shouldn't be there, but it just constantly plays, right? That's kind of the thing with 2 here, where Ashita no Joe 2 plays music a lot throughout every episode. Like, there's practically stings and all that sort of stuff for every minute, and at very rare occasional moments of silence, right? But this series, music, stellar. Absolutely stellar. Especially Rikishi's theme. It's beautiful, right? Like the actual song, I love it. But then the animation of 2. I want to talk about the animation of 2 specifically. I love 1's animation, right? Or the original series' animation. Looks fucking great for a series from the 60s. Like, it looks awesome. Feels like it's replicating the manga well. All that sort of shit. But 2's animation budget is legitimately, Ashita no Joe 2 looks fucking crazy in terms of how it's drawn. Like, it looks absurd. There's something that we have to talk about at the very end of the list. At this big list of stuff that I have to talk about in this video, there's something at the very end I gotta talk about. And its animation is something I'm gonna bring up. The only thing that I felt similar to that, and it's hard to say because I think this, like with Joe, it's not on the same level as that. But the only thing I can say that I had a similar reaction to with that was Joe 2. The animation here, just from episode 1 and everything going on, it looks beautiful. Like, for a series that came out like 80s or 90s, how the fuck did they manage this? Right? I am floored. This looks like something that you would see out of a movie, maybe just a little bit less than that, and yet I am seeing it for every single episode of this. It's good. It's real good. And obviously they changed some stuff here, so technically it's good to both have the knowledge of the manga and the anime. I personally recommend, if you haven't watched, read Ashita no Joe or Tomorrow's Joe, do so. Watch it, read it, something. Its official English release is actually coming out soon, so hope you enjoy that. Right, the books, from what I can tell, are decently expensive, but they're packing a ton of volumes into one, similar to what they had done with Devilman, which is on my shelf up there. Uh, it's similar to that, where they just pack a ton of volumes into one. You pay a decent, hefty price, you get a majority of that, and you'll have like 4 or 5 volumes or however fucking many, where it'll take up the whole story, and there you go. Simple enough. You essentially technically saved money because you didn't have to constantly pay for each and every volume. I recommend it. This series is good. Just absolutely watch or read it. Your Tomorrow's Joe. And now for a series that I already knew I didn't talk about yet, but hey, I was excited to regardless. I mean, it's still been a while since I read it. But Psyren, the series that's now on this shelf. It wasn't here when I started recording this video, essentially with the first 2 sections, but now it's here. So, Psyren, one of many series on Jump that was axed. And it's kind of unfortunate because this is a really entertaining series. It's actually kind of hard to say some of the stuff that happens, especially because, like, as much as I remember the events, I could not legitimately recall them in proper synopsis format without, like, just going through it again. Because, again, this is a series that I read roughly 2 years ago, and now I have to recap it after all that time. But essentially, to just summarize the very basic intro of it, people get these cards to this alternative world sort of game, but not really a game, it's just the future, where they're brought into this place called Psyren. And, they go to the telephone, they have these cards, boom, you're there, right? You essentially have to survive, find another telephone that, is ringing or whatever it may be. You pick it up, brought back to your own world. That's keeping it very simple. There's a lot of stuff that happens in regards to this, and there's a few rules and all this sort of shit, and a few things that can happen. But that's the basic thing with it, right? Now, there's a lot of characters in this series. A lot of them are really entertaining. And there's a lot of shit that happens because this is a story about time travel. It's really good at what it does, right? Something I like with this story in specific, in terms of just using time travel, is it always knows how to use it exactly, right? Anything that they do, like the main cast does in the past, in regards to preparing or whatever it may be, always affects the future. Like, something interesting to point out is they learn later via newspaper articles and occasional videos and all this sort of stuff that most of them are dead, right? Most of them by that point are dead because this is the future. This is the world like fucking hundreds of years from now or some shit, right? Maybe not hundreds. It's only really like, I don't even remember the exact amount, but to give an example, there's kids in the series who, when they go into Psyren and all that sort of shit, they're like in their 20s or something. Or at least implied to be like adults by that point. So it would really just be like 20 years, something around that, right? It's not the huge, like distant future, like I said, like 100 years from now or whatever it may be. But it is a significant enough change that it almost makes you feel like that, right? Because it's just a barren wasteland. There's barely anything there. And there's just creatures, like almost alien sort of looking dudes showing up that are just killing anybody who shows up there, right? But as more things change in the past, as our heroes get ready, as they stop certain events from happening, stuff in the future changes. And interestingly, it constantly changes, what it may be, like how they die, or it could change this specific event that happens in the future, or it could literally bring people back. Because some people who might die might not have died had something different happened, right? And they explore that a lot, and I do really like it. And they also explore the powers of this sort of scenario, because there's this whole thing that kind of happens with the world and all this sort of shit and everything that I don't remember if it was because like of a meteorite sort of thing or something like that. I don't remember if they gave it the simple explanation of meteorite or if there was something else that I'm not remembering. There's something that kind of just allows everybody to tap into these powers, and everybody has their own unique one, which is really interesting, right? A big one is like the main characters, where he essentially creates these black balls of mass where if they touch something, it kind of just erases through it, right? I'd almost call it like Cream from JoJo, right? Where it's just like ball, go, boom, whatever it touched, gone, right? That's it. So it's like a really interesting power for him, but then everybody else has a completely different power that is not even like related, right? It's not even like super similar or anything. Everybody's just super unique in some regard. right? And like it's like, oh, this guy can use fire, and this person can heal while this like figure appears behind them, and then this person can like split into two like personalities and all this sort of stuff. It's like interesting, right? With a lot of the powers. They also go over a lot of really unique shit. Like, essentially, part of this is also people being experimented on because something they go over, which is interesting. I love when stories do this because it's accurate. This is the type of shit that would happen. Is two people, some siblings, have these powers, right? Now, I think there might be a few others that also have stuff similar to this. But right off the bat, there's these two siblings who have these sort of powers. They are immediately tortured and experimented on by the government. Because of course they are. Like, being real here. Person's gonna have these types of powers and shit like that, like oh telekinesis or some shit, or they can speak to you with their mind, or all that, or they can do this or that, right? Yeah, the obvious thing isn't gonna be that the government and all that sort of shit isn't just gonna keep them around and say, well, you know what, these people could help us and we might be all right. No, they're gonna experiment, potentially make weapons, potentially use them for wars, right? It's kind of the thing of inherently they're going to do some cruel shit because it's to their advantage. Finders keepers for them. That's what they are. They're just tools. They aren't people. They're just tools that they can experiment on. There's some good people in there that try to help out, and there's others who aren't. So, same as usual with a lot of that sort of stuff in stories. But it's really interesting here, and I loved learning about the backstory regarding that because it kept me intrigued. Like, there's multiple chapters of that where you just learn back to back, but it's real damn good. And it's really unfortunate that this series was axed because I have not had this much fun with a complex plot. I almost want to say ever, right? This is a very not really tough plot to follow, but it's just so intense with each connecting detail that you really have to pay attention. Like, Psyren is not a series that you can just run through for fun and then you read the action and you read the funny interactions and that's it, right? You have to sit your ass down and commit yourself to reading this story because otherwise you're not getting shit here. You're not reading anything. You're going to understand nothing, and that's about it, right? But if you sit down and you learn the plot of Psyren, it's good. It's really fucking good. Like, it's huge with what it's doing. There's so much interconnecting stuff, like I mentioned. But man, when you put it all together, it's so damn good. I don't even want to go into this too much, like Joe. But like, albeit I am speaking more about it than I was with Joe. But there's like so much just cool shit here. And you can tell that the ending was a bit rushed because like a lot of stuff just happens immediately by the end, which is unfortunate because you would hope that it wouldn't get axed and then they didn't have to rush it. But I kind of did just because of the scenario. That also makes it a little bit harder to buy because the series was in English. But since it's axed and all this sort of shit, like even though it still technically gets released and it is still translated and all that, not very often that it gets re-released. So it's a little tough to come by if you want to actually get the proper volumes. They're each almost like $100, maybe under that, but sometimes over that, right? They are tough. I personally got it in JP, right? Still expensive, but arguably way less than in English. I just wanted to keep it in some way. Obviously, if I could, I would love to have the English release, but it's a little tough to do right now. Maybe in the future that'll be easier. Also, art of this series. Fantastic. When you get double page spreads, specifically of this series, they're nice. The backgrounds are super detailed. The action of what's going on, beautiful. Impacts look good. Love it, right? Another banger series. Absolutely worthy of my top 10. Love this fucking series. I wish I really wish it didn't get axed because it's so damn good. And unfortunately, that probably means it's never getting an adaptation or anything like that. I know adaptations are mainly just a way to get the manga to sell, but probably never getting that. Who knows? Maybe I'll jinx it. I hope so. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to our brand new concept on this nice airline of ours called the Lightning Round. This is the moment in the video where we get to talk about stuff, and it's way shorter than usual, so we just zip by these real quick. Starting off our list, we got Lilum Kiss. Can we guess what rhymes with Lilum Kiss? Fish? I don't know. There's not much that rhymes with this. We didn't actually think of much prior to this, but yeah, Lilum Kiss, everybody. Let's look at that nice graph of info. You feel free to pause if you feel like it. Don't have to. Doesn't really matter too much, honestly. Airline's pretty and all. Anyways, next up on our list we got Koisame Momiji. Oh, this shit's nice, especially like that part that I mentioned there, the fox mask. Oh, that scene was good. Very sad, but also really good. Anyways, this series is pretty nice. I wish I could find proper volumes of it, but unfortunately, nobody sells that shit. That's unfortunate. Anyways, Hatsukoi Limited. Can we guess what number I'm thinking of right now? Alright, you got it in your mind? Alright. And you're wrong. That's not the correct number. I'm sorry to tell you. But anyways, this was 12 episodes long. This was pretty nice. And yeah, moving on, we got Anadoki. This shit was a little weird. And I mean, if you're willing to translate all that, you might have an easier time on telling why. I'm not providing the answer though. And I'm also not giving the translation. You're probably just gonna have to go text by text. Alternatively, I mean, maybe like you'll be able to copy down text from videos in the future. I don't know. That might work out. Anyways, our final entry on our nice tray of food that you'll see being passed around is Konosuba. Can we specifically think of what rhymes with Konosuba? Nothing else. Because, I mean, honestly, that's probably harder than Lilum Kiss. Anyways, yeah, this was funny. There's both entries in there, if you notice. This is the Megumin and the Season 3 one. It's pretty nice. And, yeah, I hope you enjoyed our nice little section here of Lightning Round. We'll be back for more in the future. And we'll be landing very shortly, so please unbuckle your seatbelts, open the emergency door, and jump directly out. Thank you. Alright, second time's the charm, hopefully. I hope so. I tried to record before, didn't work for some reason, and I rambled that whole last time, so we're gonna have to try that again. Anyways, hello everybody, we're now here. The wall, much like how some of you may remember it with other recordings on the channel, but this is different now, because unlike the usual camera setup, where essentially everything is, the computer, all that sort of stuff, is on a desk directly in front of me, standing up. If I feel like it, I can also make it go down, but right now, standing up. So this is our brand new setup. It's nice. Also means I don't have to worry about the camera, the tripod, everything. Also means the quality of the audio will be a lot better than the usual with that. Like I said, all reviews and everything like that are going to be right here. The only thing is, I don't know how essay videos will be, all that sort of stuff. That might be a little different because I like to do those a little differently. But we'll see when we get there with that sort of stuff. I mean, we have the Yakuza / Like a Dragon one coming up soon. Maybe soon. I don't know. I was hoping for a few weeks from now. But I don't know that that's happening. But we'll see. Anyways, we're here now. Which also you would already know, potentially, if you've seen some of the reaction videos. So, there's that. But let's ignore all that shit because that's not what's important. We are here to talk about the next section on this video, which is Godzilla Minus One. Now, I had a whole ass rambling that I did earlier, like I mentioned. I'm just going to cut it short, right? I'm a huge Godzilla fan. I have a whole row of figures just here that I could even name off. King Caesar, Heisei Godzilla, Space Godzilla. Then larger figures, I got Burning Godzilla, Final Wars Godzilla, 2014 Godzilla that shoots out a beam with the roar and everything. Another 2014 Godzilla, but really small and also still has the roar to him. He glows and everything. Another 2014 Godzilla, but he's like standing on the rubble of the city, can also roar. Also, I think might light up. I don't remember if he lights up. He might also be dead in terms of battery. I don't remember. That's something I didn't actually mention before, but I feel like he might actually be dead in terms of his battery. Anyways, Gigan 2014, what the fuck am I talking about? Gigan 2004 from Final Wars, my favorite design and my favorite monster at that. Another Heisei Godzilla, but like a chibi sort of one. And alongside him, Mechagodzilla 2, or Heisei Mechagodzilla, Mothra from the Heisei era, King Ghidorah, Gigan, who isn't from the Heisei era because he didn't have a Heisei movie, but he's from the Showa, Destroyer, and then a Funko Godzilla that's really large. I don't really like Funkos anymore. Right? I did a while back, like way back when, right, when I was a kid. Not really anymore. However, I'm cool with that one because it's a monster. Right? It barely looks like one. So I'm cool with that one. And then also in the corner over there, I have almost every movie. I'm missing a few Showa era ones, but literally Heisei and onward, I have everything in terms of that. So, with that said, huge fan of it, right? And have been for a while, right? Since 2012, which obviously means I've been going through these movies like it's, my birthday constantly, right? Love all the new ones so far, of varying degrees, of course. So far, out of all of them, unironically, I would potentially put King of the Monsters the highest. I'm not including minus one here. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to where that goes in a minute. I'm just saying prior to minus one, out of all the stuff that came out, like 2014, Shin, King of the Monsters, Godzilla vs. Kong, King of the Monsters is probably the highest. Then Shin, then Godzilla vs. Kong, then 2014, right? But with that said, right, all of these movies so far have been good at the bare minimum and fantastic at the top, right? I've been having a great time as a Godzilla fan right now, and honestly, it's probably a great time to be into the series. There is so much shit that's just been happening and all that. It's probably very enjoyable for people who are new, right? People who get to be kids watching this now, right? Like I was in 2012 seeing like all these movies and occasionally being able to actually watch them because there were sites I remember that wouldn't even like illegally upload them or anything. It was like free movies that they would kind of rotate in every now and then, and some of them were like the Heisei and Millennium movies, and holy shit, that was such a good ass time, right? Never really the Showa stuff, but I did actually eventually get some of the Showa DVDs because they released them and everything more recently to that time, so it was super nice. But it was great to be able to watch all that, and now people who are new into the series get to see all of it as well, but now they also have all this sort of shit. Like, YouTube has pretty much made all of these movies available. Like, I'm not even just talking like Heisei and onward, because all of those were always available. The Showa movies, I don't know if it's just like something special, like it might just be free with ads and everything and all this sort of stuff. I'm not entirely sure. But the Showa era movies are like free on YouTube. They are just up. They can just be watched, right? That might honestly be like, a premium sort of thing. I'm not entirely sure, right? But I've seen it. It's there, right? And that is awesome, right? I love the fact that it's just like, oh yeah, you can just like watch the original movies now, just off of YouTube, for free. Like, this is the best time to be a fan of the series. Now, with that said, let's talk about minus one, right? Based on the teaser, when I first saw that teaser, I was so hyped because this very, like, just based off the title, minus one, that seemed like a prequel to the whole last, series of movies. Like, they don't necessarily always have a continuity, but this felt like, okay, this is going to be the predecessor to the original, right? Because something they established with the original, while also feeling dark, much like this movie, is that it's not the first time that they've encountered Godzilla, right? The kind of thing going on with it is like, oh yeah, to a lot of people here, this is their first experience with him, but there have been like documented reports and stuff like that of him showing up, right? So it's technically speaking, he's been around, right? He's been a thing, we just don't fully know, right? At least that's what I remember being the implication. I did recently rewatch it. I want to say like back in June of last year or something like that. So it's slightly fresh on the mind, but at the same time, I might be misremembering details here and there. There's entirely a chance of that, right? But Minus One, that already sounded like a prequel to the whole thing, which was really interesting because it's like, oh shit, this will be the first time he shows up and everything. Which, funny enough, even in Minus One, he is like this rumor slash myth people talk about, right? He's this monster that's like, oh yeah, like an old sailor's tale or something about this thing that like just appears, right? It's kind of funny. He is technically that even in this movie. But the teaser already had me excited because the idea that we go back to this sort of topic and the setting of Godzilla is awesome, right? The original is absolutely fantastic. Like, yeah, it's black and white and everything. You could make that argument. I don't know why you would, but you could. But it's still an absurdly good classic, right? It's got a fantastic story it's telling. It is dark. It is legitimately the darkest in the series. I would say the only thing behind it is like Shin Godzilla, right? It's a dark ass movie. And I was so fucking stoked that we were actually going to get, like, in a sense, a follow up to that sort of feeling, right? This sounded great. And something important to note is that a lot of Godzilla movies have their own themes and setting that they go for and stuff like that. Godzilla's not always on one side. He always is kind of like somewhere, right? He's placed somewhere on the alignment chart. And in a sense, so is the theme of the movie. So is how the movie is treated and how it treats him and the other monsters and the characters in the movie and the music, all this sort of stuff, right? So each movie is kind of unique to each other in that regard. And as a result, the exact thing I kind of expected from Minus One was, okay, if we're going off the original, we are going to have this very dark, sort of just post World War time movie that delves into a lot of this huge fucking monster is coming and now we have to worry about this, right? And that is technically what we got. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you here and now, if you don't already know, um, if I mention anything about this movie and it sounds interesting, and there is a service that it is on that you can watch it, right? Specifically a service, because honestly, they deserve the money, right? Toho, like maybe not Toho in specific, because it's like, oh, the multi-billion-dollar company, but like specifically the people at Toho who worked on this and everything, they deserve that money. If I say anything that interests you, go watch it. Legitimately, go watch it because holy shit. Minus One is probably my new favorite movie, and that is such a tough fucking decision to make because my favorite movie has never changed for this series. Like, I loved King of the Monsters, right? I loved, rewatching Final Wars recently. Like, I think either last year or the year prior, right? I loved all this shit. I think it was last year for Final Wars, in terms of me rewatching it, right? These movies are fantastic, but Minus One, it just like makes them just absolutely pale in comparison because holy shit, that the amount of stuff that this movie really just actually delves into. There is this lingering theme throughout the movie that I mentioned the whole post-war time sort of thing with it. And a lot of this movie deals with that, but also survivor's guilt, right? Somebody who, survived this situation that they technically speaking shouldn't have, and everybody else around them dies. And, having that message be forced upon them by the people around them, right? Within like the first 10 minutes, right? Our main character, I think his name's Koichi, um, he has to deal with so much shit because he came back essentially from a kamikaze plane, right? The kamikaze plane landed, he got off, whatever, right? And something they point out is, should be noted, once again, he was on that sort of plane. The intention of that plane is to go in and die, right? Literally, like, no intention of ever coming back. You go in and that plane explodes along with you, right? It's kind of the thing of like, he was in a real bad spot. So they pointed out to him and go like, yeah, it's strange you're back here and everything. And this plane's in like tip top shape and all that. And you should be dead, right? But then you get the interesting scene of like afterwards, they actually bring it up to him. Like they sit down with him and go, you know, I don't blame you for leaving. That shit sucks. If I was in that position, I would have left too. But like I don't know why they want us doing this. I don't know why we have to specifically go in and die, right? I don't know. This shit sucks, right? Like they have that understanding with him, which makes you sit there and go, oh, you know what? These guys are nice, right? There is a sense of duty here, but at the same time, there's an understanding within them of just like, yeah, no, it's like fucked up that they gave you that, or like, man, why the fuck did they do that to you? Why the fuck did they do that to anybody who was on there? Man, that shit sucks. But then within that time, Godzilla actually gets to show up. Like this is a movie that, unlike 2014 and all that, it does not hesitate to show him. He shows up immediately, and he is literally a fucking jump scare, right? Like he is loud, he is bassy in terms of that, right? Like he's not just loud, he is bassy. Um, he literally just appears from the dark, like it is pure darkness. Light is turned on, he roars at that light. It is horrifying, right? I know I'm kind of ruining that jump scare by mentioning that, but it's just like such a damn good scene that I have to mention it. I kind of have to. And then you get the scene of Koichi, being terrified because essentially they mention to him, they're like, wait, your plane, your plane is there. Shoot him, right? It's like that plane has a gun. If you shoot him, you can kill him, right? You're the one who knows how to pilot that. So all you need to do is jump in there, shoot him, right? It's like if we need to, we'll give some, distraction with our fire, right? With our guns. After that, you get in there, you kill him, right? It's like it's that simple. It's an easy plan. So they go with that plan, but as soon as he hops in, he's terrified because, of course, you're met with a monster that is like 20 times your size. You're probably going to shit yourself, right? It's not a matter of, all I have to do is shoot and it kills him. You're met with a thing that if this doesn't kill him, or if you can't act faster than he can, you're dead. You are dead. That's it. You and everybody else there is dead. You immediately know that. So, as a result, we actually see him struggle with that because it's like he's face to face with essentially just death. He is face to face with the Grim Reaper in front of him. And as a result, everybody else, kind of starts firing at him instead. And that gets pretty much all of them killed, except for one guy who then, blames it on Koichi later because, yeah, he may have survived, but everybody else is dead, right? So now there's, once again, that layering of survivor's guilt. He goes back home, same thing. But then, shortly after all this, because of the scenario, because part of this isn't even just like Godzilla in terms of that layering, it's also the bombs and stuff like that and what happened and the people who lost their lives and the families that were ruined and all this. And he's partially blamed for that because he didn't just go in and die with, the plane like he was supposed to. But over the course of the movie, we get this establishing of family for him, right? Like this new sense of purpose, because a big part of it is living, right? One of the biggest things of the movie is just live, right? Like it delves into survivor's guilt. It delves into, hey, maybe the government makes some odd decisions sometimes, and it's like kind of fucked up because they're willing to throw these people's lives away and not give a shit or anything, and that shouldn't be the case, right? like I mentioned earlier with the start of it, but then also they talk about that more later. I'm not going to talk about too much stuff here because I want to keep it as spoiler free as possible, right? I think this is the movie best experienced firsthand. But the biggest theme they talk about is living, right? It is just the ability to live. Who cares what has been lost? Who cares what has happened? And technically speaking, the trauma you are dealing with and everything. It is the essence of life in a sense, and it is brutal, and it sucks, and it does make you feel like you want to disappear, but you don't give up. No matter what happens, you keep walking, right? You keep living, and it's like it is a beautiful thing that the movie goes into. I love it a lot, right? That's all I really want to say about it. It's just it's so fucking good. Its characters are so damn enjoyable. We already have a sequel announced because it won a shit ton of awards, and now we have a sequel being produced, right? Which I am so fucking excited for. I will be there day one. This was actually the first experience with a movie that I've had where I didn't even know this was a thing, by the way, but there's a screen in front of me, right? Normal, well, not normal ass screen. It was a massive screen, like in the IMAX sort of experience that they go with and everything, right? That like huge screen, like beautiful speakers to it and everything. Optimal experience for this movie, right? I was convinced I had to do it this way, right? I'm like, I have to do it via, loudspeakers and big screen and all this. Like, I cannot do a disservice to Minus One. Any other movie ever, like literally any other movie, I wouldn't have cared. This is like Minus One. This is like being hyped up and everything by like critics, early on, all this sort of stuff and everything. And it's like it's based on, in a sense, stuff that's similar to the original movie. I have to be there and just see this for myself. And I didn't get to watch Shin Godzilla in theaters. Like that was one of my most disappointing things. Is Shin Godzilla? I would have been the same way. Like holy shit, Toho Godzilla movie, and it has all this sort of stuff. And it's like I would have loved to watch that this way. But I didn't get to watch Shin Godzilla in theaters at all. So it was the unfortunate thing of, well, that I got to watch, via DVD and all that, digital. But it's like, this was like, okay, I have to sit my ass down in a theater, watch it, all this. And fun fact, this experience had something extra. Because what I didn't realize that theaters now have was out of nowhere, movie starts up, screen in front of me. The light in the beginning, cool stuff like that shows like the ocean and everything. And then all of a sudden, there's the ocean on this side, and there's the ocean on this side. And then I learned that this is a thing now. These screens where there's stuff happening on the left and right side, nothing important necessarily, because it's usually just like to build that immersion. But that was just there, right? Just two big ass screens that went upward. I just hit my like light doing that, but it's all right. I only hit the stuff to pull on and not the actual light itself. But like two big ass screens just spanning all the way back, and it was fucking fantastic because it's like holy shit, getting that experience with it, right? Optimal way, absolutely optimal way to go through it, right? That partially made it like one of my favorite movies ever. Probably my favorite. It probably is my favorite movie ever at this point. I don't think anything has topped it at all. This movie is beautiful. The direction and camera work and sound effects and all of it is beautiful. Godzilla's design, I fucking love, which disappoints me so much that his SH monster arts, I don't know if it's been fixed by now, but on release, it was shit. It was like horrible, right? Like, okay, it wasn't the worst. It wasn't the absolute worst based on what I saw, but details of it were really off. Eyes sometimes looked odd. The eyes sometimes were like misplaced. The coloring on him was like different per figure, which might happen sometimes, but it was like drastically different per figure, right? It's not like this like formula that they kind of had for it. It was just drastically different and all this sort of shit. And like same with the scales. Sometimes the scales were a little fragile, right? I wanted to get an SH Monster Arts figure eventually, right? Because I don't actually have one yet. And this would have been the one. But the problem is, this one's just shit. So unfortunately, I wasn't going to get the minus one Godzilla because it's like, well, if he's shit, I don't know, man. Right now, if it's been re-released and it's better, maybe, right? If there are better ones that I can get and potentially for cheaper, I would love to, right? I I don't know, but overall, his design in this movie, mwah, it's beautiful. Right? I love it a lot. He looks great. I you can tell he's CGI, but like I almost couldn't at certain points. His movement is so like perfect that it's like it's this perfect balance where it's like it almost doesn't feel like he is, right? Loved it a lot. Soundtrack of it, holy shit, the soundtrack, right? Some of it is just the standard Godzilla music that's in there. I do like that they properly used the actual original Godzilla theme, not the military theme that later became Godzilla's theme. The actual theme he had from the first movie that they reused for Godzilla versus Mothra, and they reused for Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2, I believe. Like the Heisei Mechagodzilla. Um, the fact that they had that in there, fantastic, right? Also love that the iconic theme did get a remix, and it's a beautiful one at that. And then my personal, probably my favorite track out of the whole thing, and I feel like to people who've watched the movie, you know what I'm about to say. Resolution. Resolution is such a beautiful track. If you can listen to it without spoilers, like if you have not seen the movie and you're interested in listening to this and you don't see any spoilers when searching it up, uh, just listen to that track. It is a beautiful piece. I love it a lot. There is so much about this movie that I really fucking love, and I could talk about it for years probably. This is like incredible. I am so fucking excited for the sequel. This this is an experience. It is like it's hard to say that about a movie sometimes because it's like yeah, movies are an experience inherently, but I think if something moves you this much, right, to this point where you like leave that theater kind of just sitting there in awe and just shaken up, I think that is what truly defines a proper experience for a movie. And this felt like that to me. I watched this, I sat there, and I was floored, right? I didn't know what to say. I was just like, dude, I wanted to rewatch that so many times over, right? If I could have, I would have gone to that multiple times with friends and stuff like that. They released it in black and white. And it's not even like a cheap, like we put a black and white filter over it. They specifically made sure that everything was lit correctly. So it was like, visible and stuff like that, all this sort of shit. It's like properly black and white. It got re released like that. I wanted to view it that way as well. I unfortunately didn't get to, but it is available in that like way. I think in terms of DVD and everything like that. I don't even have the DVD yet. I need to get the DVD. I keep forgetting to, right? I keep sitting down and forgetting like, oh yeah, I should probably get that. But I think it's available in DVD that way. It is beautiful in terms of that, right? It's the fact that they did that is like I wish I could go see it in theaters like that. I didn't get to. It's unfortunate. They also really released a Shin Godzilla like that, which was awesome. And they even dropped figures for them, like both movies, like in this black and white sort of like way. And it's just like, man, we are in the perfect era of this series. I don't care what complaints people want to have. Like, I think complaints are fair, right? I think when they're properly, critiquing something, they're absolutely fair. But just in regards to this, we're like in the perfect era of Godzilla, man. This is beautiful. We're getting good shit all around. I'm happy, right? I am fully happy. At some point, I will sit down and watch Godzilla X Kong. I didn't even do that because this movie amazed me so much that I just thought I wasn't going to enjoy that enough, right? Like, it's not even like oh yeah, I'm not going to like that movie now that I watched Godzilla Minus One. I think it was a thing of just, if I watch that, if I watch Godzilla X Kong, as much as I might enjoy it, I won't enjoy it nearly enough if I don't take a break, like this massive break between that and Minus One. So I could not watch Godzilla X Kong in theaters because I was just like, no, I can't. If I do that, whatever rating I would give that movie would be lower because I'd just be like, well, this movie exists, right? I want to watch it on its own to just fully absorb it and go, no, this is enjoyable. And that is also my favorite, but this is still enjoyable, right? Overall, though, this movie is fantastic. Again, if you haven't seen it, doesn't even matter if you're like a Godzilla fan or not. If you haven't, please do yourself a favor. Like, legitimately, watch it. You might not enjoy it. There is a chance, right? Everybody has things they like and dislike. But I think this movie is so damn good with what it does and what it talks about and all this sort of stuff. You'll probably end up loving it. So, this next section would have been on the lightning round stuff. Like, I don't think I would have actually had something proper to say here about City Hunter. At least, like, oh, season 2 to 91 and all that. But I do actually, because the live action happened, and I didn't even know that was happening until like a week before it was coming out. So, with that said, let's talk about City Hunter again. I don't actually have much to say left about the main series. I just want to say season 2, season 3, 91, right? That sounds like I'm saying season 91. That is not. It's 1991, but they put it as, like dash 91, right? Simple to understand. All three of these were massive improvements over the first season, right? I enjoyed them way more, right? And I think part of that is like, because I mentioned the whole thing of how I realized, oh, there's filler to this series. So I started like skipping past some of that because I'm like, I'd rather watch the actual canon episodes to stuff, because as much as that's silly for a show like this, it is kind of the thing of I'm treating every other Jump series with the idea of I skip filler, right? To not tarnish the experience in any way, right? Even if it improves the experience, I'm trying to not, ruin it because of, oh yeah, here's all this extra stuff, right? So overall, I'm trying to, keep filler out of there, and therefore, okay, we have what we have, boom, that's it, right? It makes it proper for when we actually get to do the whole Jump video. So, with that said, maybe it's just because I skipped past a lot of that, but season 2, 3, and 91 were all major improvements, right? They were really damn good. Like, consistently, like 2, for example, phenomenal, right? With the episodes I saw, they were great, they were funny, that they had some serious moments in there that I really loved. There was a lot of really good plot lines in there. I liked what I was seeing, right? And interesting characters to like explore and stuff like that. I do like that Umibozu has a whole ass episode of just him at the like cafe kind of running it. It's a real funny episode. I actually think that might be one of my favorites. It's really damn good. Then we have Free, which I think only had a few canon episodes. They were pretty good. I didn't have anything like exceptional to say, but it was pretty nice. The filter on Free is a little weird. There's like a different look to it, right? And it makes sense because yeah, it was improving over time. But Free feels like it just has like a filter over it, and it's a little strange. And maybe that's just the way it was aired as. I don't know. Maybe it was re-released like that. I have no clue. But it was overall decent. It was only a few episodes, so it's not like I have too much to say about it. It was literally like one plot line throughout those 3 episodes, and that's it, right? Like the one string together. So, what else do I say? But then we have 91. 91 also felt really great. There was some good moments in there. Felt like a nice send off for the series, which it really isn't. It has multiple movies and stuff like that, and the manga keeps going. At some point, I might go for the manga. We'll see how that goes, right? But overall, this was fun, right? I am glad I still gave it a shot and continued, because I liked the original season, but I do think it's like, oh, it's fairly simple with what it's doing. Like, it's like a 7. Now I would say it's a 7.5, right? Because that other stuff was really damn strong, and I think it does push it up there. It would be an 8 if there was just, technically speaking, more consistency. Like, obviously, it's a series that is meant to be, you go through it every week, you get a new scenario to go through, and it's fun. It's a weekly sort of show, right? So it's your Saturday, like, morning episode of stuff, right? So it makes sense. But with all that said, let's talk about the live action. Ooh, this was good. This was really good. Now, something that helped is the actor who played Rio is a massive fan of City Hunter. So it feels nice that it's like, oh yeah, we have somebody on board that is like actually into this series. So now you actually get a like fantastic performance. But just in general, plotline, uh, how the characters were handled, the music, all this, it was really damn great. The action scenes were beautiful. I love this a lot, right? This was a really damn good live action. And not to say that there's been necessarily bad ones that I've been watching like recently. Technically speaking, the most recent one I watched wasn't that great, but overall, live action adaptations are sometimes iffy on their quality. Now, the one I watched prior to this was One Piece, right? Which was still good, right? I still enjoyed it a fair bit. But this was really damn good. Like, this is probably the best live action adaptation to an anime I've ever seen, right? Now, I haven't seen very many, so obviously there's more to see out there. But out of the few I've seen, definitely the best so far. Maybe not even just anime, I guess games as well, that sort of thing. Though that's tough to say because then I guess we're also including stuff like Sonic and all that. And I mean, I do like the third Sonic movie a whole lot. But I don't know, I'd have to think on that a little bit more. However, this was really damn strong. I absolutely love that they pulled the same stuff as Trigun did, like the Trigun Stampede, where the original voice actors come in to play like the radio sort of voices and stuff like that, right? Literally same exact thing. Love it a lot that that happened. I love that there was a Footsteps remix in there. Footsteps is probably like my favorite track of any sort of like here's the main character being cool, right? Footsteps is probably like my favorite out of all that. It is so catchy. It is so upbeat. I love it a lot. And there is that like sense of danger in there, but it makes it feel like oh the enemy is in trouble, not like Rio himself, right? It's so good. The fact that that was a remix right in there, beautiful. I didn't even fully notice it at first. Like I heard it because I was just listening to it out loud, right? I had it playing out loud rather than on headphones and everything. And I heard like beats that sounded familiar, and I'm like, this sounds like footsteps. And it's technically like this action scene would be the time that footsteps would play, but it's not footsteps. And then I heard like burr, 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 and I'm like, oh my god, it's footsteps. And I freaked the fuck out. I was having so much fun listening to that. Absolutely great time with that. I love that the original ending plays when the movie is over and everything, and it ends in the exact same way with the freeze frame and all that. They put a lot of love into this. They put a shit ton of love. And if you enjoy City Hunter, I cannot recommend it enough, right? It is just absurdly good. If you don't know City Hunter, it still might be a fun time. I think this movie is a unique experience that you can take into the series, especially because, like, I'll be real, it has the same humor as the series, but I think it's done way better here. Because I think a lot of the time with the like main series, it's just like boobs, ass, boobs, ass. Now, that technically speaking exists here in a certain sense, like with Rio's character, but it takes a unique route with him where it's just like, no, he just does funny shit sometimes. Like he, dresses up as a cowboy and walks in and he's like, and this is my horse, and then he like shows off a horse, but it's also located directly where his crotch is. So it's like, you know, it's perfect. But like they handle those types of jokes and don't just take them in the like, oh yeah, here's your obvious, shonen sort of pervert humor. Here's like an actual funny joke that leans into that. And it's like, you know what? That got a laugh out of me. That was good. Right? That happened a lot throughout it. I was like, you know what? No, that was a good joke. I like that. That was funny. It's really damn nice. It's also one of the only times I would say where something regarding the series is like taken very seriously. By all means, there are moments in there, like City Hunter 2, its like finale is very tense, right? But this movie, in terms of plotline and everything, like it is way darker as a plotline than I ever expected. There is some dark shit that happens here, and it just made me sit there and go, oh shit, okay. Am I watching City Hunter? This does not feel as goofy as that right now, and then something goofy would happen, I'd be like, oh, never mind, I am. But really damn good live action adaptation. Love it a lot. Again, if you already love City Hunter and you haven't seen this, you'll probably have a fantastic time with this. If you haven't seen City Hunter, maybe this will be a good introduction. I mean, like I said, it will be slightly different, but it might be a good introduction. Overall, I actually don't mind that I got into this series at all. This was fun. This makes me essentially appreciate it a whole lot more. Not just because of the live action, but just in general, going through it as a whole is like, no, I have a good appreciation for this. I would potentially collect it and put it on the shelf in the future if I have space. But my intention is to have another shelf here. So when that happens, maybe. Maybe. Oh boy, I get to talk about Dororo now. This is gonna be pretty interesting. Okay, so I mentioned with Joe that there were a few series similar to Devilman where something came out like this long ago, like during the 60s, something around that time. And I was surprised by how like intense kind of the story got and everything, and how, rich these characters were and everything. Not to say that, back then people couldn't write characters or anything like that, but I feel like, as time goes on, characters are more and more developed, right? We as a species develop and we evolve. So therefore, technically speaking, even in writing, characters develop and evolve, and inspirations can occur from one story to the next, that sort of thing. So as a result, it is shocking to see like, oh, here's an actual like story that delves into a whole lot and everything. This was really damn good, right? Dororo is a very fun series, and just off the premise of, yeah, here's this baby that just loses everything because his father wanted to essentially like just guarantee his success. So he prays to these like gods of his, which really essentially just turn out to be like these sort of demons, and they kind of accept his prayer, and essentially, oh yeah, there goes the baby's parts and everything. Now he's blind, he's deaf, he can't smell, he can't move his arms, can't move his legs. In fact, he doesn't have any arms or legs. Uh, he's missing a whole lot, including skin. So, off that premise, very interesting. And just as time goes on, oh yeah, like, he's given stuff, Hyakimaru, which is his name, right, that he's given. All this sort of stuff. It's like, oh, he has arms that can, like, he can take off and turn into blades. All this. He slowly gains things back as he kills demons. There's a lot of interesting stuff here that just happens with the series. Some of my favorite episodes include, I think it's episode 7. If you've seen it, you know why. I don't want to talk about it, right? It's just like, I think that's best experience, much like other things on this list, uh, firsthand. But that, I think, is the episode, and that one was really damn good. It might have been episode 9, I don't remember, but I think it was episode 7. That one's fantastic. The episode that actually does something interesting for a story like this, because I'm not saying that demons inherently have to be, something different than black and white, right? It's like, oh, I want them solely to be like this interesting sort of species and not just like outright villains, because I think that's fine, right? This isn't even going to be me like being biased with that and everything. It's like I write a story about them, and therefore, no, I think it is totally fine if you want to keep them solely as villains. But I do think it's very interesting that a story like this, you know, from like the 60s and all this, that actually does develop on a whole lot of things. One of the interesting plot lines they go through is having a demon that sees somebody as food to start, and just slowly over time develops feelings until the point of just like, nah, I'm gonna protect this guy, and he's gonna be with me, and that's it. And that is gonna be we are gonna live out like that, right? It might change the balance of the world, that there might be some mixing here and there. That's all right. Yeah, like I like that plot line a lot, and I like this aggression when the dude gets hurt at one point, and this demon, gets upset, and it's just like actually freaking out about that. It's like good. right? I do really love it when a story takes an interesting route like that, when you do think that it's very simple on what's going on. Like, okay, all of these demons are inherently evil, so therefore they're just gonna kill them, right? And then it's like, and then that happens, and you're like, oh, we've had evil like humans so far. Interesting to do the opposite, right? It's like, this is neat, right? So I like that a whole lot. There's a lot of cool stuff to this story. And in general, it's a story that takes some very interesting routes, all of which I enjoyed, right? I like this development of Hyakimaru and how he slowly begins to feel, in a sense, not in the literal sense, although he does, but just also in general, right? With his emotions and all that. But then we reach the like end of the story and all that sort of stuff. And it's like it kind of develops on that even more, but then kind of takes a different route with it, right? It kind of turns it upside down, and you're like, oh no, right? It's really fucking good, right? I actually do like it a lot. I think just everything about it, right? Being this short story, obviously it doesn't go more than a season because it doesn't have to, right? It's like, it's good, compact, beautiful acting, beautiful animation, uh, soundtrack from what I remember being pretty good, right? There's nothing necessarily like sticks in my mind for that stuff, though it might have just been because of how long it's been since I watched it. But from what I remember, good pieces in there in terms of music. I do think episode 7, because episode 7 has a song, I believe, technically speaking, because there's just a song that they create for it. That is memorable in a sense, but it's obvious why. Uh, all of this consistently is just really damn good, and I like it a lot, right? Funny enough, it's a series I haven't even heard about like prior to, I'd say like 2 years ago, right? If you asked me about this 2 years ago, like or like before I heard about it, I would have assumed you were talking about Dorohedoro, right? Because that sounds like like the same sort of name, but as a he in there. Well, I guess it also has another do, but it's something that I've never ever even heard about. But the fact that I did get to experience it and enjoyed it a lot, glad that I did. Really damn good. Definitely I don't know if it's Mappa's like necessarily like earlier works, it might be, but if that is what it is, definitely a really good early work from him. I'm about to get some hate for this next one. I'm about to get some massive hate, and this is not going to be a long section at all. Okay, slam dunk. I had a decent time with it. Note that I'm saying decent, right? I still give it a thumbs up. With that said, I'm going to be honest about Slam Dunk. I personally could not see how it was as enjoyable as people had claimed to be, or claimed it to be, rather. I watched it, or maybe not watched, but read it. I do intend to watch it at some point. I don't know why I said watched. I read it, and here's some praises I will give it. Art, first of all, beautiful, right? Legitimately, this series consistently looks good in terms of art. It is really damn nice. The big shots of it are beautiful, really well drawn, right? And I've heard great stuff about Vagabond and how that's drawn. It doesn't surprise me that, yeah, this is the same like offer artists, this sort of thing. It's like, yeah, no, it feels like that because this is just drawn super well, right? I think character designs and stuff like that, yeah, they're simple, like high school sort of designs, but they're good. They feel unique. I don't feel like I have consistently seen these designs in other series. They all feel nicely detailed to such a point that it's like, nope, I could, see them and be like, that's from Slam Dunk, right? I wouldn't confuse it for any other series. I would go, nope, that's from Slam Dunk, right? So I like those, right? I think some of the games do feel a little intense and everything and are fun to read through, right? I can imagine watching it is probably really damn good, right? Because it's just like, oh, you see all this intense shit happening, and you're like, whoa, right? I can imagine that's also really damn great. It also kind of did its job a little well because, like, I was starting to get interested of like, basketball's kind of cool, right? I've never necessarily been too huge on it, right? Despite my height, but I kind of did just go through this and go, pretty interesting actually. maybe I would watch some of it. So, yeah, technically speaking, it did its job well there. But I have some critiques. Because while I did have a decent time with it, it is like a 6 or 6.5 for me. That sounds really bad. And it kind of is. I think I might have even given it like a 7, but a low 7. I don't remember. It's either a 6.5 or low 7. I'll update it on the actual editing. You'll see what it is over the screen. But I gave it a bit of a low rating. And here's why. Because listen, this is some high quality stuff here, right? It's definitely like in terms of art and all this, it's real good. But I have some issues. For example, characters. I didn't feel like there was anybody who was super entertaining throughout it, right? I think with sports, anime, and stuff like that, and manga, you kind of have to make sure that people see a character and really enjoy them. Because if a character can't be enjoyed there, right, at least one, then I feel like the consistent thing is they're probably not going to like this too much, right? So you kind of need somebody there to be like this, oh yeah, I want to cheer on like him, right? Or that girl, or this guy, or whatever it may be, right? Thing is, I didn't feel like that with this, right? A lot of the time, I felt kind of low with these characters, and I'm just like, their interactions are funny, but past that, I don't see much with them. And unfortunately, this series doesn't have a lot of downtime. That happens sometimes with sports anime, but a lot of this series does not have just downtime. A lot of it is just game, 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 game. And that's great and all for getting to the point. But I want to have these characters develop. There's no time to see them hang out and talk about stuff for a chapter or two. There's no time to see them, go through stuff in class and everything, or whatever it may be. It doesn't do a whole lot of extra stuff. It is just solely we are playing this game and that is it. And again, that's fine for a sports series that wants to get to the point, but you do want to have that downtime to get the like viewer or reader or whatever it may be to enjoy these characters, right? So as a result, it kind of feels like it fails in that regard. And then there's an additional problem here. I believe his name's Sakuragi. I think that's his name. I believe so. The main character. We want to talk about enjoying characters and stuff like that. I did not enjoy him at all. I thought this would be a funny character that I would really love and everything. I was like, oh, this guy's going to be the guy who leads me through this story and I'll enjoy a whole like ton. I uh I got annoyed a lot with some of his antics. He just consistently feels kind of dumb, right? It's like, yeah, maybe later on towards the end he does kind of get better with that, but for like a majority of the manga, he does not feel clever in any way. It just kind of feels like he does shit. And then he has the joke, like the running joke of I'm a genius and stuff like that. And then he does something silly afterwards. It got old real quick. It kept happening to like such a degree that I was kind of getting annoyed with it. And I sat there and I went, this is not a fun main character. I don't like him as a main character. This is not a good main character. And I think that also took away from the series because you want your main character to at least be decent to the viewer. If I'm not enjoying him, that's probably not a good sign for how he's like crafted and everything, right? That's just me, but I just really did not like him, right? Not to mention, I'm going to go into a little spoiler territory here. The last game is completely skipped over, right? Which is like shocking to me because it's like, okay, so second last game, they play through it, they win, and it's like, oh shit, right? Like that was intense. That's like really cool. You get these beautiful shots that are in there. And then there's one chapter left after that. And the thing that they talk about in that last chapter is like, hey, we lost our last game. And it's just like, why wasn't I shown? The whole point of a sports manga is you're showing me the match. Even if they lose, why am I not shown that? Right? And then the rest of it just kind of goes on as like, oh, these two are going to do training for basketball. And then they're going to get back into the game and all this sort of shit. And it's just like why is none of this shown? Right? This sucks. Like why can't I just sit down and see that match and then we get to this point? And the training thing feels a little weird after that, right? Because then it's like, well, cool, they're getting training that helps, and it's neat to think like, oh, they'll get back into the game, in the future, and we can imagine our own sort of continuations. But the problem is, I didn't even see the last match. So how am I even supposed to feel about like, oh, well, they can get better? Bro, I don't even know how bad they did. So at the end of the day, and also I say, oh, I don't even know how bad they did. If people were to point out that there's a score or anything like that, yeah, obviously there's stuff to show, but like I would rather see it rather than be told. You know what I mean? Show don't tell. So I had several problems there, and listen, I can get this being enjoyable. I can get if people like sports, manga, and anime, this is probably a blast, especially if you like basketball. This is probably fantastic, right? I'm just shocked, personally, right? This is just me personally. I am shocked at how popular it is because it feels way lower in quality than I was expecting, right? I expected a whole ton. I didn't get a whole ton. It was still decent. I still had enjoyable moments in there. I just think there were also complaints that I had, and there were also very strong complaints at that, right? Definitely could have been better. Maybe the anime makes it a bit better. I did hear that the anime actually cuts it off way earlier, right? So I don't know how that'll be. But maybe actually seeing it in motion might just make it more enjoyable. I don't know. I'll get there when I get there. That's all I can really say right now. I don't have much to say about it. But yeah, the Slam Dunk was decent. I kind of expected a whole lot going in because of how much people talk about it, but wasn't super insane. And honestly, while the next sports anime manga sort of thing, probably the next one, because I don't think there's any others on this list, while the next one will have a similar sort of thing, I did enjoy it more. I did enjoy a decent bit more. Oh, I get to talk about Steins Gate now. Okay. Okay. Let's get it out of the way. Steins Gate's in my top 10. Now that I've seen it, it is in my top 10. I have to watch the extra spin off stuff to it and Zero and all that, but it's in my top 10. It should be obvious. Look what's on my shelf. Is it that shocking? Like this uh I don't think this well there's the manga down here. I don't know that you guys can see that because it's only up here that you can see, but there's more of the manga down here. There's the diorama right there. There's the extra figures and stuff like that. I already enjoy Re:Zero a shit ton, right? Literally my second favorite series. So it's not surprising that the series that, at least I can take a guess, most likely had a heavy inspiration on Re:Zero, probably is going to be very enjoyable to me. Steins Gate is really fucking good. Now, I was worried, right? I'm going to pace around a little bit here. Hope you don't mind. I hope my audio comes out correctly. Should be alright. I was a little bit worried because my biggest thing here was, alright, this will be enjoyable, but White Fox is behind the adaptation. Right? Now I don't want to shit on White Fox as much as I did in the past, right? I think they put some hard work in and everything, but I do think that sometimes they cut out a little bit more than necessary. I think that happens consistently, and I can see why Tappei would go to them for Re:Zero, because yes, of course, if you are heavily inspired by something, obviously you're going to go to the studio that adapted that. It's self-explanatory. But I was a little worried because I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch this and I hope I enjoy it. But I worry a little bit because it's White Fox and there might be some problems in here. And another thing I worried about was I had jumped into a VC with friends like a year prior, and one of them was watching it for the first time. And I watched like an episode or two with them, and they equated it to paint drying. And I want to say to that friend, I know why he said that, because I mean, he doesn't typically enjoy shows like this, so actually I don't have much to say to him. But I will say he was wrong in regards to how I would view it, right? Because at the time, I agreed. At the time, I watched that episode or two and thought to myself, wow, this seems kind of fucking boring. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy this. And to pass me, here's what I want to say: fuck you. All right? You past me 2 years ago. If you somehow see me talking to you, which I don't think you really would, but if somehow you did, fuck you. All right? For many things. Like, for example, when you did that Liliana section in Arc 5, you probably should have shortened that. Probably didn't need to have as much there. Or, like, also how Arc 6, you made that 4 hours long. Also unnecessary. You rambled way too much. But also specifically because of your opinion on Steins Gate. Fuck you. Alright? This shit is beautiful. I I don't know what to say. Right? I was worried at first because when we start off with Steins Gate, there is this, maybe not uncomfortable, but just the jokes and humor in there are very stale, in my opinion. A lot of it felt very simple. Some of it's like very dramatic, and that's what's funny. But some of the jokes in there are just like, this is cheap and a little poor and everything. But like, as it goes on, some of that humor gets better. But the humor is not the focus of this at all. The mystery of what's going on and the dark shit going on. I've been using dark a whole lot in this video, but I just want to talk about that. The shit going on here, this intense storyline and these characters and the shit that's happening, and like I mentioned, being similar to this and everything. Like, fuck. I I don't know that I can put it into words. Right. I don't even want to say too much because it's just like I it's such a damn good series. Like, okay, if you are on my channel because you've seen the ReZero reviews or whatever it may be, and you've never fucking seen Steins Gate, do yourself a favor, watch it. Right? You might not enjoy it, or maybe even read it instead. Reading it's also an option. You might not enjoy it, but just like at least try, right? It is really fucking good. It is, I would say the quality of it is consistent. There is a lot of sad shit that goes on, right? There are moments in there that almost got me, right? There are moments in there that really almost got me. In particular, the episode with the maid sort of character, who happens to have a very similar name to a ReZero character, which I feel like is almost intentional. I can't tell if it's intentional, but that episode, oh, dude, that like kind of stung to watch because it's just like as soon as you could see the general direction it's headed in, you just sit there and go, fuck. Oh, I'm not ready for the rest of this, right? And then you watch that episode and it just hurts. But then just like seeing the desperation constantly throughout this and seeing the people involved and this like shadow organization and all this sort of shit is like fucking crazy, right? It seems like something very simple in terms of plot line just based off of how I'm describing it. But there is so much shit that goes on involving all this and just the way it's handled that it's like it's beautiful. And something I want to point out is a big part of the story involves time travel. Should be obvious once again, but like a big part of the story is time travel. Now, the problem with time travel in stories is you need to do one of two things. Number one, parallel universes. It is your easiest out for time travel. Because if you do a parallel universe, you never have to worry about making stuff consistent, right? Number two, you do make stuff connect, right? Which, don't get me wrong, before people try and correct me, Steins Gate does involve the first example, but I think it also partially involves this. You do make stuff connect, but it needs to be consistent on that connection, right? Everything has to line up correctly. Because if you fuck this up, it's over, right? Now, obviously, with this sort of time travel, it's just rewind back, right? It's rewind back, here's the butterfly effect, all this sort of shit, right? It involves all the exact, situations with time travel you'd expect. But it does take into account the second thing, because a lot of it does just inherently connect to each other. A lot of changes do relate to one another in a sense, and also how the whole thing kind of reaches its endpoint is still consistent to that second one, right? It's consistent to what goes on there. So the fact that a series like this can take something like time travel and actually do it super fucking well is fantastic. Because if you can nail time travel in terms of plotline, congrats, you have a good ass series, or a movie, or a manga, whatever it may be. Well, I guess series kind of includes any of that. I don't know why I necessarily gave specific examples, but who cares, right? Good ass series. Doesn't matter if it's a movie, book, show, whatever, right? You nail all that, you can probably have a really good series. Obviously, you need to have really good characters. And thank the Lord that both of the main characters here are absurdly enjoyable. Both of them are my favorite characters. Fuck having one. Both of them are, right? I do think that I'm already forgetting his name. He like, you know what's embarrassing about this? He goes with like two different names. One name he gives himself, and then the actual name. Uh, I know. I think it's Ocarine is one of them because that's what what's her name calls him. But that might just be her nickname for him. I don't remember. Uh, Regardless, him, right? Joe, main character, right? We'll use that for now because my brain is failing me with his name. He's probably the one I prefer just a tad bit more. It is the smallest bit more, but he is the only one I like prefer a small bit more over Makise, right? Both of them are fantastic main characters, and that is perfect. Because if you saw the slam dunk section, I mentioned that sometimes if you don't have a good main character, it doesn't help your series out a lot. This is perfect. Both of these characters I love, right? Equally. They are both practically there. Like I said, only a small bit, but like they are equal. And therefore, it's enjoyable as fuck to watch this whole thing because I get to watch these two interact and I get to watch them interact with other characters and I get to see them do all sorts of shit that, guess what, I never have to worry about all this sort of stuff in terms of like, oh man, I'm kind of worried about, how the quality of this character might be. No, I never have to worry about that because I'm just always going to enjoy the quality of the show if I enjoy these two already. There's also a shit ton of characters that are just really good. There's a lot of moments in there that are fucking beautiful. I love the note that just like constantly goes over like I failed, and it repeats it like over and over again in terms of audio. I love the, I'm gonna call it the construction area scene, right? That, but also the scene prior to it, right, with the apartment and everything. The finale to the whole thing is beautiful in general, right? That whole final episode, the part like before it, right? All that. This is so damn good on quality. I wish the opening was properly uploaded somewhere, but unfortunately it ain't, so I can't add it to any playlists. Fuck, right? There's so much good here. I love this shit so much. It is like, I don't know, man. It is so hard to really just speak about every fucking thing that I love about it because I feel like this video would be like triple its length. And I'm not even at the other thing that entered my top 10 this year that's like above this, right? We're not even there yet. We'll be there. It'll be a while, but we'll be there, right? It's just, man, this series is good. I'm so excited to start the extra stuff to it and Zero and all that because this is just going to like make me so happy, right? I know that some of the adaptations of those are a little rough, right? From what I've heard, but I think I'm still going to enjoy it. I think I'll still have a great time. And as long as I still have a great time, I'll still love this shit, right? Maybe it'll go higher on my list. I don't know. Hard to say. There's a lot that it could compete with in that regard. But man, this shit's fantastic. I love this. I can see why people always recommend it. I can see why it inspired that. I can see that, yeah, obviously I was gonna love it. And yeah, this is a damn good series. It's beautiful, consistently at that. Animation, something I actually want to mention, animation, really damn good in it, right? I've mentioned before that occasionally White Fox animation has sometimes looked a little stiff, right? In terms of character designs or how movement is or whatever it may be. I never really felt like that too much with this. I felt like consistently, everybody looked great, right? Everybody looked great. There were some really beautiful animated scenes, right, in there. I consistently, and I keep using it, I keep using that word, but genuinely, I enjoyed this a shit ton. I am so fucking excited to start the rest, right? And I get too soon because of a reason I'll get into later, actually, because I realize I actually have to discuss that later. But I get too soon, and I'm very excited for when I get to. And when that time comes, I guess we'll be back here for the end of this year's video and all that, right? I'll do an end of the year one where I get to talk about the rest of it. That'll be fun. I guess this will be part one of that, technically. But yeah, Steins is fucking just fantastic. I already have the DVD on my fucking shelf. It is just good. It's just a good series. It's alright. Alright. Let me actually say a few things before I move on to the next section because I feel like it's fucked up. And I was willing to actually put this on the list rather than on the lightning round. It would have been on the lightning round. It really would have been. Because honestly, I don't give enough of a shit about Demon Slayer to actually just sit down and talk about it. But I think at least for now, I should. So, season 3 of Demon Slayer. I haven't watched anything past that, haven't seen the new season, nothing like that. But season 3, let's talk about that. Now, to give the series a little bit of credit, I did enjoy the movie a decent bit, and I enjoyed season 2 a decent bit. Both of them were very entertaining, right? I don't think they were necessarily like anything absurd, right? But I enjoyed them enough to say, yeah, you know what, this is pretty good. So, now we get to season 3. And maybe it's just because of how much more simple the arc is, but I feel like it returned to the problem I had with season 1. Zero tension here, right? I felt like this season didn't feel very tense just to begin with, because the big thing is, oh, the Hashira, I want to say, I think that's what they are. The dudes are essentially like the top of the top, right? We have 2 of them already here in this arc, which I had heard that, oh yeah, there was 2 of the like top ranking, like upper moon sort of demons here. So it's like, okay, that's balanced in a certain sense. But here's the thing. Something about that put me off. Because it's like, okay, so we have 2 of the Ashura here, right? But since we have 2 of them, and we have 2 of these guys, there's not much of a difference from before with season 2. Because season 2, we had 1 dude, but then there were technically 2 of them. And that guy fought both of them with, of course, our whole ass team of the main characters. But all of them fought too. And it was a struggle, but they did ultimately win in the end. So now we have 2 of these guys, but there's also 2 of them. But like we now have an extra of the Hashira. So that's like a difference in terms of skill. Because now we have 2 people who are really skilled who are also going to be fighting, right? Now, this did change when I found out, oh, one of these demons kind of splits into multiple and then has, a proper form in a sense, right? That made more sense. But it was kind of the thing just off the bat of, oh, this doesn't feel that threatening because it's like, well, I feel like we're fine, right? Even if the other main characters aren't here. We have Tanjiro and we have his sister, and then we have these 2. And maybe a few extras, who knows, right? Like, that, at the time I didn't know, but I was just like, okay, I mean, that seems like that's a little bit more balanced on their side. But then we actually get to it, and you know what? For the first few episodes, pretty good, right? I felt like, okay, there is a threat here. There is stuff going on that's interesting, right? All this sort of stuff. I liked what I was seeing. But then we had the problem. We had the problem. It didn't feel that scary. Because, we encounter one of these demons, the dude in the pot. And yeah, to start off, he's a bit threatening. But then we get later into the fight, and it doesn't feel that scary. Like I said, it feels simple. Uh, then we get the other one who does feel like that, but now he's fighting somebody who is skilled enough to just take him on, and maybe not perfectly, but like I don't know. It's a little strange to me. Also, the way she reacted to potentially almost dying was a little strange because it's like I feel like you would react differently. I know it might be meant to be like a little bit more comedic, but it was a little weird. And then we have Tanjiro's big final scene there with the stuff involving him and his sister, and the fact that like, oh no, she's about to die, right, and all this because she's in the sun, and then she naturally heals from it, right, and actually is now totally fine with standing in it, which was weird to me because like there was always this sense of like emergency in case the sun went up, right? And it's like, oh, we gotta get her out of there, right? So removing that feels a little cheap because now it's like, oh well, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Now she's just a demon, right? But gets to stand in the sun. There is no loss here, right? And I get this is towards like the end point of the whole ass series, but like I don't like that a lot, right? And then also now knowing like after seeing season two and everything, because I learned about this after the fact, but knowing that none of this stuff is actual powers and just it's like, oh, it's just all visual. It sucks, right? I'm not gonna lie. It's cool like in on paper, right? I was gonna say inherently, but like it's technically speaking, yeah, it's like on paper it would be that, but in execution, it feels a little silly. I don't actually like it that much, and I don't know. I didn't have that insane of a time with this, which was kind of unfortunate because I was hoping the quality would just go up based on season two and all that. It doesn't feel like that. I actually really didn't enjoy this all that much. This was not super great. It was decent, right? By all means, it was decent. I enjoyed, like, at least kind of watching it. But some of it I did have complaints about, and I kind of sat there and I was like, no, this feels like season one again, where I just couldn't see the big appeal of it. I personally, I just couldn't feel it. And I feel like that once again, right? Now that the whole last extra season that I gotta watch, right? I don't know how I'll feel about that. I guess we'll see. When that time comes, well, I'll learn what it's like. There's a bunch of movies that are going to be coming out that are going to finish off the series. I don't know that I'm going to watch them in theaters, but maybe if they're worth it, maybe, right? I don't know. I haven't heard great stuff about the ending to the series, so I don't know that I would want to go see it. I don't know. Demon Slayer is a weird series for me, where I feel like despite it being super popular, I'm just personally not into it. I am going to be crucified for my opinions on these animes and mangas that are about sports. But, anyways, Haikyuu. Now, before I say anything that might, get you to think, oh, I'm going to say the same shit as I did with Slam Dunk, which at this point I'm already doing. But before I say anything that could be argued as critiques and stuff like that for the series, at least how I felt, right? I want to note I enjoyed Haikyuu substantially more than Slam Dunk, right? Slam Dunk had some issues with the characters, had some issues with the pacing, had some issues with how it ended, all that, right? Haikyuu, I'm not even done yet. Like, I am actually reading it, but it's kind of a slow reading process, mainly because I don't feel like I need to necessarily just sit my ass down and go through the whole ass ending, right? I think I might be able to enjoy it more if I take my time. But I am reading it, and I'm not done yet. So that's one thing. But another is that I'm actually just enjoying it a lot more, right? I don't necessarily have it as high as some people would potentially think, or others would potentially just have on their own lists and everything. For me personally, it's up at like maybe a 7.5, right? Which is 7.5 is pretty good, right? Despite what people may think, 7.5 is like a high kind of rating. It's not like absurdly high. Obviously, you would want to have an 8 or a 9 or whatever it may be, right? But I feel like some people tend to just see 7 sometimes as a weirdly low number, and it's not. Because I feel like if we wanted to go off a low number, we would go with like 5. Like if a series was a 5, then yeah, there were issues there and everything, and I didn't enjoy it enough, right? I mean, like it would have been decent, right? It would have been like, okay, I could have gone without seeing this, but at the same time, right? Season one of Nura was like that, right? Specifically season one, but season one of Nura was like that, where I was like, well, it's a 5.5. It's not the worst, right? I'll continue and see if I actually do like it, but if the first few episodes of season two I don't like, I'm not continuing, right? That's kind of a bad rating, but this is pretty good, right? The fact that I've given it a 7.5 means that no, I sat down and I enjoyed this. There was stuff to enjoy here. I felt like there was a lot more tension with this as opposed to Slam Dunk. I mean, Slam Dunk did have tension, right? That's one of the aspects I did like about it. But this even more so, right? There was always this constant threat and everything that kind of was just around with every game, at least so far out of what I've watched, right? So it was nice. Characters here were great, right? I don't think they were anything too insane, right? Because I think that's another issue I partially have here is I think characters still are a little too, I almost want to say shallow, like they almost don't feel super exciting or anything like that. But they're better than Slam Dunk. I thoroughly enjoy at least each of them with what they do in the actual games themselves, right? As characters, I don't know what I can say, but in terms of what they do in the games, I enjoy them a lot, and some of the like managers and stuff like that are actually enjoyable as characters. They get to be fleshed out, which makes them at least interesting. Or maybe some of the other side characters that are in there, like some of the teachers and stuff like that, and coaches and all this sort of stuff. Sometimes those characters are the ones that get a lot more building, and you know what? That's a-okay. I'm fine with that as well. So, with that said, I would kind of like to discuss a little bit more of this because obviously I don't want to just end this off with saying, well, this was better than, Slam Dunk, and that's about it, right? So here's the thing. Animation wise, this was beautiful, right? I think the first season had some good moments in there in terms of how it looked and everything, but it really picked up later. And same with the actual, like, story itself and everything. I wasn't necessarily too huge on it from season one. Season one made me feel like I was essentially going through Slam Dunk again, where it's like I'm experiencing the same thing of here's this long series of sports stuff and oh, we're just going to see this same formula for a while. But as I got to the end of season one, and I went on to season two and went on beyond that, it did feel like it was constantly improving, right? Again, not too much, because like obviously, I'm not saying this as a critique to other people, like fuck you for doing this, right? Not saying this at all. But I am surprised to see people hold it like super high for my brother, for example. He holds this as like one of his like top 3 or top 4 series. I'm surprised by that personally, right? I mean, I can get it. Everybody's gonna have their own opinion on stuff. I personally don't really feel that way, and I don't think no matter what happens later, that will happen to me because it's like I don't know. There's not enough here to really warrant me throwing it that high, right? I'm a big story guy. I'm also a big action guy, right? So as a result, if a story has both of these blended in some way, it works out really well, right? As much as people do critique stuff like Blue Lock, for example, I did enjoy that because there was constant tension and there was this deterioration of these characters and their mental sanity and stuff like that based on what I saw with season one. Haven't seen season two. Don't think I'm going to watch it. If I'm going to do anything with that series, it's going to be reading it. Don't know what it's going to be like later, right? I don't know how much better or worse it'll be. I don't know. But so far, that's what I liked with season one of that. And there's another sports series that's on this list that I have yet to talk about. But when I get there as well, that's another thing of just that series did feel like it built up a lot on characters and their ideals and all this sort of stuff that it's like, I like that. I like that a lot, right? I like it when a story is not afraid to delve more into that with their characters if it's a sports series, because technically speaking, you don't have a plot to go off of. You have a plot to go off of in the sense that, oh, it's let's make it to nationals and then let's get past that and become, famous around the world with all this sort of stuff. We'll live out our dream doing this and everything, all that sort of shit, right? But in that sense, what you then do is you take the characters and you have their building be that story. There's actually a rom-com on here I am so fucking excited to talk about. It's like the second last thing here, but it's so fucking exciting to talk about because it's one of the only rom-coms I've ever seen, and I haven't seen that many, but it's one of the only ones I've seen and just essentially heard of that actually like establishes that sort of thing of just building on these characters because it's a rom-com, right? The story itself is about the romance, but having more there helps a lot. Can't wait for that, right? But with Haikyuu, like I was saying, I think in that regard, it struggles a little bit because it's a lot more focused towards going to nationals, but we don't get a shit ton of building on the characters other than motivational moments and like training and stuff like that. And we don't get a lot of downtime with them. We do get some, right? That's something I will say is an improvement over Slam Dunk. We do get downtime with these characters, and I do like that. Music here is great, right? I do want to also note that. I wasn't surprised because, like, okay, as soon as I heard some of the tracks, I realized this sounds exactly like My Hero's soundtrack. And then I looked it up and went, oh, yep, no, that's the same composer. That makes sense. So, yeah, soundtrack is here. Great. I'm surprisingly not huge on any of the openings or endings, right? I'm just kind of all right with them, right? I haven't added any to my playlists or anything like that. It's kind of unfortunate. Usually I do that. Like the other sports series we're going to talk about on here, I've fucking added the opening and ending of that directly into my playlist almost immediately because, oh, that shit rocks, right? But like this, no, I actually didn't add a single one of the songs in there, which was kind of surprising. Overall, though, this was like pretty damn good. I am curious to see more. Partially why I did this was because the movie was coming out, and my brother already being a fan of it, other members of the family already being a fan of it, friends of his already being a fan of it, or people that rather that he got like into it and everything. So I kind of just wanted to get caught up myself because I'm like, you know what? If the movie's coming out and I like this series, I'll try it out, right? And that's exactly what we did. We got caught up. We watched the movie. I mean, like I said, still a 7.5, but like that movie was really good. So, hey, kind of worth it. And actually, the art direction and everything in that movie, especially the like last, I want to say like 10 minutes or so of the actual like match and everything. Ooh, stellar. Absolutely stellar. It's kind of shocking to watch a sports anime movie because it's like, yeah, as you would expect, it's just the match for the movie essentially, but like it's so in depth with that sort of thing that it kind of makes it exciting. It's a unique experience that you don't get with other anime movies. Because if I were to go watch like Film Red, right? If I went to watch Film Red again, obviously a big part of the movie would be establishing the plot and then Uda and all this sort of stuff and like the red hair pirates and all this, right? But with this, it's like, well, no, because it's a sports anime movie, it focuses on the game itself, which is kind of cool, right? You get to actually see this full-length film of just this game being constantly animated and done beautifully and all this, and it's great, right? Overall, that was a great experience. And yeah, we might be back for a part 2, right? Where we talk about the rest of the series. I don't know. I will either finish reading it and then we'll talk about it, or who knows, maybe the other movies will be out, because to my understanding, there's like another movie or two coming out. So maybe we'll be back for those. Maybe we'll be back for when I'm done reading. We'll see. Overall, though, it's not bad, right? By all means, I enjoyed it a decent bit, right? But I do think I expected a lot just based on how people talked about it and didn't get that much in terms of the, payout of it. That said, still a worthwhile experience. I realize now that I had my camera a little high there on that last one, and it was actually showing the light here. So I hope like the giant ball of light wasn't straining on the eyes or anything. But anyways, Kengan Ashura. Kind of fitting that, I'm talking about big ball light just shining directly down on me, much like you would have in an arena, essentially. But Kengan. Let's talk about Kengan. I have actually been recently rewatching it because this is not surprisingly a series that I enjoy a lot, right? I already really like Baki, right? Baki's probably like, if we're talking solely action focused, not much plot, right? Plot is like simple, right? In terms of where it's going and everything. Very simple plot, solely big action with interesting explanations and all this sort of stuff. Baki's my favorite in that regard, right? So, not surprisingly, I was going to enjoy Kengan. I was going to enjoy Kengan a lot. And then I watched it, and wow, I enjoyed Kengan a lot. Is that surprising? Not really. This series is really damn good. Now, unfortunately, I know some things about its sequel, and based on what I've heard, as much as I would be interested to read it because I want to see more with some of these characters, there is something in that sequel that, in my opinion, absolutely ruins the ending of this series. But maybe we don't talk about that. I'll think about that while I'm talking on whether or not I want to actually speak about that. Right? I'll let it boil, and if it does start to boil real hard, I'll speak about it. If not, we'll keep it as is. Anyways, Kengan. This series is really damn good. Now, I'm not turned off by CGI or anything like that. I know some people are, fair to have your own opinion on that and everything. But for me personally, I'm totally cool with it, right? If an anime wants to be solely CGI or have CGI for the most part and then occasional 2D stuff, that's fine by me, right? Beastars was like that. I had a great time with Beastars. I talked about that before. Dorohedoro was like that. I had a great time with Dorohedoro. We also talked about that last time, right? All sorts of stuff in this regard. I've seen stuff with CGI where it's like, no, I can still get a great anime out of something like this. And just, yeah, it doesn't bother me at all that they're using like these models and everything instead of like, oh, hand animating everything and doing it frame by frame, all that sort of shit. Does work out, right? Kengan, in my opinion, might just be the best in this regard. Maybe not, because Dorohedoro does have some fantastic backgrounds, and I think Dorohedoro's backgrounds are what really make the CGI kind of pop out, right? Because it matches the manga in a sense, even though the manga is very heavily inked. The backgrounds being so detailed with something like Dorohedoro does help it in terms of an adaptation. When it comes to Kengan, though, these models are good, right? These models are really well shaded and they have some proper motion to them and everything. They do try and make sure to not go too excessive with the models. And by that, I mean, if a character has an outfit change, 90% of the time, that's hand animated, right? If a character is injured, they just draw on the bandages and like draw the character and all that sort of shit. Or like, oh, if they're wearing a suit, whatever it may be, drawn, right? As long as they are in their neutral outfits that they have just for the actual matches and stuff like that, they'll use the CGI models. But otherwise, not so much, right? I mean, I guess Oma is the difference here. Oma, I mean, it makes sense. He's the main character, but they do constantly give him different models. He has more casual clothes. He has, a model of him as a kid, all this sort of stuff, right? Makes sense. But let's actually talk about some more of this because, I mean, obviously we don't want to just solely focus on like these models are really good, right? The actual fights to this series, because I feel like that's the most important part, right? As much as the plot is actually kind of interesting, the fights are what we're here for in terms of Kengan. These are really good. These are some really fucking good fights. I had a blast with this series throughout its whole course. I mean, I think season one luckily was like the weakest, and I'm saying weakest in terms of just how it was, but not necessarily in terms of ranking or anything like that. It's still pretty damn good, right? It has some good fights in there. I just think in terms of what happens afterwards, yeah, it just only goes up, right? And that is good. That is exactly what you want for a series like this because you want to constantly build that attention for your viewer to be like, oh, here's this crazy fight, but guess what? It gets crazier, right? You want to always have that. So the fact that these fights go along like this, where it's like we constantly rise and rise and rise between the first round to the second to the third and onward, right? Fantastic. Absolutely phenomenal in terms of that. I love that every fight has an entrance for the characters, like a fucking wrestling sort of entrance, sometimes literal, but the fact that it's like, oh, everybody has their own theme song. Some of it's licensed music. Some of it is entirely created for the show, right? By different artists, of course, sometimes. And sometimes it's like the actual team working on it, all this sort of shit, right? The fact that they have all this music and it's just anytime a character enters, we get some of it. Absolutely beautiful. I do wish Marvelous Seki's entrance music was available, right? His regular music is available and everything easily, but like the newer version with season 2, not at all. And it's really damn unfortunate because I like that. Sounds like some Enter Sandman sort of shit, combined with like, the Undertaker and all that, which makes sense because that's essentially partially what it feels inspired by, as well as like a different Japanese wrestler from what I've looked up. So feels fitting. But oh, the fact that every character just gets to enter with their own music and everything, and then you get these crazy fights in there, it becomes really entertaining to watch. You feel like a fellow audience member in that tourney where you're just sitting there seeing all this shit go down, and you're like, this is fucking awesome, right? And honestly, I kind of like that in a sense, this story that they establish with it is almost a tragic tale, right? Like with what's going on and everything, you can already see by the end of season one where you're headed in terms of the like everything going down, right? Or I guess maybe more so the start of season two, but it's really fucking good, right? I can definitely say I don't think it's higher than Baki, but it's really high. Like every time I rewatch it, I kind of sit there and I go, man, I do kind of like this a whole lot, right? Because I've been rewatching it a lot. It's not just like, oh, once or anything. It's like I've been rewatching some of these fights just randomly after like a few days of already doing so. I just sit there and I go, yeah, I could rewatch that again. And I just pull it up and I rewatch the whole fight. And that's it, right? This shit's good. This shit's really good. Again, I don't know if I will ever, do a part two of this because I don't know if I want to talk about the sequel series. I I'm not sure how I'd react to the actual, killing of the ending of the first series, but maybe it'll be all right. I don't know. Maybe some of the fights will be worth it. I will say, I've heard similar complaints to the sequel series as I've heard with Bakudo, and the problem with that is I think Bakudo is all right, and I think the first half of it is pretty damn good, right? But I think later on it really starts to drop in terms of quality, and that worries me a lot because if people are comparing it to that and they are saying it in the same sense, that's really concerning. That tells me that, oh, that might not be great later. So I don't know if we would do a part two on that. But here's what we can talk about. The reason why I was watching it. The Kengan versus Baki sort of crossover. Baki versus Kengan, whatever we want to call it. It was kind of disappointing. I'm not going to lie. It was actually kind of disappointing. I thought it was interesting that we were actually going to have properly fully animated 2D Kengan characters, right? I didn't mind that they weren't 2D animated before because, again, the CGI in Kengan looks beautiful. But I was like, you know what? This is cool. We're gonna have Reinen and Oma and all these characters like just 2D animated and fighting like that. That's neat, right? That's pretty cool. And they're fighting Baki characters as well, like they're fighting Jack and Baki himself and Hanayama, right? Like that's awesome, right? But then we actually got it, and it's real sad. It's only an hour long, which is not surprising. It might even be 40 minutes. I might be misremembering the hour long part. And it's very okay with the fights. They're very short. They're 5 minutes. They don't go into too much other than referencing one series then referencing the other. Uh, that's kind of about it. There's some crazy shit that happens with the Jack fight. That's all I can really say about that. And then the Baki and Oma fight happens where they constantly use techniques, from their own series and like recent ones at that. And that's about it, right? And then Yujiro and Kuroki step into the ring. And I want to point out, this is actually the one spoiler I'm going to say about this. So this came out before part 2 of season 2 for Kengan, right? So the actual final matches weren't known or anything like that, except for the fact that because this collab decided to show Yujiro jumping into the ring and then also Kuroki and both of them staring at each other, the very obvious thing to my eyes, because I watched this, of course, prior to part 2, because I assumed there was going to be no spoilers, the very obvious thing I presumed as soon as I saw that was, oh, Kuroki is probably going to be the final opponent. I thought it would be Kano because he was the guy that everybody was talking about, both in the show and online. No, it's Kuroki. Because why else would he be being compared to Yujiro, right? And yeah, not surprisingly, part 2 comes out, and one of the first images I see, because Netflix has zero problem spoiling shit, is an image of Kuroki standing there about to fight Oma. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, so that's the final match. Good to know. They did that with the trailer too, apparently. I hadn't seen the trailer until like way after, right? Like recently. But apparently the trailer as well just showed every single match that was happening. That's kind of fucked up. But I don't know. What can you do? They're weird with the marketing. Overall, though, it was all right. I mean, I liked the scene at the end with the, I forgot his name, but the corrupt police officer seeing all the convicts kind of just like standing there and everything. And he's like, oh, I'm going to enforce justice, right? It's like that felt fitting, right? These two opposite sides of this like evil, right? It's nice. But yeah, I was pretty disappointed. I thought that this was gonna be a whole lot better, at least just like in terms of a whole lot of stuff, from like maybe how long the fights were to how much they would go into, to at least like some of the action there, because the action in this was pretty weak, I won't lie. The Baki and Oma fight is animated pretty damn well. Uh, for the most part, right? I think there are maybe occasional moments in there where it's a little iffy, but I think the rest of the fights are really strange on how they go by pacing wise. It's odd. I mean, I guess the main big thing is that the team that was working on Baki and all that, because this is presumably the exact same team, the team that was working on that was, prior to this working on Son of Ogre. So that probably took a lot of their resources, and then this came out, and it's like, well, this was like a small put together thing. That would make sense. I was hoping for better for a collab like this. But that said, Kengan itself, fantastic. Oh boy, now for the show that a lot of people are considering the anime of the year of last year. I mean, there's a lot of entries in that regard, but this is the big one that people are considering for that. And you know what? I think it's possible for it to get that title, because this was really good. Frieren is a very interesting show, right? I saw some people mentioning that it's like, oh, it's being super overhyped and all this, or people like, complaining about those people saying that and all this sort of stuff, and just a constant flame war between them. And I would like to give my own thoughts here, mainly because I don't care about what either side is saying towards each other, because I just want to hold my own opinion, and everybody can hold theirs, and therefore I'm gonna just speak, right, in terms of how I feel, right? So let me now state it. I think Frieren is definitely like a 9 out of 10. It is good. It is really good. I actually enjoyed it a lot. Not surprisingly, series animated by the same teams that did, Hunter x Hunter and Death Note and all this. So it looks beautiful, but it looks way more beautiful than any of that stuff, in my opinion. It is really good looking, especially with some of the action scenes. Beautiful. But let's talk about the actual quality of it, because something I do want to also mention is I do think that people do talk it up very hard, to a point that I went into this similar to Haikyuu, expecting a shit ton. And what I got back was really good. I was just a little bit disappointed, because I was like, oh, this is less than I expected. I assumed, because of how much people were talking about Frieren and saying anime of the year and all this, I was about to receive the greatest story ever made, right? I thought I was about to get just a story that would go into my top 3, and just all of a sudden, on my fucking shelf, you'd see the series, right? That's what I assumed. Instead, yeah, the story is really good. I wouldn't mind collecting it at some point in terms of the manga and everything. But I do think it's a very simple story. I don't think it's anything extreme. The characters in the series are pretty good, right? I think they are very enjoyable. They're very funny. They have really damn good scenes, right? Some cold lines in there, especially from Frieren herself, of course. There's some good stuff here all around in terms of its characters. I think that is one of the places where it really excels. In terms of plot is very simple. There's not too much there to necessarily talk about. But here's the interesting thing with Frieren that actually makes me like it a decent bit. And that's what it is, right? I don't think it is necessarily what I'm about to describe, because there is a lot of darker stuff to it, right? And there's a lot of moments where, like, for example, Aura, right? The shit that Frieren does with Aura. I think that should be evident to what I'm about to say is not entirely taken at face value. You just gotta hear me out in terms of what I'm going to say with it, right? So, with that said, let me now describe this. Frieren feels like a fantasy slice of life, right? Because a lot of this is fairly standard for a fantasy series. Elf that lives for a very long time. Human, dwarf guy, priest, right? And then it's like, oh, and then two of these are essentially just dead because they can't live that long. They're humans, right? So obviously they age and then that's it, right? So, elf, oh, teaches little girl all this. Little girl's good at magic and all this sort of stuff. This guy, taught by the dwarf, also pretty damn strong, right? A little bit cowardly, maybe not necessarily cowardly, but a little scared of stuff. But overall, got a good heart, right? All this sort of stuff. Fairly standard for a fantasy series. There's nothing too interesting in that regard. I mean, they're all fun characters by all means, right? Like I said, this is where it excels. But all simple characters here. However, the interesting part about this series, as opposed to every other fantasy series involving these character tropes, is essentially how it's handled. Because, like I said, slice of life fantasy. It's not necessarily a slice of life because of stuff I mentioned before, but it's very interesting. It's very simple on how it handles each day by day process that these characters go through. It's not necessarily some big journey where it's like we got to go here and there's going to be a constant development of the story as we learn more about the world. No, it kind of does build the world around you, but more so it's just a very simple thing where you see these characters go through the life in this world and learn more about what they can do for themselves, how they can train themselves to be better, all this sort of shit, right? It's very simple, but one of the biggest things about it is similar to what I mentioned with Minus One, where it's just live, right? Live day by day. Enjoy that sort of life, right? All that sort of shit, right? It's a very simple life, but just enjoy it for what you have, right? And I think that really works with what it's going for because slice of life, ha. But in a sense, having it be that simple format actually pays off to the theme of living because it's not some grand adventure where it's like there's the risk of death and all this sort of stuff. That risk is technically there. But in the grand scheme of things of how it's portrayed, it actually is very similar to that theme of just, yeah, here's the characters enjoying their time together, eating dinner, having desserts, all this sort of shit, having fun conversations, drinking, whatever it may be. They're just enjoying their time together. And I think that's why I really do like it. In a way, that actually made me enjoy the exam stuff slightly less. It was still pretty damn enjoyable. I thought the exam stuff was really cool. But because it felt less like the slice of life sort of stuff, that did actually end up making me sit there and go, I don't know, this feels pretty standard now, right? Like, it's still good, characters still develop well. But at this point, I do view it in a sense of, well, no, now we're back to the regular fantasy sort of thing. Whereas I think it's really cool to see these characters go day by day with this stuff, right? That's where I think it really excels. And I'm hoping that as the series goes on, it delves more into that, right? I'm excited to see more with it and everything. Obviously, I have the same sentiment towards this as I do with Dororo, where it's like if we do establish some interesting stuff with demons and stuff like that, or like different sorts of people and all this, right? In terms of alignment charts, I'm real cool for that, right? I saw some complaining on Twitter, and listen, maybe I just don't know enough about what comes later or whatever it may be, but I actually like the original idea presented. I think the idea of different alignments for these sort of races, no matter who they are, right, is really cool in concept because that just does establish more and also gives more to that actual theme of living. Because in a sense, that helps these characters as well, right? It helps them see that outlook as well. I think that'd be really cool. I don't know if it exists. I don't know. I guess I'll find out as season 2 comes out, or maybe if I read it way later down the line, if it finishes. I don't know. We'll see. I don't have too much to say with it because, honestly, again, it's not super heavy story focused. But in terms of what happens, it's pretty good. I do actually like Frieren a lot. I could see it being just proper anime of the year that people fully love, gets its awards, all that. I wouldn't be opposed to that. So I was actually going to put this as part of the lightning round stuff because I figured I probably wasn't going to talk about too much to actually warrant putting it here. And I do think this is going to be a very short part of the video. This is probably going to be the shortest outside of that lightning round stuff. But I do think it's worth it to talk about because I did enjoy the original series a lot. I think it's only fair to talk about the follow-up. Ranking of Kings, the treasure chest stuff. I actually don't remember the full name. In terms of my notes, I just wrote Ranking of Kings Treasure, just to differentiate it from the original. But this sort of side story collection I had watched last year because, not surprisingly, a lot of stuff has been happening the past few years, right? If you've been on the channel, you already know, right? I've been busy a whole ton. But on top of that, I actually didn't get to watch a whole lot of what was coming out for the past while now. So stuff like Konosuba, which was in the lightning round section, that was something I didn't even get to watch till last year. And same goes for this, right? This came out roughly the same time, and I didn't get to watch it either because I was just so focused on doing all sorts of shit that it didn't end up working out. But I finally sat my ass down and watched this, and it's pretty damn good, right? I think it is obviously lesser than the first season solely because it is just a side story collection, but it's pretty damn cool. It takes side stories, in a sense, from where, the plot is, but puts them through each and every sort of episode that exists already, right? They give you context as to what's happening prior to the side story, so you know what point of the story you're at, and then you go through it, right? Each episode is kind of split in half, so think of your average Saturday morning cartoon, right? How it has 2 in there that are like 10 minutes. That's what this is. It's 2 in there that are 10 minutes. You get to enjoy from 2 separate sections of the story. Overall, it's pretty damn cool, right? You get to learn more about the characters. It fleshes them out some more. You get to learn more about the world. Fleshes that out some more, right? Very good all around. I actually did enjoy watching this a whole lot because it's just a very simple, relaxing sort of show to just put on and be like, man, I get to learn more about these characters. I like that, right? It's fun. Interestingly, though, I had thought that way for the longest while watching it, right? For that whole time, I had thought, this is pretty cool, right? And each and every episode was split in half. Like, even in the title was split in half based on, like, what was happening on the first half and then what was happening on the second half. It was nice. But then I got to the second last episode, and the way it was placed was at the very end of the show, which was confusing to me because I was like, oh, we're at the last episode in terms of the original show, and now it's only the second last episode here. So what's the last episode going to be? And then I looked at the title, and it wasn't split in half. It was a singular title, right? Just all in one. And then I watched it and realized, oh shit, this is not only talking about some of the characters in there and showing off some stuff that apparently happened, right? But also, it feels like a teaser, right? It ends on this sort of cliffhanger where they like zoom in on somebody that Boji like bumps into, and it feels like this teaser for what's to come. Now, are we getting what's to come? Who knows? Unfortunately, based on what I saw, I can't even see any translated manga continuation of it anywhere. It is still going based on what I've heard, but I can't find any translations anywhere. So, unfortunately, can't check that myself in terms of what's happening, right? And I would love to do a part 3 of this, essentially. But as for right now, this is cool. I hope there is a second season because this teaser has me excited to see more. I already love the original series a whole lot, so this is nice. I like that there is just this nice little teaser for both ends of this story that are in here, even though it's one whole episode. It almost feels like a split based on the sort of cliffhangers they have in there. It's good, right? I'm real fucking curious if we're even going to get more. Like, I hope so. The original series did well based on the general reception I saw, Maybe it didn't, and I just don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll see with time. But I really hope we get to do a part 3 here, whether it's from the manga or it's season 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is? It is time to talk about this. I hope it's in the camera. I can't fully see it. But Takopi. Oh boy. Okay. So, I already heard about this series prior to this. I heard some dark shit about this series and was pretty much told, yeah, this is a real depressing story. Very bittersweet end. It's nice by that point, but man, does it hit you in the fucking gut. Right? It is dark. And I've been using dark a lot in this video, but I mean that in the most literal sense here. It is dark. It is cruel. There is a lot that happens, but you know what? There is a just sort of sweetness by the end of it that is really damn nice. And I can thoroughly say, after going through it, this was great, right? It is rare that I tear up on a first viewing of something. It's happened before. Infinite Wealth, when I played that last year, that ending got me real bad. Same with Gaiden. The final thing on this list, oh boy, we're not even there yet. And holy shit, that more than got me. But Takopi hit me hard, right? It hit me hard a lot throughout it because it was just, this is just such a fucked up scenario for these kids. But oh man, did it really hit hard later. It is a rough series, and I do not mean that in a bad way by any means. I just mean it as this is something tough to go through. Like, I can't really say I am necessarily in a similar scenario. I mean, I would wish that anybody would not be in a similar scenario to any of these kids. But it's rough watching this because you almost feel like you're in their scenario based on what you're seeing. And it's fucked up too because there is just so much shit that happens that it's like, man, like I don't even want to talk about it too much, right? I think Takopi is best, much like other things on this list, experienced firsthand, simply because the story and everything that it's telling is so brutal in a sense that it's kind of unfair to spoil one thing, because I spoil one thing, I spoil the rest of the series, right? I pretty much reveal how all of this is going to go down, or at least the general idea. So I can say that it's really damn good for what it does, right? It establishes this very grim, bleak sort of world for these children in a place where it doesn't seem that bleak for everybody else, and just really twists and crushes that until eventually it opens up a little bit more, right? And I kind of like that a whole lot with the story. Art direction of it is fantastic, right? This artist is fucking skilled and absolutely knew how to give this very rough looking like sketches to the kids and stuff like that, while keeping Takopi himself very simple in terms of how he's drawn. And I say sketches like, oh, these are entirely sketches and not explicitly drawn like that. They are obviously drawn like that for a reason. But I more so mean it just has that look. It has that almost sketch look to them where it's like, this is tough to look at, right? Maybe not like tough in the sense of like, this is bad, right? But just tough in like, ooh, right? Like just seeing them drawn with very back and forth rough lines gives you that sense that, yeah, something's probably not right here. But then you have Takopi, who is drawn, very simple, circle, tentacle, 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 no back and forth, no rough, right? Just simple lines on them. It actually creates a beautiful contrast between that, where it's like you get that sense of difference in terms of how both are feeling, how both perceive things around the world, all that sort of stuff. Really damn great, right? And I think there's some beautiful panels in here, like some of the backgrounds and stuff like that are cool, right? Like they are drawn so damn well. I almost want to talk about the panel. There's a 2-page spread within the first 20 or 30 pages. It's a fucked up spread, right? But it is drawn masterfully, right? They just keep things dark enough so that you can't tell, right? And I mean dark as in like shading and all that, just so you can't tell. But it's also done well enough that you know exactly what's happening on that panel, right? Uh, should be obvious as soon as you see it because it's like, oh yeah, I see. Yep. But it's really damn well done. And I'm excited because recently it was announced that this is getting an anime adaptation. I watched the trailer. It looks fucking great, right? I was almost nervous because the studio that was handling it, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying they're bad. Away from the comments just for a second, all right? I'm just saying I was surprised by the studio handling this because it's a studio known for doing a lot of rom-com stuff based on what I saw. Now, they do have other stuff, right? I'm not super familiar with a lot of their works, but based on what I saw overall, the common sort of stuff they were doing was rom-com related stuff. There was Two Love Room, there was Clannad, all this. Clannad I know is like fucked up, right? I haven't seen it myself, but I do know it's like fucked up later. That makes sense, right? But I think at first I was like, oh, that's an interesting choice because they seem to do a lot of this sort of romance sort of stuff and maybe a few other things in here. But they're doing this, right? A story that like involves certain very heavy topics. But then I saw the trailer and I would almost go as far as to say it almost looks one to one with the manga, right? It is really well drawn. There's good rough lines in there for the kids, like I mentioned, way later. All that sort of shit. It looks great, right? And even just the poster of it looks really damn nice. I'm curious if there'll be a different poster when it comes out. I wonder if they'll replicate the poster of like the manga, right? The cover art of it. They might. That'd be cool. I don't mind if they don't though. It does just in general look really nice. I'm very curious on how this will be. I might show it to some of my friends, assuming they are totally cool with seeing this story, because again, it's going to be tough. Yeah, I don't know. The story's great. Like Takopi a lot himself as a character. He got me. He definitely got me to cry. Definitely got me to cry. He probably is just my favorite of that cast because of that. But yeah, Takopi's Original Sin, very good series. Very short. You could easily read it within like a day. Honestly, within a few hours. It's real damn good. Highly recommend. Okay. So, I don't have much to say right now about Berserk, other than a few things. I think we keep this very simple, right? Because I'll be real. The Golden Age stuff, all that, I already knew about all of it. I've been on the internet for a while. I've been looking around at anime and manga communities for a while. I know about all that shit, right? So, not much to discuss there. And in terms of the first chapter sort of stuff, not much to say there either. I mean, it was interesting to actually see that the series starts way later in a sense than I thought it would, and then it goes back. I didn't realize it did that. Kind of cool to see that it does. With that said, I stopped at the end of Golden Age, not out of any other reason other than solely, oh, I wanted to read the stuff that I was currently reading, like Dorohedoro at the time, and all that sort of shit. And I did not want something else to immediately jump in the way, right? So I thought to myself, okay, I own these, and these are good for when I don't have, any sort of reception on me to read stuff. I think I will just read these when I get the chance. And then if I get far enough and I enjoy it a whole lot, I'll go through Golden Age. I'll do that, right? Which is exactly what I did. I enjoyed it a lot. Art of it, of course, looks beautiful. It's just really well drawn. And then also, fantastic story. Got to the end of Golden Age. Put a nice bookmark on it. That's it, right? We will be back for a part 2 on this. I have every intention to continue. I firmly believe this will probably reach my top 10. Probably pretty high, right? All that. I just want to say a few things right now because I'm going to keep it simple and I don't have too much to say already. What is there to say that people haven't already said about this starting stuff, right? But with that said, story's fantastic. Characters in this are fantastic. Art is fantastic. Everything that people have praised the series for, I fully see. Berserk is really damn good. I am so fucking excited to continue when I get the chance. And, maybe that chance will come soon. I don't know. We'll see. Right now, I'm going through Hoshin Enji. Maybe when I'm done that, I spin my wheel. I'll have Berserk on there. If I get it again, we'll go through. Right? That's all I really have to say on it. I would have put this in a lightning round thing, but I felt like that was unfair to it because I do have an intention to continue. Right? I think everything else in the lightning round is solely in there because it is technically speaking not going to be continued. Konosuba, yeah, sure, it will be. But that's the difference of that's a comedy series. Very simple to continue. It'll be in the next lightning round sort of thing, probably. Unless something huge happens. It'll just stay that way, right? This is different. This is actually getting a part two, all that sort of shit. When I actually get to it, we will go through it, alright? That's the difference here. Anyways, Berserk, fantastic. We'll be back. I have a whole ass video coming out, and you need me to express my opinion on Infinite Wealth. It's my favorite like a dragon game. That's it. That's this whole section. This is shorter than the Berserk one. Does this show also function like Slam Dunk and Haikyuu? Will I be killed for having some opinions on this? I don't know anymore, actually. I don't see that many people talk about Assassination Classroom. I feel like the other two I do actively see people talk about. This one, occasional, right? Anyways, Assassination Classroom. I watched that last year for the first time ever. I had seen it roughly every now and then because my brother would like essentially watch it. Right, he would go through his first watch through of it and everything, and then I would kind of just see it in the corner of my eye, much like I did with One Piece. Uh, so now I get to actually talk about it because I've actually seen it. It's all right, right? I'd give it like a 7, much like Haikyuu and all that. It's enjoyable for what it does, but I do have some issues with it. I do think something it excels at is the whole classroom sort of setting. I don't think it is insane with that, right? I think a lot of characters in there could have had more time so that they're all more memorable, right? But I think in comparing it to something I brought up earlier with something like Haikyuu, My Hero, right? Except with that, I brought up My Hero because of the sound, right? Like the music. Now I'm bringing it up in terms of classroom setting. I feel like My Hero is pretty fucking bad with its the whole classroom setting. I 90% of that classroom I did not give a shit about. So it is nice that this series actually makes you feel a lot more for these characters and remember at least traits about them that it's like, oh yeah, this one likes baseball. Oh yeah, this one does this sort of shit in terms of like, oh, idol stuff and everything. All that, right? I like that there is enough there to at least get you to remember these characters in that regard. It's cool that it does that. I do wish it could have more time so that all of these characters would be memorable and I would remember each of their names, but it's all right. That said, I think some of the jokes in here suck. I think some of them are like actually pretty bad. Uh 90% of the stuff involving uh as the students word her Miss Bitch, 90% of those jokes are shitty, right? They are bad, they are kind of gross. I did not enjoy them at all. Some of the other stuff in here is a little weird in terms of humor. Like I think that's this series' slight flaw is humor. A lot of it just does not land, at least for me personally. So that did drag it down a bit. And then I also just didn't feel like I cared enough about some of these characters to really warrant how the ending would feel, right? I thought the backstory stuff was really cool, right? I thought a lot of the backstory stuff they went into was pretty damn cool. And I think the season one finale is very interesting, right? With the stuff they go through and all that. I do actually like that. They put you in this sense of ease because it's like, oh, it's a resort sort of thing. And then immediately, no, that you shouldn't feel easy about that, right? It's good. But I think the other areas are like, this is a little strange, right? I do think that I could see how people would enjoy this series a whole lot. I just personally think a lot of it is very trapped in this sort of bubble that it kind of should move out of in terms of, like I said, some of the jokes, and then also in terms of just excelling these characters more and doing more with them, right? This is a fairly popular series as well, right? Like, I kind of assumed that, oh, if it went on for longer, it could have done a whole lot more. And I'm sure Jump wouldn't have a problem with that, unless it was under the threat of being axed by Jump. I kind of doubt that. Again, this was a popular enough series, but maybe it was, and maybe that's why it couldn't. That definitely could have helped, though. At the bare minimum, definitely could have made it better. I don't have much else to say. It's a very simple series. I don't think it's anything too extreme, and it's an alright Jump entry, but not bad. Didn't mind going through it. Just do wish for slightly better things. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, our final sports entry of the list, Hinomaru Sumo. So, I'm slightly familiar with sumo, barely actually. I've always been interested in this sort of thing because it's made out to be this just very simple sort of sport, but then you actually look into the details of it, and it's like, no, there's a lot that goes into this whole sort of thing, and it's actually pretty fucking cool, right? Like, these dudes are a big fucking deal, right? And even if it's like, oh, you see them and they're like, oh, haha, they have large bodies, they could probably fucking kill you. Well, like, they are probably strong enough that they could just kill you, right? Large body don't mean shit. So, it is an interesting thing of like, no, there's a lot that goes into sumo as a whole. And that has made me interested in it, right? I've seen all sorts of just documentaries that are available that I was like, oh yeah, I want to look into this because I want to just see more. It's fucking cool, right? It's a nice sport, and obviously, seeing that there was a Jump series about it, one that people praised, I was all for it, right? Then I watched it. And you know what? Out of all the sports series that we've had on this list so far, probably my highest, right? I enjoyed this a lot. I mentioned the whole fleshing out of characters sort of stuff. I think this series did that great, right? I think the characters in this were fleshed out really damn well. We learn a whole lot about them. You feel for a lot of them. You feel those dreams they have. You feel the struggle that they're going through to reach that point. All this sort of stuff. You see the success, the failure. It's all so good. And I think one of the best parts is Hinomaru himself, right? The fact that he himself is this underdog, and almost to a literal sense, because he's short, right? Which typically for a sumo wrestler is not what you want to have, right? I think there is like an actual size limit, but like being under a certain point, it's like no, right? Because it makes sense. There's like weight class sort of stuff in a sense with sumo, in a rough sense, but like having somebody who is under that much of a difference in terms of height between like the guy he's facing and stuff like that, that's a pretty big deal, right? He's a short kid, so like technically speaking, this is a tough thing for him to go through because now he has to climb his way up that ladder already with a handicap on himself, right? But it's actually really fun to watch him go through this and get better with sumo and be taught all sorts of things and get really fucking good at it, right? I'm excited to read the manga because the manga is finished and I will eventually read that and I'll probably have a great time, right? I already had a real good time with season one. I thought it was very entertaining, beautifully animated. I also mentioned the openings and endings prior to this with like when I was talking about Haikyuu. Openings and endings here, really damn good, especially the first opening and especially the first ending. Oh, that first ending. I keep fucking listening to it. It's so damn good, right? And just all the like zoom ins of the like their muscles and stuff like that. I love it. I love it. This shit was really good. I'm very interested to see more. I'm already potentially seeing a romance budding there. I can't tell, right? There might be, and if there is, hey, I like me a good romance in a series. I like me a good romance. If that's real, if that's true, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I'm just saying, right? Haikyuu was doing that a little bit, but it was doing that towards the movie that I watched, so that took a while. But well, I think okay, it happened prior to the movie as well. Don't get me wrong. I'm not watching completely blind. It was happening earlier than that, but I think the movie is where it showed a lot of that. But with this, already from season one, based on like near the end, I'm seeing some stuff. I'm seeing some stuff. This could be good, right? I don't know. We'll see, right? I would love to do a part two on this, obviously. If I spin my wheel and I get it, we'll do a part two. I don't mind. This is a really fucking good series. I wish you could get a season two. I highly doubt it's getting one. Season one was probably just to promote the series. Who knows, right? But if it could, somehow, I'm all for it. Okay, it's time. But you may have seen me pull this up, much like I did with Takopi. We're not talking about the manga. We're talking about the movie. This is not even quite possibly, not even a probably, nothing like that. This is the best anime movie I've ever seen, or manga, or whatever we want to call it. Because technically speaking, it's an anime movie. It really, in a literal sense, it's an anime movie. This is good. This is absurdly good. This is fantastic. I am speaking as somebody who is writing a Demon's Tale and all this, and as somebody who wanted to draw and write a story because of stuff like Dragon Ball, right? And the amount of passion Akira Toriyama put into his work that made me want to put passion into my own work, and then all these other series I went through that made me want to put more into it, and all this sort of shit. This series is fantastic. This is like a drug. Like, legitimately, look back as a movie is like a drug. It makes you want to create so much stuff, right? It makes you want to sit down and just work. Literally, the day I watched this, I later went to a family event, and my ass took out my like sketchbook from a bag I brought with me, which I don't typically do. I don't usually bring a bag with me. I usually just have my phone on me. That's it, right? I took out my sketchbook from the bag that I rarely bring with me, and I just started sketching. I just started making designs and stuff like that, right? I sat there and thought to myself, I got a few fucking ADT designs I haven't finished out yet, right? I have a few I could still work on and all that. Fuck it. And I just started doing that for that whole time I was there. I was just sketching, right? Just having fun. This movie is so fucking good. It is so beautifully animated, voice acted. The soundtrack is phenomenal. I need to see if that like song during the credits is available. I gotta check that for myself. Uh, there's obviously so many references to Fujimoto's other works, right? And speaking as a Chainsaw Man fan, obviously I enjoyed what I got to see there. I think there was even, because I also have the manga, so I know it's in there. But this part was not in there, which led me to believe that there is a reference to Asa from part two of Chainsaw Man in there, because there's a character being drawn, and like I said, that's not in the original manga, but it's in there after it shows like 11 volumes of the like shark kick or whatever it was, and 11 volumes after this, Asa is introduced. So that led me to believe, like, oh, I wonder if that's actually supposed to be a reference to that. I don't know. Might not be. Still, there's so many references in here, regardless of just Fujimoto's work. There's other stuff that's referenced as well. All this, it's so good. The motion of it is beautiful. Also, I was talking about stuff earlier where I mentioned, oh, like perfect adaptations of mangas and stuff like that. I mentioned that with Takopi, fittingly, right? I said like, oh, the anime looks like it's going to be a nice, almost one-to-one adaptation. This, just with how it looks, is like perfect, right? This is Fujimoto's art style. Literally, like, down to every detail, it is just his art style animated. It is so fucking good. It looks so damn beautiful. I already really like the Chainsaw Man anime, right? I think the Chainsaw Man anime is, like, animated beautifully. But holy shit, if it looked like as close as this or something like that, that would be absurd, because it would just be like you're watching the manga in motion, right? Like every detail being the same, but just same exact way characters are drawn, it would be fucking crazy, right? I am totally fine with how it is animated and how the movie, the Rize movie, looks fantastic, almost looks similar to this, right? But holy shit, this movie is just really fucking good. If you like to create, right? You like to make music, you like to draw, you like to write stories, you like to make videos like me, or you stream, or whatever the fuck you do, whatever you create, whatever form of art that you are making. If you like doing that, you have a passion for that, and sometimes you almost doubt it, you doubt your ability, you make something, and you sit there and you go, that could have been better. You make a video, and you sit there and you go, man, why'd I do that in there? Like that was stupid and all this sort of shit. Or why'd I draw this character this way? Fuck. Like now they look strange. I made the eyes too big, whatever it may be. I don't know. Anytime you feel like that, the simple solution, and I'm not saying this for every single time, I'm saying just do it once if you haven't already seen it. Just watch this movie, let every detail of it sink in, and just by the end, you will probably sit there and go, no, you know what? I'm gonna learn from that. I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do even better. Next video, I'm gonna go fucking insane. Next drawing, ain't even gonna compare to the last one I did. This one is going to be just an absolute piece that belongs in a gallery, right? This movie helps so much with just letting you sit down and just absorb everything that you need to in terms of your brain and how creating art works, all this sort of stuff. And like I said, not even art in terms of the drawing sense, just in general. It does that so damn well that you will feel motivated to make more. Look Back is phenomenal. I fucking wish it got the awards that it was like potentially gonna get, right? It deserves the entire fucking world. This was beautiful. I loved this so much. This was fantastic. So, season 2 of Dorohedoro has been announced, and shortly after that was announced, spun my wheel and got it as the next manga to read. Now, I've been reading that over the course of last year because I'll be honest, it was hard to sit my ass down and actually read something necessarily. I mean, was doing that here and there, right? Takopi, Berserk, all that sort of shit. But this was like halfway through the year. I was pretty much okay on this, started reading, right? And it took until I'd say October, maybe November, till I finished it. So, finally finished Dorohedoro in terms of the manga. I like this shit a lot. This shit's great. Dorohedoro is a very, very interesting story, right? What I originally thought with the anime at first was there's a lot that happens here, and I'm not sure what's happening entirely. But then when you get to the later episodes, you start to understand more, and it's like, well, I don't know all the mysteries yet, but I'm sure they'll be solved in the future. And man, it's a little tough to remember right now, but we'll get there. Now I've finished the manga, and man, oh man, I do understand a whole ton more. A whole ton more? Now I finished the manga, and I do understand a whole ton more. But, oof, there is just a lot to unpack with this story. I would love to spoil stuff, and honestly, I will do a little bit of that. Kaiman has definitely become my favorite character so far. Well, not even so far. What the fuck am I saying? It's already over. But at least as a whole, in terms of the whole manga and everything, Kaiman's definitely my favorite character. At first, it was like Shin, and then also Noi. Like I liked their whole dynamic duo. Now it's Kaiman because I love this stuff with Ai and Aikawa and the boss, right? And all this sort of stuff. It is really fucking interesting for his character, right? The fact that it's like, oops, all Aikawa, right? Essentially, just as the whole thing of just there's so many fucking people inside this fucking lizard, right? And this lizard is also his own person, right? It's kind of funny. I love the different sort of mask he has while also, with the more human face and everything. It's kind of neat that it's like similar to his regular mask, but then also unique in its own way and everything. There is a lot of good stuff here. Also, the manga, beautiful, right? I love that it's super inked. I love that a lot of it's super damn dark. some of the designs when they get like full page spreads and stuff like that are really damn beautiful, right? This shit looks phenomenal. And its story is really fucking interesting with just how far down we go and how much it descends into chaos and everything. Welcome to chaos. But it's really fucking good. I especially love that, like, I don't know what the fuck to call it. I don't remember what they even named it. That form that he takes on later, like Kaiman takes on later, where he's this big sort of mass of a dude, and then he's got like a tube kind of going up and everything, and there's people all around being like stabbed with tubes, and being kind of controlled and all that, and there's just so much fucking crazy shit that happens towards the end. Like, it really picks up hard towards the end, right? I think it consistently picks up throughout the whole series, but like at the end, it is so fucking good that I don't know what to say. It is just like, God, there's so much shit that just happens, like with the tubes, and then Shin kind of also gets controlled there and everything, and then nobody tries to deal with him a bit, but then gets hit, and then like we have some problems for N's group because N's group is now like all either decapitated or like they're injured, right? They're not decapitated as in dead, they're still slightly alive, but they're about to die. And then N himself is dead at one point, but then also comes back later, and all this sort of, and it's just like, whew, there's a lot here, right? Obviously, I am spoiling a lot of it, right? But I feel like this is something where it's necessary that I actually talk about stuff, and it's kind of just necessary for a story that's this heavy in terms of the mystery and plot and everything. In a sense, I ruin the mystery by doing that, but I can only do so much in terms of talking about this without saying everything, right? Really fucking great. The whole cast, absurdly enjoyable. Even when you get to meet new characters, they're enjoyable. The Cross Eyes are an interesting group where it's like you feel for them, but at the same time you also see where they're wrong, much like N's group, right? I had thought everything was so black and white this whole time, and meanwhile, it's like, no, it doesn't actually feel like that in total because there's a lot that's just happening. It's good. This series is like phenomenal. I am so excited at the prospect that we could have the whole thing fully animated because, man, that would be perfect. To have it all voice acted and all that, that would be fucking perfect, right? I would absolutely love that. But yeah, Dorohedoro. This was a real journey. This was like actually a tough one to think about in terms of where it was on my top 10. And it's not there anymore, solely because of what we have to talk about next. But man, oh man, was it just really tough to actually think of a spot because this series is good. This series is absurdly good. I like it a lot. I cannot recommend it enough in terms of an anime or in terms of a manga, whatever it may be. Like I said, art direction of it, beautiful. So many great designs. Again, every design that Kaiman and every form he takes on, absurdly good, right? Kaido has some great designs in there, like different outfit changes, all that. All this sort of shit, right? This series is fantastic. Love it a lot. It's great. I can see why people have praised it for so long, and people always talk about it as this interesting sort of thing. It's great. It is absolutely great. So, before we get to this next topic, I want to actually put something on screen here for a second. This that you're seeing right now is my most anticipated stuff of essentially just to watch and read. It's not of a specific year or anything like that. It is solely just here's what I'm excited to watch, here's what I'm excited to read, each having their own individual reasons on why or whatever it may be. Right. Very simple to understand. Now, all of these have their own things to them, right? There's Monogatari, which is essentially on there because I've heard a lot of good things, and I also really love Medaka Box, so I feel like there's a good chance that I'll probably really enjoy that. The one worry with it is that I've heard people mention stuff about very specific jokes they make towards the child characters and stuff like that. That concerns me a bit. And yeah, I don't know if I'm looking forward entirely to that. But if it's not that bad and everything with those jokes, I could probably look past that, right? Then there's Ichigo 100%, which I think we'll save on why I was excited to get through it and everything, and maybe a few things I was concerned about. But we'll save that for now. There's stuff like Heavenly Delusion, heard fantastic things about. Only drawback is don't fully know what I'm getting into. So I don't necessarily know what to expect while going into it. Right. There's Vivi, which I'm a ReZero fan. Therefore, I already like some of Teppei's work. Excited to see what this is about. Again, don't know enough, so that's the only drawback of just don't know what I'm getting into there. Rookies, I like Rokudenashi Blues. I like baseball. This is a manga for me. I just, one thing, similar stuff, I don't know what I'm getting into. I also don't know what it's going to be like because a baseball manga is drastically different than what Rokudenashi Blues was. Pumpkin Scissors, I've heard good things from a friend of my brother's, so I'm excited to see what this is all about. That said, some of the topics that I've heard it relates to do sound very interesting. I'm just curious on how they're handled, and if they're handled kind of poorly, that might upset me a little bit. Right? Getter Robo, long ass fucking mecha series, but you know what? Go Nagai helped out with, I believe, some of the designs and stuff like that. Right? He had a hand in some of that. So, very curious to see this. Plus, I like mecha stuff. That said, absurdly long. I've also occasionally heard good things, and I've also occasionally heard bad things, so I don't know what to expect. We'll see when we get there. Naruto, only one of the big three that I have left to actually go through. The drawback of it is I've heard bad things about Shippuden, so when I get there, I guess I'll know just how bad it might be, or maybe I'll enjoy it, who knows. And then Dragon Quest, Kira Toriyama, right? Fair enough. And also just Dragon Quest in general. I like that stuff, right? That said, I don't know if this covers the whole last thing, because I know that there's an old anime from what I understand, and then there's also this new one. I don't know how much it's going to cover of all this. I don't know what the story's going to be like. Similar feel to some of the earlier entries on this. Now, the big thing you might note is the first two entries on this list are both crossed off. There's two reasons for that, each being one specific reason for them respectively, right? It's not two reasons for both, it's just one reason for each, but it's two reasons in total. Monogatari. This one is crossed off because I spun a wheel of stuff that I watched with my brother, and that was the next entry that was rolled. Among Steins Gate, we have two that we rolled. So that's the next up on there. Pretty exciting. I get to go through it soon. We'll see what I think of it. I'll talk about it probably on the next video like this. Then there's Ichigo 100%. This one is crossed off because it's now the thing we have to talk about. I made this image way before I even got this as an entry. Now, I probably shouldn't have, because the whole point of this was that I was going to just be excited for this stuff. But, I also probably should have made sure that this video was ready by then. But to be fair, I didn't fully think about making this a big end-of-the-year video until closer to the end of the year, right? So by the point that I did actually get this, I did kind of realize, oh shit, yeah, this was on there, on that image, which was halfway through the year that I made this image. And that made me realize, oh, two of the entries on this list don't even count anymore. So I guess we'll have a new one soon. I'll have to think about what I'm excited for. But Ichigo 100%. So, let me state why I've been excited for this. First of all, based on the lightning round, I've enjoyed everything else the author has produced, right? Anadoki was weird, right? I mean, I think it overall had good stuff in there. I just think the outcome of it was weird, right? I think that part could have been better, but the rest of it was nice. I think the rest of the character building and the comedy and stuff like that in there was pretty decent, right? Lilim Kiss, I liked. Good bittersweet moment to it. Fantastic, right? I mean, pretty good, rather. Fantastic implies it's absurd. And we'll get to the fantastic entry soon enough. Hatsukoi Limited. Also pretty good, right? Definitely higher than the previous two. I watched that whole thing. It was great, right? I enjoyed watching it. Had a good time. It was fun. I loved the whole love spider web to it, like I mentioned. This was a very strong, small sort of rom-com that was produced. And now we have Ichigo 100% that I get to read, or at least I did read, right? This one I was the most excited for because this is the one that everybody talks about from this offer, right? Like if we're talking about the top dogs of Jump rom-coms, well, there's Nisekoi, and then there's also We Never Learn. Um, I guess Two Love Ru is also in there technically. Uh, but one of the top dogs in there, among those entries as well, is Ichigo 100% or Strawberry 100%. This is one of the ones that gets decently talked about. I mean, not an insane amount. I don't think people are actively always talking about it, right? But it's definitely an entry in there that was popular enough, right? It's pretty damn good. And actually going through it, this shit is not pretty damn good. This shit is really good. This is a fantastic rom-com. I can see why it's as popular as it was because, damn, right? This is absurdly good quality stuff. It's exactly what you would expect from the same offer as all those other series, right? Very simple rom-com. Yeah, some ecchi humor here and there. It's all right with that, right? But for the most part, standard rom-com stuff, fun characters, all this dynamics. But it does some great stuff. First of all, it's 214 chapters. So it is 10 times the amount of every other series that the author wrote. Second of all, this isn't your standard rom-com, because I feel like the standard rom-com is here is man, here is woman, here are maybe more men and women being thrown into the mix. And then we go from there, right? We develop these characters, we have them grow and all this, and then they slowly fall in love. But the interesting thing with this is Ichigo 100% takes a very real route with its plot. These characters have dreams, right? Much like anybody else, they have dreams, and a big tension throughout the story is not only these characters, like our main character, it's the fact that these characters' dreams kind of almost get in the way of stuff sometimes, right? But they want to focus on that entirely, right? Like our main character wants to be a filmmaker, right? And one of the other characters wants to, make pastries and stuff like this and all that sort of stuff. One of them wants to write all this sort of shit, right? One of them is solely just interested in the main character, and that's it, right? It's a fun dynamic where everybody has their own thing that they're trying to go for. And I actually like it a lot because that pretty much adds a shit ton of depth to these characters and a shit ton of attention to the plot. Because now it's like, are these characters even going to get together? Are they not? Who knows? I mean, it's hard to tell because now they're like focused on this and this one's focused on this and all this sort of shit. And it's absurdly good in that regard. Not only does that really help with these characters, but just in general, these characters are very likable. They have a lot of happy moments, sad moments, the moments where they're frustrated and angry and all this sort of shit. Standard for what you would expect, but they're done so damn well. And I mentioned like Koisome Momiji as this like, oh, this series has like the toughest rejection scene to, view and all this sort of stuff. The panel in there is so hard to look at because it's like you feel so terrible. You knew it was coming, but you feel awful. I legitimately assumed that was so damn good to me that I was like, okay, Ichigo 100% could do some crazy shit. It's not beating that. Ichigo 100% probably has the best rejection scene I've ever seen. It is so fucking brutal. Like, legitimately, it is so absurdly brutal. I almost want to describe it. I might just put it on screen. I'll put, obvious spoiler stuff up, but I think I'll put it on screen for the time being. It is so fucking hard to look at. Whew, it hurt to read. It hurt. And listen, I like all these characters, right? And I did enjoy one character the most. So as a result, I'm not gonna say I celebrated here, but I was sitting there like, you know what? I do feel a little good, but that little good is being completely washed over. I feel horrible for her, right? That was awful. with that said, in regards to characters and stuff like that, Tsukasa, definitely one of my favorite characters to ever be created in a rom com. She's great. She's very energetic. All this sort of stuff. She's got a good attitude to her, and much like our main character, does love to focus on her dream. And I was so nervous. I am actually just gonna talk about spoilers and everything. Fuck it. I'm going full spoiler mode here. So obvious thing is, Tsukasa legitimately actually gets with our main character for a while there, right? And it's iffy sometimes because this also happens early on, and then they break up, and then they get back together way later, right near the end. And I was worried on if they were actually going to be together. Something that almost kind of like made it seem like, okay, this is absolutely happening, is the two of them fuck. It's not explicitly shown, but it's very clearly told via the paneling and everything and the imagery. They very clearly do that. Absurdly rare for a rom com, at least I find, and also especially one in Jump. I have legitimately not heard of one in Jump that did something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have not explored enough. I definitely could, right? I definitely might not have explored enough. Entirely possible. But I think that is inherently beautiful, the fact that that is in there, because as much as we now treat that sort of thing as, oh, now I horny, and now I'm no longer horny because I fuck. Like that sort of thing, sex inherently is something that is very passionate. It is like the absolute height, the biggest of all in terms of love, right? And expressing that. So having that in there, good job, honestly, legitimately good job. That actually conveys a whole lot about these characters. But I was so fucking worried because that happened and everything. And, she was obviously still mentioning, yeah, I'm going to go to Paris so I can, work on all this and everything. And I'm going to make all these, like, nice pastries. I'm going to learn how to do them. And I promise I'll be back, right? Like, that sort of thing. Like, it was just this promise. And it's like, this is a moment in the manga, I remember while reading, where I was just like, okay, this is a moment of trust between these two. This is they have to trust each other entirely here, right? One wants to be a filmmaker, the other wants to make pastries. They can still be together as long as they keep their promise, trust each other, and meet back at one point. And for the longest while, nothing happens there, right? She goes, that's it. And now we have just like what remains. And then you get to that last chapter, and I was so fucking nervous because I'm just reading through it and she hasn't showed up yet, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm just gonna keep going. Hopefully at some point she's here, right? And then I get to the last like 5 pages or so, and it's just the main character at some like random park or something like that, just looking around, and the camera, essentially the camera, but like the camera of the panel pans up and shows her, and I'm just sitting there like, yeah. And I was so fucking happy, and seeing them like holding each other on the final panel with like in the camera, I'm like, dude, this is big. It's you know, I know that term gets thrown around a lot, but like to me, this is it, right? I don't know if Niseko will be better. I don't know if We Never Learn will be better when I get to those, right? Very well could be, but I kind of almost doubt it because the story just being told with this one is so fucking beautiful, right? I love all these characters. These characters are great, right? This story is so damn good. And yeah, I think some of the humor does rely a little bit too much on that ecchi sort of stuff. That's just been a common thing, right? Overall with a lot of these works. But for the most part, this series is phenomenal. Some of the humor was actually really funny. Um, like not with that stuff. I mean, just in general, some of the jokes that they actually did make were just really funny. This is just a really fucking good series. I would love to have it on this shelf, right? Definitely one of the top things that I want to have here because damn, I really love it. I love that the final volume's art kind of parallels the first volume like a lot of other series do. It's so good. I love this series a lot. I almost wanted to watch the anime, right? That was almost how I was going to get into it, and I found out that the anime does not cover shit from the manga, or like it covers the characters, but that's about it. So that kind of sucks. I might check it out later. I don't know. We'll see about that. But oh, This was good. This was really good. I had a fantastic time with this. This, in a certain sense, this got my heart racing. It got my heart to drop at certain points. It was, whew, this was real good. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the highest entry on this entire list. It's about time that I talk about. All right.
Oh, okay.
Get the move. Where do I begin? Where do I fucking begin? Holy shit. Dude, if we want to talk about a series that got the fucking jump on me, right? Like, let's be real for a second, right? Steins Gate. I talked about Steins Gate earlier. That's in my top 10. I already like this. So therefore, I was probably going to like Steins Gate. Ichigo 100%. I already enjoyed the other works by the author, right? And then Koisame Momiji was something I enjoyed a lot. So yeah, naturally, something that's 200 chapters and is by this author, and Koisame Momiji, which is completely unrelated to the author, but also a rom-com, I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, I'm not surprised that Ichigo 100% was something I liked a whole ton, right? And both of those made it in my top 10. Dorohedoro, I knew once, everything would be solved and all that, I would probably like it a ton, right? All this sort of shit, I knew right off the bat, right? Medaka Box seemed like the series for me, right? Based on the art and the general stuff going on. Vinland, same thing, right? We want to talk about a series that got the fucking jump on me completely. Like, I had little knowledge of prior to, and going into it, I wasn't expecting an insane amount, right? I was expecting something pretty good, but not an insane amount. This is it. This is it, right here. This is it. So, to give some context, because I also mentioned the fact that I didn't even know about this series prior to. Here's the thing. There's like 4 series that I've heard about that I confused for each other, right? So, in one corner, we have Violet. In another corner, we have Vivi. In another corner, we have 86. And another corner, we have, this is going to be a weird one. We have, I think it's Recreators. I think that's the name of it. We have these 4, right? To give context on what confused me here, I thought Violet and Vivi were generally the same thing, except I didn't entirely, because I thought that 86's plot was Violet. And then I thought that Recreators was 86. Right? Now, I haven't seen 3 of these series. But at first, I thought that's what they were. Like, I thought it was just a thing of just, okay, this one is this one, and this one is that one, and this one's the exact same as this one, so therefore both of these are the same, but they're also this one, and this one, still not even related to them technically, but it's this one. So, that's what I had assumed at first, right? It was a confusing thing where, I won't lie, a lot of stuff looked a little similar in terms of how people were talking about it, or just general designs and stuff like that, right? So my brain immediately thought, okay, that's how this is. No, then I found out, oh, this one is like isekai, but in modern world sort of thing, whatever, and it's a lot more chaotic than that. This one, still don't know fully about everything. This one does get compared to Violet, but it isn't Violet, and this one is what I thought 86 was. Okay. Makes a lot more sense now. So, with that out of the way, now I knew the context of Violet, right? And I was like, okay, I'm going to start this, because the big thing was my brother and his friends and all that, they were watching Berserk, and they were watching Violet Evergarden. Now, the thing to note is that I was also there for the Berserk stuff, because I've already seen Golden Age and all that. So I was like, oh, sure, I'll watch the movies and all that. I'll have fun with that. And part of that was they had already seen Violet, right? Like prior to. It was like, oh, 7 episodes or so of Violet. So I'm like, okay, I'll get caught up on those episodes of Violet. Next time we do this whole thing, because we had 1 Berserk movie left. I was like, next time we get caught up on this whole thing, I will watch. I'll have watched those 7 episodes of Violet, and I can watch the rest and the movie and what's to come, right? So I sit my ass down eventually after a while. This took a while, right? I could have done this like a few months prior to when I actually did watch Violet. So I finally sit my ass down after a few months, ready to watch, put it on, boom. I hit play, and I am met with a fucking spectacle for my eyes. It looked so beautiful. Just the opening scene of people walking around and then showing like the pendant and the gem like on it and all this and just the color in there. I sat there, I had to pause it, and I was like, this show looks fucking beautiful. Like, it is rare that I say that immediately from the get-go. I started Violet and I just sat there like, what the fuck? How much budget went into this? Right? Like, this is absurd. Right? Whoever drew this was on like fucking crack, just going crazy. Right? So, right off the bat, this looked beautiful to me. Right? I already liked the music I was hearing. Right? It's very simple. Right? Some nice, just like pieces that are made to feel to make you feel peaceful and also keep the moment interesting. But already I liked so much. I like the voices I was hearing, all this, and I'm just going through the first episode, and I'm just having a blast. Right, you get to the scene with the letter with Violet in the hospital bed. You get to the scene of the plushies and stuff like that, and her acting like a dog, and I'm like, oh, it's because she's like a military dog. And then she makes the comment of it's because she was considered a dog, and I'm like, okay, I said it before the show did. All right, cool. I wrote this apparently. Um, but all this sort of stuff with episode one already looked fantastic, sounded fantastic, was written fantastic. I kind of sat there like, man, this might be a whole lot higher than for like me than I thought. This might be like a 9 out of 10. This could be pretty fucking good, right? So yeah, that's what I thought of episode one at the time. It was just like, man, this is absurdly good, high quality, all this. I'm having a great time. Get to episode two, hear that opening, hear that ending. Both are absolutely resonating with me. They look beautiful, they sound beautiful. I'm in fucking heaven, right? This show still looks great, right? I keep going through the episodes until episode 7. We'll wait till episode 7 because I'll talk about that in a minute. Keep going through them. Strong storylines. Good shit all around. Absolutely fantastic, right? Go through all of that. Even the episode prior to episode 7, I'm just like, wow, that's a heartbreaking fucking scenario. But man, it's also beautiful at the same time. I love this episode. Oh, this is great. There was so much here that I just love. And my immediate reaction upon seeing all this is it's probably a 9, right? I'm probably going to get to this, like, to the end of this whole thing, and it's going to be a 9. That's what I figured. Then I get to episode 7, or rather the cliffhanger of episode 6, and I go, wow, that's fucked up that they stopped there, because this is a massive cliffhanger. Also, I want to note something interesting with Violet that I actually do want to talk about briefly about episode 1, kind of glanced over it a little bit, was, the fact that she has essentially prosthetic arms, right? That was something that shocked me a little bit, because seeing the arm, like, shloop, like, down during the flashback, I was like, oh, fuck, right? But seeing only one, I assumed, oh, okay, so she lost an arm, but the other one's a-okay. Then she becomes a doll, right? Like to use the typewriter. Which, by the way, the sound design and just the motion of her using the typewriter is like legitimately so good. I actually loved hearing that so much and just seeing it because I'm just like, dude, this is so well done. Like this feels perfect. It's weird to say because it's like it's not like something that I would like put as a wallpaper or something like that. And it's not like I want to call it like an aesthetic because it's weird to view Violet like that, like she's an object. I feel like that's fucked up to especially as to what the plot establishes. But the fact that it's like done in such a way like this, I'm just sitting there like, man, I fucking love this. This is like absurd in terms of quality. I have never seen something this good. Legitimately, never. Right? Nothing in my top 10 compares. to how I've seen like the animation of this and just all those sounds. Anyways, episode 7. That's what I was talking about. So we get to the cliffhanger of episode 6. I do. Anyways, I wasn't watching with them, and I sat there and realized, okay, this is a 9 out of 10. At the same time, I'm not stopping. Right? I realized I'm like, there's no issue if I continue. I'm like an addition to this whole thing because I want to watch the Berserk stuff. There's no issue if I continue, right? In general, there wouldn't be an issue, but like, no, you know what? I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna do that. So that's exactly what I did. I continued, and all of the flashback stuff there, phenomenal, right? I nearly teared up, right? And I was sitting there, I'm like, poof. Okay, that's strong. That's really strong. That's like almost a contender for top 10, but it's not there yet. And I was doing real great with that, right? Like the flashback stuff was so rough to go through, but I love how Violet evolves with that. And I was like, I'm okay. I'm okay. Episode 10 happened. I need to clarify something. I've cried before on my first time going through stuff. I mentioned Infinite Wealth. I mentioned all that. Uh, I went over this already with previous sections and stuff like that. I think I might have actually, I don't remember if I did. There might have been a moment with Ichigo 100% where I teared up a little bit. Might have even been the ending. Uh, I've had my moments here and there with stuff when I first go through them, but usually it never hits me that hard. Episode 10 of Violet fucking killed me, right? I got like 2 minutes into it, and I immediately realized, oh no, I know where this is going, right? I knew exactly where it was going, and I'm like, oh, this is not good, right? And I figured, okay, I'm gonna tear up, right? I'm gonna tear up. Obviously, it's coming, right? This is something hard to avoid. I avoided it with episode 6, though it was tough. It's gonna happen here. I don't necessarily need to avoid it, right? I'm not like trying to actively like I gotta be a man. No, I think that's silly. And if you're trying to avoid that sort of thing, it almost makes you feel like less of one. But I was just in there like, okay, I don't need to cry when it came to episode 6. And when it came to this one, I'm like, no, I'm probably gonna tear up a little bit. So episode 10 continues, and I'm having a tough time because I'm like, man, this is gonna be such a brutal end to it. I didn't realize what letters were being written. I knew where the episode was headed. I didn't realize what the letters were. And I think it is so masterfully written that it's meant to be like that. You know damn well that this little girl's mother's going to die, right? You know that's happening, right? You know that's going to happen soon. What you don't know is those letters. Holy shit, when they revealed what those letters were, like she starts reading them during her birthdays, I can feel it in my nose already. I can literally feel that feeling of it moving up towards my eyes. Fuck. Dude, as soon as that started, I broke. The dam in my eyes broke. It bursted open. That was it. Right. I had to get a tissues. My brother can testify that I audibly shouted fuck directly after, and I got up and I walked over to the tissue box, grabbed it, walked back to my seat, put the tissue box down, and then sat down and continued watching. I was fucked up that whole time. And then Violet crying after because she was also struggling with that. And I'm like, fuck! Like, it was just so fucking tough. And the next episodes that come after this, also still really good. But episode 10 was like the moment where I'm like, it's in my top 10. Right? I'm like, it's there. It's a 9.5. It's in my top 10, right? Pretty much everything in my top 10 now is a 9.5. That is like fucking crazy to say, because that means that everything has to try hard to get in there now. So it made it in, but at first I was like, okay, it's above like Vinland, it's above Chainsaw Man. I don't think it'll be above much more. I watched the movie. That movie is so fucking good. The ending also got me to tear up, just as not even tear up. The ending also broke me. The fuck tear up. It broke me just as well as episode 10 did. Maybe a little bit less. But the fact that it also references episode 10 and then all the themes it goes over and all this shit and the stamp. that was the moment that I realized, no, this is better than Steins and all this sort of other up it goes. It went to my number 5 spot. Except it didn't. Because guess what? I sat there for a second and I thought to myself, okay, this is my number 5. Or, yeah, my number 5. So, while it is here, I need to think about something. I like this a fuck ton. Directly above it is One Piece. I like One Piece a fuck ton. I've had my critiques of One Piece before, but I do like the moments that I like in there a whole ton, right? And a lot of the arcs are consistently good overall, right? Some of them are a little bit slower. Some of them might have rough moments in there. That's about it. Thinking about quantity and quality here, right? Like comparing both. How do I feel about these? I gave myself a week. Because listen, my ass is fully, like, properly diagnosed, medically diagnosed, with ADHD, all that sort of shit. My ass hyperfixates a lot, right? If I have something on the mind, it is there for the whole last time. I sometimes forget about shit because I'm just thinking about something after I've experienced it, right? Whether it's reading, whatever it may be. Medaka Box was literally like that. I thought about Medaka Box the whole rest of the day that I went through, and then I watched some City Hunter to try and calm myself down, and I was still thinking about it, right? So, I sat there and went, Violet's going to be on my mind for, like, a while now, right? I'm like, I'll give it a week. If by next Sunday, because the time that I finished it was, like, this Sunday, I was like, if next Sunday I am still thinking about it, it's above One Piece. A week passed. I was still thinking about it. It went right above One Piece. This is my number 4 show. And you know what the fucking insane part is? I'm not even done. Because guess what? There's another fucking OVA for me to watch. It's a more simple one based on what I heard, but it's still like an hour long worth of content. There is a chance if it's good enough, I could put it above Bleach. It's entirely possible. It is entirely possible. I love this shit so much. This was such a great entry to fucking just shove into this list of stuff. This was a great entry to just go through and watch and all this. I would love to collect it if I could. Apparently it doesn't have an English release. That kind of fucking sucks. Maybe it does and it's just sold out or something. But based on what I saw, doesn't. That really sucks. Because it actually has like a light novel based on what I know. I don't know. I love this. This is a fantastic. Violet Evergarden. I see why the fuck people were talking about it so much. Holy shit. It's funny. I saw a post mentioning that Violet was released today. It would be like the number 1 constantly, like, anime just throughout the whole season, right? That sort of thing. And I was curious. I was curious at the time because that was around the time that I was about to start watching. And I was like, huh, weird that people are saying that. I wonder how good that is, right? And then I sat myself down the, like, next day and watched. And yeah, no, it would be. It probably would be number 1 consistently. That shit is, that shit's good. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching. That's all. That's really it for this video. And it's just a talked about video. We've gone on long enough by this point. I wonder if this is like 4 or 5 hours long. I'm kind of curious, honestly. It probably is pretty damn long. I don't know how long, but Medaka Box and Vinland alone made this absurdly long. I already know that. I don't know how long this is in total. But thank you all for watching. This was definitely fun to do. I meant to do this for so damn long now, and I wanted to do it per season like usual, but it didn't work out in that way. And I mean, that's alright. I don't feel like too terrible about that, because I think this is way better to just have this one big video from like the whole year, because then it gives me a lot to talk about, right, and all this sort of shit. A little bit harder to remember things maybe sometimes, but like overall I remember stuff. Like, I keep that shit in my brain and then move the unimportant stuff out, like how to breathe. But regardless of that, thank you all for watching. This was fun. This did obviously take a while, like, because we had the update video way back when, and I was like, oh yeah, don't worry guys, it's on the way. So, you know, a little bit later than I anticipated. It was also going to be at the end of the year last year. That didn't work out either. And then I was going to get it out near January. That didn't work out, but I kind of like that this is hopefully coming out on Valentine's Day, because, hey, Ichigo 100% was in there, and a lot of the lightning round stuff was rom-coms, and in a certain sense, Violet Evergarden kind of feels like it fits that date. So, you know what? I'm a-okay with all of that. I think all of this worked out really well. This was a this was fun. Like usual, this was fun. Definitely a little taxing on the throat because there's a lot to talk about, and you know, as much as I drink, I do speak quite a bit, so my throat tends to just be like, right, when I do this. But honestly, compared to previous times, doesn't feel that bad, actually. It barely feels like anything. Like I can kind of feel it, but not much, right? So that's good. That's good, honestly. I maybe it just means I handled this way too poorly in the past, right? But yeah, we got more videos on the way, obviously. We have the Infinite Wealth one, like I mentioned. I mean, that's part of the sections that were in here. Infinite Wealth, we're gonna have that whole ass video out. It is probably not coming out on the, like, what, 25th or something like that. I don't think I can get it ready in time for that. So it'll be out when it's out, is what I will say, right? I will try to have it out soon, and soon is relative. Like, that's within the next few months, right? Definitely want to have it out. The video I'm very excited to make. It's probably my favorite game right now, like ever. So I would love to talk about it, right? As well as Gaiden, because Gaiden's also in there. That's going to be a fun one. More other shit on the way, obviously. Act 2 of A Demon's Tale. Just random note about that. That's coming, right? I do have a specific date in mind for that as well, and I want to absolutely get that out on that date. But with that said, I will say I've started. Right, I made a tweet about it. I made a joking sort of tease tweet. But yeah, I have already started writing it and everything. I'm already super excited to show off all these sort of chapters. They are going to be long. I can say that right now. These chapters are going to be long. I wrote a lot. So, if anybody's interested in obviously reading all that, or if you've already read ADT and you know you're hearing about this, it's going to be quite the thing to read Act 2. It's going to take some time to potentially read that. I recommend at least having, at the bare minimum, a half an hour ready before you start up a chapter. And that's at the bare minimum, right? So, that's about it. I don't have much else to talk about. You know, more videos and streams and all that sort of stuff on the way. I'll keep you all updated. Reviews are on the way. Obviously, we'll have a part 2 to the Talks About video way, like later in the year. Either end of the year or next year, right? We have the Rumble prediction stuff, or not prediction, the Rumble edition is what I want to say. The Rumble edition, where you can vote for the characters you want to have in the end of the year Rumble. I am only promoting this now because I want to just mention that, yeah, this is a thing we have of, hey, we want to make it more interesting for the audience, so it's like both audience and also people who like help commentate, and just kind of have everybody make their own decisions who should be in and get things more exciting. Because I think sometimes there might be some flaws with, you know, what's chosen and what's not, right? And all that sort of stuff. And some people might not like some of the characters. So you'll find a link to that down below in the description, as well as up here on the card, right? It'll just send you directly there. You vote for 15 to 30 characters that you want to see. We're adding new additions roughly every month. I already have a list that I want to add for this month, right, which I'm going to do, right? I didn't really add any for January, mainly because I was focused on all of this, but this was a collective addition list from both January and then some of it from this month right now. We'll add more, obviously, when we reach the end of the month. That's fairly standard, right? But we're adding stuff constantly, so if you ever feel like you voted for a character and you don't necessarily want to keep that choice locked in, you can always change it, right? You can always go back, change it. The link will always be available in the card and description, like pretty much every video from here on. So there's time until, like, I'd say like November or October, something like that. I don't remember what date I said in specific. It was one of those 2 months. You'll see it on the forum itself, right? Fairly simple. But that's about it for that Rumble stuff. And then also we have a video that I still want to do of me talking about the previous videos from last year and the year prior in review, right? Me just going over them for fun. Simple enough. Very standard sort of concept, something I've done before on the channel. Just nice little thing where I get to talk about them more in depth. Anyways, I've taken up your time enough as is, whatever it may be. So take care, have yourselves a great night, and I will see you all in the next video. Farewell, peeps.